I am very glad to see you on my channel. If you have already seen this video on YouTube, I want to let you know that I made a continuation of this story that you definitely haven't seen, so I advise you to watch it now. Everything around was not like an ordinary bad weather. The moon was red, and thousands of victims lay beneath its feet. There were not only people on the battlefield. Some strange animal roared loudly, exposing its terrible teeth. She was confronted by an ordinary man with a knife in his hands. He swung his weapon, preparing to face the enemy creature. The creature, similar to a giant centipede, turned out to be stronger than a person. It caused the man to fall to the ground. The young man resisted as much as he could. His knife was in the monster's mouth, and he was trying to move it to cut from the middle. His right hand began to shake from overexertion. To defeat this monster, the man made every effort. At some point, it did happen. The monstrous creature fell helplessly to the ground, signifying the victory of man. The man could catch his breath after a difficult fight. He wiped his face and looked at the defeated opponent. He was finally able to defeat the monster on his own. Suddenly, the man's attention was drawn by someone's voice calling him a badass. In front of him were other people who were much more skilled in combat, which was confirmed by the number of those killed underfoot. One of the warriors ordered the man to do the work for which they had taken him. The young man had to collect the corpses of monsters. The man did not want a conflict with the powerful, so he apologized and promised to start his work immediately. The fighters turned their backs on the interlocutor, calling him a piece of shit. The man continued to stand in front of the pile of corpses. He was not very satisfied with this situation and silently escorted his brothers to their next battle. The young man was very angry with himself that he could not change anything. Their world itself changed a lot when people learned about the abyss. They discovered another dimension in which monsters existed. It was difficult to imagine such forms in real life, but it was not here. After people began to enter this abyss, they began to manifest unusual abilities and superpowers. Thanks to this, people could fight monsters. Skills were completely random and high rank from the start as well. People could choose absolutely nothing in this dimension. They were forced to exist with the opportunities given to them. The man who defeated his first monster was an ordinary carrier. Until the age of 35, his skills could not be awakened. He was forced to do menial work. After collecting all the corpses of the monsters, the bearer informed the fighters that he was finished, and suddenly he fell silent. The young man looked straight ahead and could not understand whether all this was really happening in reality. Turning his head, the man saw in front of him dozens of corpses of people who had entered the abyss to fight with monsters. He looked closely at the faces and recognized the soldiers who had been giving him orders just a minute ago. Now they were dead. The man realized that there was not a single living soul left around him. He stood alone in the middle of an unknown dimension. Suddenly, behind the bearer, something extremely strange began to happen. Some unknown force seemed to make its way from under the ground. It was one of the monsters, Asmodeus, who took his final form. He belonged to the most dangerous C-rank creatures. The man was shocked when he saw such a giant. However, he was not afraid, because he knew that they survived here only thanks to victory. Nor was the monster going to stand still and wait for the man to wrap his knife into his other-dimensional physique. The hand with which the man was about to strike the monster was torn off in a split second. He did not even understand what had happened. The man fell helplessly to the ground, holding his hand. He did not expect that the monster would be so strong. Suddenly, even stranger things began to happen around. The herald drew attention to the unknown natural disasters around him. His gaze was filled with terror and directed into the void. It was as if his brain no longer controlled his body. It was all the fault of the monster, which directed a stream of lightning at the man, forcing him to obey his will. The man was on his knees and could not do anything, as his body and brain were paralyzed. Skeletons lay on the ground. The young man looked at the lightning that ended its path on his forehead. He felt something strange in his body. He understood that his life could end there, and did not believe that it would happen so senselessly in another dimension. His thoughts were as if covered in blood. The man recalled the day his parents were involved in a car accident. He felt helpless all his life, and at school the boy was constantly bullied and humiliated in public. The man looked at the monster's hand and did not want to believe that he would end his life as an ordinary carrier of things. On his knees, the young man continued to curse his worthless life and himself for his inaction. Blood continued to flow unceasingly from his face, clouding not only his vision, but also his thoughts. At some point, the man realized that he still wanted to live and achieve something. He gritted his teeth and told his artifact to wake up. The last drop of blood the man saw slowly dripped off his face, and then just as slowly flew down. Suddenly, she began to emit energy, as if absorbing it from the surrounding light. It was like an awakening. It turned out that an ordinary medium was able to fulfill all the conditions for awakening, and saw a whole palette of colors in front of him. After some time, these colors began to take on a certain general appearance, and formed the figure of an unknown majestic being. In front of the ordinary man stretched a golden staircase, which was supposed to lead him to the same creature. The carrier was simply shocked when he saw in front of him how many colors there were. He couldn't figure out where he was at all. The young man saw a figure in front of him, similar to a human, but it was much larger and emitted a large amount of light. The man was shocked that everything happened so quickly and decided to look around, assessing the situation. The bearer saw his own body in front of him, lying on the ground and trembling as the huge creature advanced on him. The man understood that now he was not in danger in the form of Asmodeus, but he did not understand how this was even possible. The heavenly shadow came down from the stairs and asked the man if he was most interested in why Asmodeus had stopped. The man turned his head to the interlocutor, and in a trembling, uncertain voice asked the stranger who he was. The light monster replied that for some he is a king and for others he is not, but for the man it does not matter at all. They seemed to be transported to space, where there was absolutely nothing, only planets formed from a certain color palette. The unknown man sat on the throne and said that he was giving the man power. The carrier was simply shocked that this was happening to him. He could not understand what the monster was trying to tell him, and assumed that it could be the same as Asmodeus. Suddenly, the light monster recommended to be a little more trusting. The man was shocked that his thoughts were read. The unknown man said, sitting opposite and going through the planets, that he was touched by the man's effort and willpower, so he chose him. The carrier of things saw a stream of light in front of him, and asked the question why he was chosen. He didn't want to die. The light monster told the man to just wait his turn and one day everything would fall into place. He added that then they would meet again. The man still did not understand what to do, but he had no choice either. The unknown used his extraordinary abilities and formed something in his hands. He said he was handing this key to the man. After that, the stream of light began to dissipate, and the young man could no longer see anything. He could only rush to his destiny. In a second, the bright light began to slowly fade and was replaced by darkness that began to devour the space around. The man saw nothing in front of him, a complete black spot. But suddenly, he seemed to hear someone's rough voice. He started to open his eyes and heard someone calling him a freak and trying to wake him up immediately. Half opening his eyes, the man saw a hand in front of him, which was about to hit him to bring him to consciousness. That's how it turned out. The unconscious young man received a powerful slap, which would bring even a person in a coma to consciousness. The bearer was finally able to come to his senses, although it was not very pleasant. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of his abuser. He saw a stocky boy in front of him, who was looking at the young man with a sinister look, hinting that he might strike again. The young man immediately recognized the boys from the old school and did not understand how they stopped. He was addressed as Tahun. Another blow to the young man's face made him realize that he had been thrown somewhere in space-time. His eyes were full of confusion. The young man had just been in the abyss, and now he found himself at his old school. Continuing to endure the abuse, the boy looked back and saw his name and a brief description on the blood stain. He took a closer look at the age clause and saw the number 19 there. The guy was very surprised that this happened 16 years ago. Realizing this, Taehyung began to understand exactly where he had gotten himself into. A hideous smile appeared on his face. It gradually grew into a demonic laugh that stunned all the high school students who were mocking the young man. After delivering another powerful slap, the high school student asked the boy what caused his silly laughter. At that moment, Taehyun decided not to tolerate the abuse any longer and gave her a powerful punch in the face of the abuser. The blow turned out to be quite powerful, and the high school student did not even have time to follow the movements of the young schoolboy. Haek-soo, the leader of the schoolboy gang, was forced to fly back against his will. The rest of the boys were shocked. Tahun continued to smile sinisterly as he looked at the boys older than him. He felt quite confident. With a powerful blow, the young man concluded that this turn of events meant that he had just woken up. A high school student was defeated by a small boy. Tahun was approaching his abuser after giving him a lecture. The boy was wiping tears from his face, which were caused by something unclear. He confidently strode forward without stopping. The other high school students did not like Tahun's behavior and decided to teach him, taking revenge for their leader. The first young man threw a powerful punch, but Tahun deftly dodged it with just a couple of moves, and prepared to counterattack. He delivered an uppercut of colossal force, which hit the chin of a high school student and almost sent him to the other world at one point. After that, Tahun dealt with another opponent by kicking him hard in the stomach. The young man flew back a couple of meters. Tahun did not continue to rest on his laurels, but was going to completely defeat his abusers who could only offend the weak. For 35 years, he did everything possible to somehow survive in the abyss. First of all, it was general physical training. Then the man was forced to learn all the information about the monsters in the abyss, about their skills and weaknesses, in order to survive, have at least some kind of support in case of emergency situations. Therefore, Tahun could not easily lose to ordinary high school students who approached him and did not even know the most elementary basics. Tahun taught the high schoolers a lesson by giving them a couple of serious blows that left them unable to get back on their feet. The two young men fell powerlessly to the ground with a loud crash. Their bodies could not physically withstand such speed of the enemy. Tahun finished his work, and now he was able to catch his breath. The hideous smile still lingered on his face after waking up. The young man thought that he was doing well. Suddenly, something strange behind him caught his attention, and he immediately turned to look. A high school student rose to his feet, whom Tahun defeated immediately. He called the boy a rascal and too weak under the circumstances. Hek-Su covered his body in stone using the stone skin technique. He wanted to kill the young man without thinking for a moment. Having completely transformed into a stone man, the senior class attacked with fists. His hand, although heavy, moved quite quickly. Tahun managed to react to the enemy's first attack and avoided the collision with the stone hand by tilting his head down. Another blow followed, from which the young man had to dodge again. It turned out to be much faster than the previous one. Tahun had not expected such a turn of events. Everything happened so quickly that the young man could only watch his opponent. He lifted his eyes up to see Hek-Su flying at him from the air, swinging both arms and about to kill him. There was a loud explosion on the battlefield, which was accompanied by a huge emission of dust, as well as crushed stones from the school path. Hek-Su landed on the ground after his powerful punch. His figure could barely be seen in this smoke screen. Suddenly, the high school student felt someone's presence behind him. Tahun decided to attack his opponent while he was not waiting. However, Hek-Su noticed in time that danger was approaching him. He needed to act immediately in order not to give away the initiative. Tahun launched a powerful blow with his right hand, which was blocked by a stone hand a couple of centimeters from the target. Tahun did not expect this turn of events. His face radiated complete surprise at the moment when the opponent managed to place the block. Hek-Su looked at his opponent with a sinister look and asked if he really thought he could win this fight. Tahun didn't understand how he even got injured. Meanwhile, Hek-Su decided to launch his counterattack. He delivered a powerful blow with his stone hand that sent Tahun flying back. The attack was incredibly powerful for the young man. Tahun couldn't do anything about it, and was forced to absorb the full force of his opponent. The young man's body hit the rock. Tahun was able to withstand this onslaught from the enemy, but he was very badly wounded and bleeding, lying on a pile of stones. Hek-Su came out of the smokescreen and asked his enemy if he really thought he could win, now finally coming to his senses. Having come as close as possible to the young man, the stone monster extended his hand forward and called the opponent the lowest awakened fool. He continued to taunt his opponent, giving him a sinister look. He asked when the young man was going to run away. Hek-Su offered the boy to try out his newly awakened skills in battle, but he refused. Tahun continued to lie on the ground. He was very unhappy with his abilities. He thought that everyone who awakened gained a skill and a rank. These could be skills from the F rank, which was almost no different from an ordinary person, to the C rank, which could even match real monsters. Awakening skills and physical abilities could also increase exponentially depending on how the circumstances unfolded. But Taehyung was a real loser. He got the skill of hunting in the lowest rank, which spoke of his weakness. He didn't even stand a chance in a fight with the enemy. However, at some point the young man managed to surprise Heksu, who was staring in front of him in horror. Taehyung began to emit a stream of red energy that gradually covered his entire body. She took on the tinge of his blood from the wounds she received. Taehyung started to get to his feet and turned to face his opponent. He informed him that he was not going to give up just now. Heksu was simply shocked when he saw this performance in front of him. Taehyung continued to grow stronger, and this scared the high school student very much. Heksu couldn't believe that a weakling named Taehyung was actually able to hold his own and get a skill that he mastered in such a short period of time. Taehyung looked at his right hand and could feel the magic coursing through his veins. He assumed that this was his same skill called hunting. The young man felt completely safe, although he could not explain his condition. He silently stared at the enemy who continued to threaten him. At one point, Heksu rushed into battle with loud shouts. In a fraction of a second, he was in front of his opponent, and was about to strike with his fist. Taehyung didn't know how to control his skill yet, so he just trusted his instincts. He put out his left hand to stop the enemy's attack. It seems that everything worked out for the young man. He released a colossal amount of energy that made the enemy stop in place and seemed to hang in the air. Heksu was just shocked when his hand stopped a centimeter away from the target. He could not believe that the enemy possessed such a powerful technique. Taehyung continued to stand still and hold his hand in front of him. He could feel the flow of energy in his body. The young man felt quite unusual, but he was able to quickly understand how his technique works. Now he felt the taste of victory on his tongue. Heksu continued to attack Taehyung, but Taehyung showed no emotion in response and simply continued to block his attack. Heksu did not want to believe that he was defeated, so he continued to press the enemy, putting his best effort into the last attempt. At some point, Taehyung decided not to sit on the defensive anymore, but to counterattack the enemy and smashed his armor into small pieces. Meanwhile, at school, the children went out for recess and had no idea that something terrible was happening behind their backs in the backyard. Suddenly, a huge stream of red energy appeared outside the window, which was accompanied by a wind wave. It was impossible not to notice it. Huge amounts of dirt and rocks continued to fly in the air until the wind began to die down. This fight seems to have been over. Taehyung was still standing in his place, his hand out in front of him. A stream of red energy had already left his body. Heksu didn't look like he did before. He could not do anything against the enemy's force, and was forced to admit his defeat. The stone man was left without his stone skin and fell helplessly at the feet of the newcomer, who had just woken up and was able to defeat him. Hyung's hunt was over. The young man was able to catch his breath, but suddenly something strange on his hand caught his attention. She began to cover herself with stones. Taehyung's rank was raised to the rank of Yi, and in addition, the young man was able to gain a new skill in his arsenal. After defeating his last opponent, Taehyung had no idea that he would receive his technique called Stone Skin. Taehyung decided to visit his old school after defeating a stronger opponent. The long break has just come to an end. The young man entered the office of a beautiful woman. She sat on her chair in front of the laptop and turned her attention to the guests. She was visited by a young man who carried two motionless bodies on his shoulders. He dragged one more across the floor. After opening the front door, Taehyung immediately lifted his bloody face up and greeted the woman with a friendly smile. The young woman was very scared and did not know what had happened. She was filled with negative emotions and misunderstandings. After the fight near the school, Taehyung took the students to the local medical center, to the nurse's office. He also took Ba Hexa. The nurse used the spell to tend to the injured. Taehyung decided to take advantage of this. He had to lie to the woman about the true cause of such injuries. He replied that they all just fell down the stairs. The young man left school completely healed and was satisfied with that. He also managed to take revenge on Ba Hesk. But this was not the only thing that occupied Taehyung's thoughts. He constantly scrolled through the possible events of the past in his head. He was worried about the technique that saved his life and helped defeat the enemy. Hunting was the main problem now. Taehyung thought that he would have to work for years to raise his rank, but hunting allowed him to attain the rank of E immediately. He should have stayed on F, but that was not the strangest thing. With the help of this technique, he managed to take away the enemy's equipment. As he walked up the stairs, Taehyung wondered why the king had given him this power and sent him back to the past. And this was not the whole list. The young man caught himself thinking that he needed to focus on one thing. There was one thing he had to do without fail: learn all about hunting techniques. Taehyun walked up to a large building that consisted of several floors. He looked at the building with nostalgic eyes, because he missed his home very much. He had not been here for 15 years. After the death of his parents, Taehyun was forced to live with his uncle. The man also had his own family and son. Taehyun remembered the events of the past with a smile on his face. They did not amuse him at all, but family remains family. The young man entered the house, opening the door. He was going to look for information on similar techniques while his uncle was not at home. Taehyun continued down the hall and entered a room. What he saw made him change his plans. There were some bandits in his uncle's house, and a very young guy was collecting money, which for some reason was lying on the floor. It was Taehyun's uncle's son, who immediately recognized his nephew. He was not very happy to see him at this moment. Taehyun turned to his cousin named Hwang Jae and asked him why he was at home at all, because the lessons were not over yet. Suddenly, Taehyun noticed one thing that left him speechless. The young man looked in front of him with frightened eyes. The object of his gaze was a cardboard box with money lying on the floor. Taehyun accused Jane. Even before Taehyun's regression, Jane dreams of hanging out with gangsters and once stole all the money from the house. The bandits asked the boy what was the matter. Jane whispered in the ear of one of the thugs who their uninvited guest was. Taehyung realized that it was the same day from the past. Jane's cousin is a guest. He is an unwanted guest here. The leader of the bandits came closer to the young man and told him to get out of the house if he wanted to move around this planet. The man put his hand on Taehyun's head and called him an unawakened loser who wouldn't do anything to them anyway. Taehyun watched silently as the bandits ransacked his uncle's house. But it didn't last long at all. A sinister smile appeared on the young man's face. It was the perfect moment to test your new abilities. The leader of the gang didn't even notice that a fist was approaching his face in a split second that would knock him down. Taehyung delivered a powerful blow to the bandit, which he could not resist and fell to the ground. But this was not enough. The leader of the bandits did not expect such a turn of events, because Taehyung was always the weakest opponent. His wards were also shocked along with Jane. For now, they were standing still near the central window. Taehyung wasn't going to stop there, so he decided to start testing his new technique right away. He raised his hand up and began to bring it to his opponent's face. The bandit shouted loudly, ordering him not to do this. However, Taehyung was unstoppable. Having raised his hand to the right distance, the young man prepared to use the hunting technique. He was extremely pleased at this moment, as he could finally fight back against those who constantly humiliated him. But very quickly the young man's expression changed. He realized that the skill of hunting was not available to him at this moment in time. The leader of the bandits was still lying on the floor, waiting for the continuation. He was very surprised when nothing happened. Taehyung continued to hold his hand near his opponent's face for a while, but the hunting technique still didn't work. Then, the bandit decided to act and swung his leg to remove from his body the young man who dared to knock him down. Taehyung felt a powerful blow that hit him right in the face. The young man did not like this turn of events. He fell helplessly to the floor. Taehyung couldn't do anything since all he could counter was the hunting technique. Bandits decided not to leave this bastard alive, so they got into a position and were going to finish the young man on the spot. One of the black masked thugs used a C-rank technique and released chains covered in red energy from his hands. The other thug used a technique called poisoning, releasing a poisonous vapor from his mouth that quickly spread around the room. The bandit leader also possessed C-rank techniques, and used bleeding to finish off the enemy with a triple strike. Taehyun had just gotten to his feet, and powerful blows were being sent in his direction. The young man could not save himself in this situation. He raised his eyes at the last moment, and saw that he would not be able to avoid a collision with the enemy's equipment. There was a loud explosion in the house that said Taehyung was no longer alive, accompanied by a large amount of light. In the room where the bandits were, poisonous smoke spread, somewhere inside which was the body of Taehyung. The leader said that the young man had no right to pretend to be awakened, so he paid for it with his life. But everything was not as planned by the man. He took a closer look at the smoke screen and was simply shocked. In the large amount of poisonous smoke, a human figure could be seen, still holding on to his feet and not about to fall. Taehyun somehow blocked the attacks of the opponents, and in addition absorbed them, making them his own. The young man himself did not expect that he would be able to do it. His skills were unlearned and could trigger on their own. The bandit leader was speechless as the smoke began to clear. He could clearly see that his enemy was beginning to move. Next, his eyes widened even more when he realized that Taehyung was going to attack him first. Taehyung approached the gang leader with lightning speed and punched him hard in the chest, pinning him to the ground. The young man still did not understand the principle of action of his skills, but he was satisfied with their power, which was noticeable by his facial expression. The leader of the bandits could not do anything. The opponent used a technique against him that he had never encountered before. Taehyung easily defeated the enemies who wanted to take away all the valuables in his uncle's house. The bodies of defeated opponents lay in front of the young man, and he himself smiled pleasantly, enjoying the result. After these events, he realized that only the awakened person can see the status window. All information was displayed there. But Taehyung noticed that even though he had enough mana, the hunt didn't work, so it wasn't just about mana. The young man realized that hunting has a passive effect that reflects all health-related skills, such as bleeding. Taehyung continued to look at his defeated opponents and think. He was going to learn more about everything in time, but there was one thing that interested the boy more than the rest. Remembering this made Taehyung's face sweat. Suddenly, the thoughts were interrupted by unexpected actions from the brother, who fell to his knees and bowed his head to the winner. Jian raised his head and noted his cousin's fighting skills. He apologized for his shameful behavior. The cousin promised Taehyun to do whatever he asked. To Taehyun, this performance seemed as miserable and worthless as possible. Jian began to behave like a dog, barking and serving his master. However, Taehyun kept thinking about something else. The main problem for him today was not his cousin, but what would happen very soon. Taehyun stopped his annoying dog cousin and said he was sorry, only for him to leave him alone. But these were not all the young man's conditions. He added that for this forgiveness, the cousin should go with him and help him. In this city there was a factory that did not fulfill its direct purpose for quite a long time. At the entrance to the factory there was always a sign that forbade entry here to ordinary people, and allowed only employees. Two women with a man at the head were standing in front of something huge and it shone right in their faces. In front of them was a bunch of monsters that could enter the real world from the abyss. This was called a lost vault. The man said that such an event last happened 10 years ago, and now the gate opened unexpectedly. A disaster was approaching due to inaction, and one of the women emotionally suggested the immediate evacuation of nearby areas. However, the man disagreed with the idea and said that there was no need for it, because he had a technique called a barrier. Monsters continued to break this barrier. The man added that the level of this rift should be C, so the strongest monsters too. One of them tried to press harder and harder on the barrier. Others joined him and managed to escape. While the man continued reading the moral, a pack of monsters approached him from behind. The women were very frightened. The man quickly turned his head back. He predicted such a development, but not so quickly. Having assessed the situation, the man decided to immediately enter the battle and delivered a powerful blow with his leg, taking off the monster's head. He understood that something was wrong and that he needed to quickly deal with the monsters that managed to escape. He was very surprised by the fact that the new rank C monsters also managed to break through his higher level B barrier. Taehyung took his cousin and they headed for an important task. The boy hoped that everything would be fine. He kept asking Taehyung how this could happen, because the management team is supposed to stop the monsters. Taehyung confirmed that the members of the group were of a higher rank than the monsters and had to hold back their onslaught into this world. Jian didn't understand why they were running there at all if the management group could handle everything themselves. But Taehyung said that the fault might not be of rank C at all. Then Jian became very wary and frightened. The leader of the control group was able to deal with a large number of monsters that were now lying dead on the ground. Placing his hand on one of the monsters, the man confirmed that they were rank C. But he did not understand how they managed to break through the barrier. He looked at the gate, and didn't want to believe that the mana coming out of it could exceed his rank. At this moment, the man was informed that something strange appeared again from the gate. It was a new bunch of monsters. The management group was ready to resist the uninvited guests. They immediately became alert and prepared for an attack. Monsters of various sizes continued to emerge from the gate. The last ones were the biggest and scariest. The management team was somewhat alarmed by the following events. They could no longer fully control the situation. Huge teeth appeared from the entrance gate, which belonged to a definitely not ordinary monster of the rank of C. The woman in glasses was simply shocked when she saw this monster in front of her. It was very bad. Behind a bunch of small monsters strode a gigantic one that could match the size of all of them put together. The management team did not know what to do in such a situation. For some time they just stood there, hoping for a miracle. This largest and most terrible monster with 4 eyes was called the Giant Ogre. His rank was A. Seeing this in front of him, the man realized that things were bad. Now it became clear how they broke through the rank B gate. Before he had time to prepare for defense, the man was hit in the temple. His speed was enormous. After that, a loud explosion was heard, which was accompanied by a huge amount of smoke. The factory was destroyed. Jian still couldn't believe his older brother. He kept running and asking him along the way. The boy asked how the cousin could know all this. Taehyun replied that he could have been through this before. He added that this is called ordinary intuition. Jian didn't understand what the hell intuition could be in such a situation. Taehyun himself did not know how to tell his cousin about this properly. He exhaled and said that the boy would see everything himself. Just when Jian thought that his cousin wanted to play a trick on him, they met a bunch of people on their way running away from monsters. They all screamed and tried to run as fast as possible to escape from the fault, asking for help. Jian was simply shocked by his cousin's intuition. Taehyun ordered the boy to do what they had agreed upon. Jian turned to face the interlocutor and anxiously asked what the cousin would do in turn. Taehyung didn't say a word and started to act. Jian was shocked when his cousin did the following. Taehyung got ready to deal with the uninvited guests and said he would catch up with his cousin a little later. There was an emergency in the night city. The tallest building in the settlement began to glow at night. The man stood by the window and thought about the A-rank rift. It was too late to send help, as the forces were in the dungeon. He turned his head back and said that the only saving solution now was an awakened A-rank man. Behind him stood another man, on whom great hopes were placed. He had to save the city from A-rank monsters. It was an awakened A-rank. It was called the Blade of Madness, and to Hans the young man was crying at that moment. With tears in his eyes, the young man asked to leave everything to him, since the hero and Hensel will definitely do it. Taehyung started smashing the monsters. He hit one of them squarely in the head, flattening his face. Another also received in the temple that his red eyes crawled on his forehead from such an unexpected attack. Taehyung didn't seem to notice anyone on his way. He easily dealt with another monster. The young man knocked down all the monsters at about the same point. They landed on the stones with a loud crash. All this was necessary in order to prove Taehyung's assumption. He was going to use a hunting technique. His opponents were powerless against it. The young man broke their bodies into pieces and whirled them into a vortex around him. Taehyung was satisfied and confirmed his guesses with the story. He had some time to rest and think. The activation of his technique was dependent on fatigue, which was currently at 52%. The technique could not be activated when the number was greater than 70. Most of the skills required a lot of mana, but Taehyung now realized that it wasn't all about mana alone. Fatigue is a much more important indicator that prevents the use of techniques and does not allow to move quickly. The young man found out that mana can be restored by absorbing the energy of slaying monsters. His mana was almost full. Taehyung successfully completed the hunt and regained his strength. He was most satisfied with this result, especially since not only his rank has risen to rank D, but also his hunting technique. He was getting stronger. According to the young man, at such a pace he could reach C rank, or even SS in a matter of days without much effort. But Taehyung's ambitions were even wider. He planned to become the world's first SSS rank to defeat anyone. Looking around, Taehyung realized that the monsters were over here and he should return to Huang Yes. But suddenly, unplanned circumstances arose. Something powerful attracted the young man's attention, and it was approaching. A man of the same age as Taehyung engaged in battle with the A-rank monster and knocked him down with his last attack. The young man was going to take revenge on the monster for the deaths of innocent people and swung his sword to kill him. It was Enhensu, who considered himself a warrior of justice. He decided to do justice here and now. Taehyung took a closer look at the fighter's figure. He felt a little uncomfortable in such a situation. A rank monster wasn't going to just die. At some point he found the strength to strike back. However, Enhensu expected such a turn of events and prepared his attack. He coated his sword in bright yellow energy. After that, he delivered more than 10 precise blows to the monster's body, which inflicted tremendous physical damage on it. A loud explosion was heard in the middle of the city, accompanied by a flash of light. It was like a comet falling from the sky. Taehyung felt like a total freak watching this fight. He was shocked to see it with his own eyes. The young man immediately understood that the one who defeated the A-rank monster must be the only A-rank awakened one. Blade of Madness Enhensu was right in front of him. Rumors did not lie about his colossal fighting power. Enhensu celebrated his victory and praised himself for putting the naughty monster to sleep. Taehyung also noted his stupidity according to the rumors. But that didn't matter now. Taehyung wondered what the hero was doing here. Enhensu was supposed to be fighting at the other end of the city, but ended up here. Now he was praying for people who had died. Taehyung didn't understand what was happening at all. Enhensu simply stood and prayed, despite the colossal external danger. Suddenly, something happened that made Taehyung think that he changed the past a bit. His eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. The enemy entered in Hans in the back and pierced his body with a sword while he was praying for the people who had already been killed. Enhensu did not expect such a turn of events, as he did not feel anyone's presence. He spat out blood from his mouth. The enemy was satisfied with a sneak attack. He smiled ominously and hinted that the hero was already finished. The night city, which usually lived peacefully, was in complete chaos today. Monsters created this whole party. One of the few rooms remained intact after the onslaught of monsters. It was some kind of supermarket. An unconscious woman was lying on the news sofa. A guy was constantly standing over her and watching. The woman began to regain consciousness a little, moving her head. However, her condition left much to be desired for her. The guy standing over her was Jian. He was very unhappy that he had to do all this. He remembered the moment when his cousin was able to predict the future, and told him that a lot of people would die today. Taehyung revealed that one of the dead would be their school nurse, Choi Nain. Jian didn't want to believe it. The young man explained that she will not die like everyone else, but will provide first aid to people instead of evacuating herself. Taehyung ordered his cousin to put the nurse to sleep and carry her to a safe place so that she could survive. Taehyung behaved as calmly and confidently as possible. Having entrusted his cousin with only one task, he decided to do the rest on his own. Now Jane stood over the body of the sleeping nurse, and wondered how Jane knew about all these events. The guy went through many options in his head and all of them came down to something that was impossible to believe. He looked at the unconscious woman and tried to explain it in a more scientific way, but could not find any clues. Suddenly, a thought dawned on him, and he jumped from his seat. He decided that he knew exactly what was going on. Jian believed that his cousin had awakened with the ability to see the future. But it was still hard to believe. The guy was crazy to think that such abilities existed. However, these were only guesses that were constantly questioned. There was a full moon outside, shining on the city. A warm breeze gently carried the clouds in a northerly direction. Taehyung was in the thick of things and thought that his plan had gotten a little out of hand. He watched as the A-rank man took the intended blow, but was unable to do anything about it. Enhensu turned to his abuser and demanded that he introduce himself, who he really is. The man opposite was very surprised that his enemy was still alive, but he understood that the A-rank had much stronger capabilities. It was a thief named Han Sando, who had a rank of B. He looked forward to hunting and he liked victims. Thieves called people who woke up, but for unknown reasons began to commit illegal acts. Han Sando was the most famous, and would walk around every night looking for a victim to kill for pleasure. Taehyung knew both of these individuals, but was sure that they had not met in his previous past. He assumed that it was his presence or actions in this world that caused certain permutations and meetings. Wounded and Hensa finally realized that his opponent was a thief and promised to cut him to pieces. He picked up his mighty sword and headed in the thief's direction, saying that this was the end for the latter. But this was not destined to happen. Attention in Hans was distracted by something terrible that threatened him. He stopped his sword in midair before it could hit the thief, and the two of them watched what was happening. A rank A monster appeared from the ground, with which Hansu figured it out a couple of minutes before. He definitely wanted revenge. The giant ogre couldn't just leave it at that, and was going to show his true strength and power in battle. And Hensu was very surprised that the monster had recovered. The thief said that this was not surprising for an A-rank monster. The giant noticed his small enemies in the air and swung his fist, trying to hit the target. However, the men were able to successfully avoid the collision with the monster's fist, and jumped in different directions on the battlefield. The thief was going to leave Hansa on this giant, because he was able to do nothing against the monster. However, the man had another crazy idea in his head. All he needed were human sacrifices. He looked at Taehyung and remembered that they still had an audience that would be insanely suitable for the gratification of his ego. The thief rushed towards the young man with his sword. There have never been many victims for him, and now is certainly no exception. Taehyung was just shocked when he realized that he was going to be attacked. He was very worried about his situation. In a split second, the thief was right in front of him, and swung his dagger to finish off his victim. Taehyung blocked the sword strike with his stone skin technique, which he took from his once defeated opponent. Then, as if mocking, the young man kicked the thief in the face, causing him to almost swallow blood. The bald man quickly came to his senses and realized that he had not attacked the one he expected. The young man was awake. Suddenly, Taehyun addressed the thief by name. This stunned Han Sandro and made him stop. Approaching the enemy, Taehyung asked if the enemy was really the same psycho who was obsessed with assassinations and stealth skills. The young man smiled sinisterly and began to cover his hand with stones. He said that this meeting brings him pleasure. Sandro was not going to wait for the opponent to take the final count, so he threw a blow that was blocked. The thief did not stop there, and swung his sword with all his might to strike the enemy with a powerful blow. Taehyung was prepared for the enemy to attack first, so he was in a pretty good position. Sandro had sharp daggers at his disposal, with which he constantly tried to reach the enemy's head. Hang's stone hands alone constantly blocked these blows, and in addition, they made well-aimed counterattacks. Sandro had some advantage on the battlefield, but Taehyung wasn't going to give up as there was nowhere to retreat. The thief noted that despite his rank, Taehyung had enough skill to fight him. Taehyung wasn't smiling as much as before. He was focused on the movements of the enemy, and stood in a combat position. While the opponents were talking to each other, a battle between the A-rank warriors was going on behind them. Sandro kept stressing that the world will not dance to Taehyung's tune and he will die soon. The thief was serious because he realized that the enemy was strong enough to kill. He disappeared from the horizon, and Taehyung immediately knew that the enemy was going to use his stealth skills. The young man looked around and could not understand where the thief had gone. He was literally invisible in space. Suddenly, Taehyung felt someone approach him from behind and immediately turned his head in that direction. Taehyung threw a powerful punch into the air, trying to hit the enemy. He assumed its approximate location. However, the young man made a mistake and Sandro ended up behind him, which greatly complicated Taehyung's position. At the very last moment, Taehyung was able to block the enemy's sword strike, but was forced to sacrifice his blood. The young man was very surprised that blood appeared in such a place, because he was completely covered with stones. Sandro was not going to stop and struck another blow, saying that he defeats such enemies twice. The thief began to circle around the young man, periodically striking with his sword. Taehyung was forced to defend himself and endure. The young man physically could not keep up with the speed of the enemy, and all he could do was place his stone hands under the blows. Sandro delivered a final blow to the body of the opponent, who could not do anything and took the blow. Sandro informed the enemy before his death that every technique has a weakness, and you cannot rely on just one. A river of blood was spilled on the battlefield, which definitely belonged to Taehyung, who took it as an unequal battle from the thief. The young man survived the attack, but lost a lot of blood and was barely breathing, crouching down. He himself did not even suspect the weakness of his technique, and the enemy was able to use it so clearly in battle. The stone skin skill does not completely block attacks. A sharp blow can destroy a stone by shattering it. Thus, the armor gradually began to break and stones fell. The more hits, the weaker the armor. Tahun now realized that from the very beginning, the enemy had understood his weakness and would target speed and accuracy. But Taehyung also realized that his abilities are far from rank D and he can fight on par with rank B. Sandro was very surprised when the enemy said that he was going to finish the experiment. The thief thought the young man was crazy and rushed into the fight, saying that Taehyung just hit his head when he fell. Sandro simply stepped forward and ignored the enemy's question as to why he wanted to meet him. Suddenly, the thief realized that he had better slow down, because he saw something scary in front of him. This was the hunting technique that Taehyung was going to use. He said he wanted Sandro's technique. The thief did not understand what was happening in general, and why his opponent was hiding this terrible technique all the time. Sandro decided not to show his fear to the enemy, and called him an idiot because this technique is nothing. He added that Taehyung would not be able to use his technique until he was able to see the opponent's body. Raising his hand up, Taehyung spoke, hinting at his opponent's words that every technique has a weakness. The young man realized this after killing several monsters, but many of them escaped from him and remained alive. But at the very end, his hunting technique made all the monsters surrender and took away all their energy. Taehyung hinted that no matter where his enemy was hiding, no matter how fast he moved, it would all be useless. The young man overtook the thief with his energy, who thought that he was hiding quite reliably from the attack. Taehyung warned the enemy that his hunting technique would catch up with him sooner or later anyway. Sandro was shocked by this turn of events. He screamed loudly when he realized that death was approaching. Taehyung showed the enemy his true strength and demonstrated that he can also analyze and draw conclusions. Outside, the sun began to rise, illuminating the city with its rays. The situation in the city remained unstable. Among the ruins lay the body of a man who could not move. He was bleeding slowly and could not do anything. It was Hensu, who was almost finished fighting the monster, and cursed the thief who pierced his body before the fight. Even an A-rank warrior cannot escape death. He cursed himself for not being able to assess the situation properly. The same giant ogre, which was never defeated, was coming at him. He was going to finish off the enemy. The giant swung his right arm with all his might in order to deliver the final blow to the enemy's body. A small earthquake occurred after the giant struck the enemy's body, which lay motionless on the ground. After that, he growled loudly, radiating his anger. He didn't expect the fight to be over after that. Looking at the place wherein's body lay Hensu, the giant noticed only emptiness and ruins created by his own hands. Someone turned to the giant and asked how it all happened, since he had recently been lying on the ground and did not move. It was Taehyung who came to the aid of the A-rank warrior in time. He managed to save Hensu from imminent death. The young man held a wounded ally in his hand and decided that he would engage in battle with the monster, using the hunting technique. Although the night in the city was quite restless, by morning everything seemed to have settled down. There were no monsters on the horizon. In one of the private houses near the center, the parents opened the door and were simply shocked to see the following in front of them. Their son Jian returned home with his cousin Taehyung, who immediately inquired about the well-being of his aunt and uncle. Parents were very happy to see their children with their own eyes. They immediately started crying because of the happiness that finally came to their home. They thought that the children could already be eaten by monsters, but fortunately everything turned out well and they were invited to the house for breakfast. Taunting his younger cousin, Taehyung said that the house looked as if bandits were here yesterday. Jian asked for silence. The Jian family was located near the center of the city, among the same private houses, each of which had a small terrace on its roof. The next day, all the news channels and the public began to discuss urgent news about the great fault of the last 10 years. The news anchor reported that according to the top management, there is no danger from the monsters now, as they have been completely destroyed. The management decided to close the nearest schools for a week, as long as the threat of a second rupture still exists, and children's lives are not a joke. The population gradually began to calm down. The management team leader still couldn't figure out how he could confuse the C rank with the A. The police asked the school nurse where she was, but the woman did not remember anything. She reported that she woke up already on the couch. The main character, according to the media, was interviewed and wanted to find out how exactly he defeated the monster, but he said that it was not his doing. According to news reports, people were still worried about the situation and thought that the decisions made by the authorities would be insufficient for security. A young man in a sports suit with a backpack on his shoulders watched the news and smiled. He was satisfied with the information he heard. It was Taehyung, who was glad that no one remembered him and did not come to this story. Now he could lock his phone and go on with his life. But Taehyun wouldn't be himself if he didn't find new adventures for himself. His anonymity gave him another green light. The young man was about to go to the tram tunnel to go to the next level. It looked pretty dangerous, even for him. The young man saw his characteristics in front of him, which had already grown quite well, with the exception of rank. He was full of energy for the trip. Also, Taehyung now had 3 skills. He considered stealth a pretty good reward for winning a difficult battle. But the young man perfectly understood that with his current level it would be difficult to use all the techniques at once, and it could become a fatal mistake. Unwise use of mana could lead to an unnecessary state that had to be avoided at all costs in order to stay alive. Taehyung decided that the perfect solution would be a potion. They were purposely designed to restore mana and reduce fatigue. The young man entered the underground. He understood that potions were quite expensive, and he would have to hunt a lot to get them. As he passed through the narrow passage, Taehyung remembered that this required a permit, otherwise the authorities would consider such actions illegal. Taehyung didn't know what to do to him in this situation. He had only one legal way to go. He decided to wander through the dungeons. He was immediately met by a bunch of monsters who looked at him with red, unfriendly eyes. The monsters immediately began to ask why the person came here. Taehyun asked back if they even had intelligence. These spiders were rank B, and the young man decided that this would not be enough to raise his rank, so he needed to absorb hundreds of them. Hearing these words, the owners of the dungeon immediately became angry with the uninvited guest and rushed into battle to drive him away. One of the monsters, who had pink hair, filled his mouth with a never-before-understood liquid and air, preparing to attack. Such actions were repeated by every monster that was nearby, and they formed a huge ball of energy that moved towards the young man. Taehyung stood still and watched as the monsters tried to create a joint technique to kill him. After releasing a colossal amount of energy from their jaws, the monsters began to taunt the uninvited guest, predicting his death. However, they by no means expected the next turn of events. Taehyung was able to absorb their technique with his hunting. The monsters were simply shocked when the young man used his technique, and noted that his opponents had quite useful techniques. After that, Taehyung decided to start the business for which he came here. The monsters tried to negotiate with the guests, but it was too late. Real chaos and screams began in the subway. Taehyung began to gamsell all the monsters in a row, absorbing energy from them for himself. Meanwhile, the city returned to its usual life. The tallest building in the city housed the Players' Association of the New South Korea. The entrance to the meeting hall was closed and carefully guarded. Only those who were invited could enter the meeting. Today, 3 interlocutors gathered at the table. They sat across from each other and just stared at each other for a while. One of those present was Deputy HR Manager Ho Tuk. He was in the hall with 2 of the best players in the association. Players are those who have awakened and have official permission to use skills for various purposes, such as going into the abyss. At the moment, there are 5 game centers of the association. Only those who had the strength to face monsters of various ranks were included. There are also 4 new South Korean guilds. These are 4 major guilds, one of which is a guild of fighters called Invincibles. Another guild is slightly different from the previous one in its methods. These are people who do not really want to fight, but like to create alchemists. Another guild is unusual people who gain their power and popularity thanks to magic. Their guild is called Sorcerers. And the last guild is the least interesting and simple. People here are usually informants and are subordinate to the Vagabond Guild. New South Korea Players Association is an organization that includes all these guilds and has the right to manage their members. Go Tuk did not feel very comfortable in such a situation. He was a little worried not to say anything superfluous at the table. The master of the Vagrant Guild, Yuan, decided to calm down the situation a little and said hello to those present, whom she had not seen for quite a long time. Association representative, C-Rank Master, Che Jinwi thanked the woman for coming to the meeting despite her work. Yuan immediately decided to get to the bottom of the conversation and asked if the association had managed to find out anything about the Thieves' Guild and their intentions. The Thieves' Guild existed on its own and was created by the most dangerous thieves who wore rings with 3 skulls on their hands. The woman provided the man with a document in which she highlighted the recent activities of the Thieves' Guild, as well as a list of people involved in the case. Yuan was sure that she was called here for an important matter, so she offered to put everything on the table right away. Che Jinvi always appreciated his colleague for her directness. He asked if she even knew what the Thieves' Guild might be up to in the near future. He needed to get advice from Yuan. The woman was very surprised when she heard why she had come here. Che Jinhua asked the woman when she was tested. An did not understand what this question was all about. She replied that she passed it at the age of 19, when it became possible. The misunderstanding did not disappear. A man sat opposite and smiled sinisterly. He asked the woman her opinion on whether a high school student could defeat the monster. Meanwhile, Taehyun dealt with all the monsters in the surrounding area. He put them in a pile that he could now sit on. The young man picked up the phone and called one of the 4 major guilds, the alchemists. He looked up, staring at the light. Taehyun continued to extract energy from the monster corpses, and said that he was calling the guild because he needed to purchase a potion. It has been a week since the decision to close the school was made. The students returned to their classrooms again. Taehyun had to choose what to do all week, and he practiced his physical training with Jane. In addition, the young man periodically visited dungeons, where he fought monsters. In a week, he managed to clear a couple of such dungeons. Of course, he decided to join one of the 4 great guilds called alchemists to buy himself some mana. The people here were very surprised at how many jewels the young man brought, and wanted to make him their permanent customer forever. In addition, Taehyun's training did not go to waste and his rank increased to C in a relatively short period of time. Despite all this, a rather thorny and difficult path awaited the young man in the future. He continued to think about it constantly. Taehyun was forced to go to school, even though he didn't really like it. In recent days, he was constantly being watched from the sidelines. The classmates discussed hearing about Taehyun beating Bahesku, and they assumed that he was finally able to have fun. However, everyone believed that in any case the end would come to the young man, because they would definitely come for his head and very soon. Meanwhile, at the door of the classroom you could hear the stomping of feet. 3 people were approaching the classroom at a fast pace and were about to enter. Taehyun also heard someone approaching the classroom at a hurried speed. He glanced at the door to assess the situation. The guests were not very pleasant, and immediately started throwing chairs. 2 of them flew to the school board and hit the wall. 2 tall high school students entered the classroom, and showed their displeased faces about some question. They were not the main figures in this case. The leading young man was the last to enter, and immediately sat down with his feet on the desk. Lee Chang-jae sat down across from Tae-hung and had a serious conversation with him. It was assumed that he would not leave this situation unresolved. Lee Chang-jae greeted Taehyun, calling him a friend and smiling mischievously. He was a C-rank awakened master. Lee Chang is the son of a rich man, successor in the 3rd generation of the Tezen Company, which sponsors their high school and many others. Tezen High School. They fear and respect him, try to match him. Taehyun remembered a moment from his past. He was beaten by high school students just like that, without giving any reason. They smashed his face and continued to abuse him all the time. The boy considered it necessary not to react to it in any way. Above him stood 2 big guys who were just pawns, and behind them stood the head of it all, according to Taehyun. In fact, Lee Chang-jae ordered Ba-hesk to bully Taehyun just because he failed to awaken his abilities. With the current options, Taehyun wasn't going to just stay silent, and asked why the boy came and sat across from him. Taehyun looked at the interlocutor with a sinister look and told him to shut his mouth and get out of here immediately. One of Lee Chang's supporters did not like the way the young man addressed their leader. He made a loud complaint to him. A second later, this young man was forced to take a blow to his face, which was delivered very quickly and from close range. Lee Changji gave this blow to his charge and warned him not to interfere with his dialogue. Kim Taehyun sat motionless and watched this circus. He was already a completely different person. Lee Changji celebrated Tae-heng's victory over Ba-hex, but the undertones of this praise were anything but friendly. Taehyung was a bit worried when his would-be opponent stood up from his seat and decided to show his supremacy. Lee Chungji released a large amount of fiery energy and advised Taehyung to choose his enemies more carefully from now on. Taehyung went from a state of shock to a state of surprise. He was amazed by the awakened C-rank magic. Lee Chungji advised the young man to think twice before he began to act seriously. However, Taehyung did not think of giving up. He took his right hand out of his pocket and was about to use a hunting technique to see how the enemy would handle it. A blue-haired girl entered the room and immediately ordered Lee Chungji to stop immediately. She used her frost technique against his supporters and went to speak with Lee himself. It was Yoon who was acting like she was at home. She turned to Taehyung and told him to stop as well. Taehyung looked pleased when he saw the girl in front of him. She evoked only good emotions in him. Name of Yoon was the class president, an aspiring model and the #1 candidate everywhere. In addition, she is a C-rank master. The girl let go of the boy's hand. Her main problem was that Yoon was too principled and stubborn. She never backed down just like that. This case was not an exception, and she decided to deal with Lee Chungji. Lee Chungji replied with a smile that there was no need to stop him, and he was just talking to his friend. Name of Yoon asked if the young man could hit all his good friends in the face with such force. Lee Chungji warned the girl that she might lose her temper and advised her to keep her mouth shut. Name of Yoon replied that she could also use force if he did not leave their classroom immediately. Taehyun watched this fight and thought that if things continued like this, there would be nothing left of the class. Lee Chungji had a stubborn character and was used to always getting what he wanted, so he was not going to back down. Name of Yoon possessed even greater stubbornness, and was capable of going to any lengths to protect her dignity, and that of her loved ones. Suddenly, Lee turned around and said that he had no reason to fight the girl just now, but it was just acting. He asked if that was what I wanted to hear from him. Yoon, who was standing opposite. The young man gathered a magical fireball in his hand and directed it at a potential opponent, preparing to attack. Lee Chungji was quite serious and there was nowhere to retreat, and even more to lose. Name of Yoon also gathered her strength and was ready to repel the opponent at any moment of his attack. Taehyung decided not to interfere in this conflict and sat silently on the sidelines, watching the development of events. Suddenly, a loud bell rang several times throughout the class, interrupting the conflict between the parties. It was announced throughout the school that all students needed to report to the main hall for a meeting with the Players Association. The message was heard not only within the building. It was quite an important lecture for all students. Lee Chungji, hearing the words about the Players Association, immediately began to extinguish his magic ball in his right hand. He looked in front of him with a displeased look, where a potential opponent was standing, who was also preparing for battle. Name of Yoon was not going to give up, as she understood that her enemy could attack at any moment. Lee Chungji laughed in the girl's face and said that now she can calm down and catch her breath. The leader of the school gang turned and left the classroom, calling after him the students, who were as unhappy as possible. He called Taehyung a real lucky guy. The young man still continued to sit in place and did not answer anything. Name of Yoon continued to stand in a fighting stance until she heard her potential opponent slam the door from the back. The girl turned to Taehyun, who was behind her, and asked if everything was okay with him after everything. It turned out that the young man was no longer there. He quickly rose from his seat and headed for the door. Being in the doorway, the boy advised Yoon to follow him to important meetings. The girl could not say a word at that moment. Taehyung scored on him after the silence. Yoon headed to the main hall. He slammed the door loudly almost in front of the girl's face. Name of Yoon was a little shocked by the young man's behavior. Stepping outside and looking at the sky, the girl wondered if Taehyung had always been this strange. Lessons at the school ended and all students went to the main hall, which was in a separate room. The students had a premonition and asked each other what the lecture would be about. They assumed that it would be about monsters. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Go-tuk, who greeted and introduced himself as the deputy manager of the Players Association. He said he came here to apologize for the lack of timely response from the players during the outage, but this was not the only reason why the man came to the school. He caught his breath and was about to tell the second reason. Go-tuk reported that there have been changes in the selection of players in whose hands the future of the Players Association of the new South Korea will be entrusted. Lee Chungji was not very pleased with this gathering. He kept thinking about the young man he didn't like, Kim Tae-hyung. Name of Ayun also constantly thought about him. She was going to discuss something important with him in the near future. Tae-hyung, in turn, yawned at the gathering. He was bored and did not want to stay in this hall any longer. The meeting of all students continued in the main hall, where the deputy manager of the Players Association, Go-tuk, gave a speech. After hearing the following conditions, the students began to wonder why the minimum age was increased. Some have definitely flown by now. Go-tuk said that until this moment everything had been like that, but now they had gathered in this hall for a reason. Recently, the first fault occurred in the last 10 years. The number of dungeons and monsters in them has increased significantly. Therefore, Go-tuk announced that the Players Association is now opening a recruitment for high school students because they are short of people. The students present were simply shocked. They understood that this might be their only chance in these 3 years. Go-tuk added that each school will select people based on their skills and grades. Tae-hyung watched the man with a smile. He remembered everything perfectly. High school students were indeed admitted to the selection, but their selection has already begun. Tae-hyung knew that the deputy had a technique that could evaluate players. She was in his eyes. This technique was called the eye of the observer and could show the owner the maximum strength of a particular person. The eye could assess the general capabilities of the object, and if you focus, you can even see the status window of the selected target. Go-tuk continued his speech and confirmed the words of the students when they started asking about their options. The man watched the students and was surprised that the numbers here were much higher than in other places he had been. But that was not what shocked him at all. There were 2 people whose numbers really impressed the deputy manager of the Players Association. One of them was Lee Changji, who had warm energy. Go-tuk saw a score of 1924 points above the young man. Another person was Ayun. She had an even higher score than Lee Changji. It reached a mark of 2,335. Before going here, Go-tuk had received the list of candidates, but he couldn't believe that there were so many awakened people in this school. The man was very pleased with the result, as his smile showed. His achievements should definitely be appreciated in the association. While Go-tuk was predicting a bright future for himself, he was interrupted by one of the people present. Lee Changji raised his hand. Go-tuk was somewhat surprised. He is not used to the fact that at such events someone has the right to interrupt him and ask him to speak. Lee Changji said that the selection is of course good, but not everyone present is suitable for him. Tuk asked what he meant. The young man explained that only those students who were able to wake up and could theoretically become players should pass the selection. Looking at Tae-hyung, Lee Changji added that there was no point in the unawakened even being here to listen to the lecture. Strength isn't all that makes a player a player. Knowledge of the abyss, awakening rank, and ability to deal with situations are required here. To be a player you need to have all possible characteristics in order to coexist on equal terms with monsters in the abyss. Lee Changji taunted Tae-hyung because he thought that he still couldn't wake up. He said that selection has no value for such people. The gang leader looked at Tae-hyung again with a sinister smile on his face, showing his dominance over him. Tae-hyung didn't understand why Lee Chang-jae would go so far just to check his awakening. The leader of the school gang really decided to just check it out. He wanted the young man to prove that he was finally awake. At this moment, intervened in the dialogue Ayun, who was standing in front. She loudly ordered Lee Changji to stop the conflict. Tae-hyung was not happy with the girl's behavior, and said that he did not need help in solving this matter. Name of Ayun was offended and turned her head to the stage. She thought that she was tired of all this and would not interfere anymore. Go-tuk agreed with the correctness of such a position, but emphasized that the players themselves have the right to choose to stay for the lecture or not. Lee Changji turned to Tae-hyung again and asked if it would affect him that he could not stay here because he could not do anything. Tae-hyung acted discreetly. He silently listened to the interlocutor's insults, keeping his hands in his pockets. The young man perfectly understood that the bandit wanted to make him mad. Tae-hyung understood that he really wouldn't be able to get into the selection without proof, but he remembered that he did not need to prove anything to be selected. The eye of the observer had to do everything for him. Go-tuk continued to evaluate the students. In addition to the last 2, another young man came into his field of vision. The man understood that Lee Changji was a C-rank awakened, but he was not behaving well, mocking others. Go-tuk turned his gaze to Tae-hyung, who according to him was unawakened and therefore had no rank. He was considered worthless among all the students. Guetuk checked it with his eye, but no information was available. The assistant manager of the Players' Association couldn't understand why his technique didn't work on this ordinary guy. Meanwhile, Taehyung turned to Lee Changja and agreed with him that this would be a rash act, with selection in mind. Lee Changji was simply shocked when Taehyung added that he would only be ashamed if he went to the player selection. The young man did not want to reveal his abilities to Lee Changj, so he decided to act as follows and refuse. He showed the interlocutor the middle finger, and said that he was leaving here and that he had nothing more to do here. Lee Changji was even more shocked. Taehyung wished him luck in listening to the uninteresting and stupid lecture. Guetuk was still confused. He couldn't believe that his observer's eye had stopped working. He recalled his regular meetings with members of the association. He could clearly see their power level. He could also make out Yuang. He never had a problem with assessing the general characteristics of players. However, Taehyung was beyond the reach of this technique. After saying goodbye not very kindly, the young man left the room. Guetuk looked at the figure of the young man, and could not understand what made him so special that he was not taken by this technique. Taehyung slowly left the crowd of people who had their full attention on him. The boy approached the front door. Guetuk tried several more times to assess his abilities, but all these attempts were in vain and did not yield results. The assistant manager of the Players' Association still couldn't regain consciousness. He was very frightened by this fact with the young man. Suddenly, Taehyung turned to face the player, and the man could see that the information had become available to him. Guetuk realized that he would rather not see this. His eyes were shocked by such a figure above the young man. 5096. Taehyung's strength score was impressive. Guetuk did not understand how he was able to achieve this in such a short time. The general assembly in the main hall is over. The sun had already begun to set on the street, and the students were leaving for their homes. The corridors of the school were like a desert. Quiet and calm, unlike what happened a couple of hours ago. Only the library has not undergone any changes. It was as quiet here as it was green. Not a single soul near the bookshelves. Hyung decided to come here this evening. He flipped through the book and thought about the hints from the king. Suddenly he saw the shadows of the guests. The young man raised his head to see who needed him. It was not difficult to guess. Taehyung saw the school thugs in front of him standing over him as he flipped through the pages of the books. One of the boys said that Taehyung is looking for Lee Changji. He ordered him to go with them immediately. Turning the page, Taehyung said that he had a very strong desire to refuse this offer. Then the bandit said that it would be better to accept the offer, since they know that his aunt runs a local restaurant. Taehyung was a bit shocked at those words. He understood that the robbers wanted to harm his family. The young man asked how they knew about it. The school thug replied that he had ordered this information to be passed on to Chanji. The robber called Taehyung a worthless orphan and advised him not to burden his aunt with more problems, which she already has enough of. Taehyung wasn't going to take it anymore. The bandit did not have time to finish the sentence, and a fist was already flying in his face. There was a loud explosion in the school library. The front door was blown away by the shock wave created by Taehyung. Shelves with books were destroyed and fell like dominoes. It seems that the young man slightly miscalculated his strength. Taehyung firmly took his abuser by the throat. The robber could do nothing but helplessly beg for mercy. Taehyung wasn't about to let the boy go. He needs to find out from him some information about his aunt. The other thugs were unable to help their friend as they also received kicks from Taehyung. Taehyung was very angry and said that he only asks once where the bastard named Lee Chang-jae is now. Taehyung learned from Lee Changji's supporters where he was. The young man went to a separate room in the school. Classes had recently been held. The basketballs rested in the basket. Lee Changji was waiting for Taehyung along with another of his charges. The two of them stood in the center of the gym. As soon as Taehyung entered the gym, he could immediately see that he was eagerly awaited. The man next to Lee Changji waved his hand in Taehyung's direction and the young man asked the ward what he could say. It was Sol Hundo's bodyguard. He was rank A. He activated several of his skills to reveal his youth status, but they did not work on him. Sol Hundo surmised that the young man was an A rank if he could resist so effectively. As Lee Changji had assumed, Taehyung was able to wake up. Now the leader of the school gang wanted to talk to the guest. Taehyung did not understand at what point the robber began to express his desire to communicate with him, and not to fight. Taking a step forward, Lee Changji apologized for his behavior, and said that he just wanted to check on the young man. He added that he aims to establish a guild when he becomes the head of the Taesong groups. But he needed help with this. Lee Changji asked Taehyung if he understood where the conversation was going. The young man stood in silence with a stony face. Lee Changji added that he needs really talented people, not people like Bahescu, who can be easily defeated. He pointed his finger at Taehyung and said that he absolutely fits the criteria of a talented and strong person. Lee Changji promised Taehyung wealth and fame if he would work for him with a demonic laugh. Successor Taesun also promised to pull the young man's family out of the cesspool they are currently living in. However, this did not work for Taehyun. He said that the robber was talking too much, which surprised Lee Changji. Covering his body with stones, the young man asked if Changji really thought he would believe all this delusion. Taehyung was preparing for a fight with a potential opponent. He said that this was the last straw that broke his boundary. Lee Changji did not expect such an answer from the interlocutor. He was completely shocked by what was happening. Suddenly, the young man's shock passed and he lowered his head down, smiling mischievously and saying that he understood everything. He said that he had forgotten that such dogs had to be tamed by force. Lee Changji also prepared for battle. At that moment, his bodyguard brought his hands together and placed them on the floor, emitting a stream of energy. He used a technique called a rune, which made it possible to form a barrier that prevented the presence of energy from being felt. Everything around was covered by a wall that was made of a large number of hexagons. It was bright blue. Even the floor was covered with this barrier so that no one could feel the presence of magic inside this room. Seol Hundo could now rest assured that no one would feel his boss's energy, and could shake his hands off the floor. The battle inside the room began. Both fighters rose from their seats and headed in each other's direction. Seol Hundo was outside the room, watching the spectacle that he thought would soon end. Taehyung was as serious as possible because he understood that this opponent would be stronger than all the previous ones. Lee Changji, on the other hand, felt quite relaxed, as he believed that he could easily defeat his opponent. The fighters collided in a blow that sent a release of energy, and created a large shock wave in the room. Changji's fiery fist proved to be stronger, and shattered Taehyung's stone hand at the moment of impact. Taehyung sensed the strength of the opponent at this moment. He understood that he would have to make a lot of effort in battle. Lee Changji was not going to stop there. He was in the air and swung his leg to launch an attack from there. The bandit delivered a powerful kick, which threw the enemy back a couple of meters. A huge smoke screen was formed. Somewhere in it was Taehyung, who took the blow. It turned out to be quite powerful, and the young man actually vomited blood. Lee Changji quickly rushed to finish off the enemy, and asked him if he now realized his place. Seol Hundo watched as his boss defeated his opponent without a chance. The battlefield was like some kind of fireworks. The guard thought that Taehyung was very brave. He felt only pity and sympathy for this young man. However, Taehyung stood up and decided to counterattack. Seol Hundo recognized that the young man had quite good skills. However, today everything was not in his favor. The guard knew very well that the young master was much stronger. Lee Changji easily blocked Taehyung's counterattack. He continued to fight with a wicked smile on his face. The bandit prepared a hidden attack. He sent his hand forward, in which he gathered a large amount of energy. He conducted an attack dangerous for the enemy. Taehyung was forced to take on a powerful attack of rank C. Seol Hundo mentally advised Taehyung to surrender, as he had no chance of winning the fight. However, the guard changed his mind a bit. He was shocked that events began to unfold in a different direction. Lee Changji entered the melee, avoiding the powerful blows to regain his energy. Taehyung was forced to defend himself. At some point, the young man gathered his strength and decided to launch a counterattack. He needed to seize the initiative. Taehyung skillfully attacked the enemy, but close combat was a very strong point of Lee Changji. Their fists constantly flew in different directions, trying to hit the enemy in the face. The battle began before the first hit. This was done by Taehyung. He was the first to hit his opponent in the face, which was literally almost crushed by it. Taehyung pushed his enemy back a couple of meters. Lee Changji landed heavily with a loud sound. Seol Hundo couldn't believe that his boss had lost in a melee. This caused the husband to worry about the situation. Hyung's punch was so powerful that Lee Changji punched the floor with his body. He sighed heavily in pain. The bandit loudly asked the enemy what he had done with his body, because it could not move now. Sol Hongda now realized that Taehyung was much more dangerous than he had thought of him from the beginning. The guard looked at the young man and asked himself who he was and where he got several skills. Taehyung was satisfied with the result of this fight. He finally managed to experience what he wanted for a long time. Thanks to hunting, Taehyun gained 3 skills. The first of them was Stone Skin, in one of the first battles. Next, the young man defeated the thief during the break-in. From the most famous thief, Taehyung took away the skill of hiding his presence. Lastly, Taehyung gained the paralysis skill during his journey to the abyss, taking it from the monsters. From the beginning, Taehyung didn't use all the skills. However, in this fight, everything went completely differently. His stealth immediately disappeared under the influence of fire. C-rank Stone Skin lost to C-rank resistance. Therefore, the young man's only option was paralysis. But it was quite difficult to apply it in the conditions of such a battle. Taehyung decided to engage in close combat with Lee Changji, although it was dangerous, but paralysis could happen in such a situation. This skill worked very effectively despite the C-rank resistance, thanks to the endless paralyzing strikes. Hyung's plan went perfectly. The young man was able to quickly assess the situation and see the weak side of the enemy. Lee Changji, on the other hand, underestimated the enemy, so he was forced to take powerful blows that inflicted devastating force. The leader of the school gang fell powerlessly to the floor. Taehyung stepped out of the smoke screen and began to approach the enemy. Sol Honda was simply shocked by the ending of the fight. He could not believe in the defeat of the master, but did not interfere. The guard recognized the genius of Taehyung, who surpassed the cosmic level of Lee Changji in a one-on-one battle. Taehyung walked up to the motionless body of his opponent, and stopped a couple of meters away. He looked at Lee Changji and remained silent. Heng's presence, Lee Changji laughed and said that he recognized Heng's strength. The young man was surprised by this. The bandit added that he really underestimated the opponent, but he would not lose to such a scumbag as Taehyung. Lee Changji took out a purple jewel from his inner pocket and brought it up to eye level. After a couple of seconds, Lee Changji broke this stone with 2 fingers, using all his remaining strength. Taehyung didn't understand what was happening at this moment. However, he guessed that it would not lead to anything good. Lee Changji rose to his feet, radiating a colossal amount of energy. Taehyung was somewhat shocked at this turn of events. Lee Changji said that he was no longer going to give in to the enemy, and from now on he would fight with all his might. Taehyung realized that he was in danger, so he immediately began to run away from where he was standing before. Lee Changji was not going to let the enemy go for a long distance. He began his pursuit, with the help of a fire monster. Taehyung quickly ran forward, looking back from time to time. Suddenly, he felt a great amount of heat coming towards him. The young man rose into the air in time, avoiding an attack from the enemy. He was going to launch his counterattack. The fire monster missed the target. His blow was so strong that it began to break the floor as well. Taehyung swung his stone fist with all his might to counterattack before the enemy expected it. However, the stone monster began to form a huge ball of fire to attack the enemy in advance. Taehyung needed to counter this energy clot. There was nowhere to retreat, so the young man continued his attack. He struck the fireball with his stone hand, trying to counter the energies, and penetrated inside. Immediately after that, stones began to peel off from Taehyun's hand, and after a second, his hand was exposed. The young man could not withstand the energy onslaught from the monster, and flew down after a powerful collision with the enemy. Taehyung couldn't do anything. He landed painfully on the floor, screaming from the pain in his arms. This was the completed stage of Lee Changji's heart flame skill. A huge monster stood over the enemy's body. Sol Honda was watching this. He knew that it was difficult to release the young master's true power since he was C-rank, but Lee Changji had just used a stone that enhanced his abilities. It was almost impossible to resist. This stone was obtained thanks to the purification of the stone of mana, which is the core of monsters. His power is colossal. Changji's strength could only grow temporarily, but it would be enough to finish off the enemy. Using this stone, the bandit could release all his power from the rank and grind anyone to powder. But Sol Honda saw one small problem in this procedure. He was very alarmed by this moment. The guard asked his master to stop the attack immediately, unless he wanted to kill his opponent right there. He warned that Changji would not be able to master such a technique yet, and his blood would literally boil from such a large amount of mana. However, Li Changji was not going to listen to his bodyguard's advice. He released his energy, which turned into an arrow. The bandit hit it in the direction of his ward, who definitely did not expect it and was forced to dodge. Li Changji ordered Sol Hong to be quiet. He didn't want some guard telling him what to do and what not to do. He was very angry at Taehyung for humiliating him and wasn't going to let it go that easily. The young man stood up. As soon as Taehyung raised his head, he knew that Changji wasn't going to stop until he finished him off. Controlling his fire monster, the gang delivered a powerful blow. Taehyung found himself in an extremely difficult situation. Li Changji could not control himself. He laughed in a demonic voice and wished only for his enemy to die. Sol Hongdu realized that Changji had lost control of himself and might not survive the side effects of this technique. A guard landed near Taehyung's body and asked if he was even alive. He advised him to give up and run away from here. He stretched his helping hand into the hole in the floor and said he would try to detain the young man. Before the man could finish his thought, Taehyung punched him in the face. He wasn't going to listen to that. Sol Honda paid for his kindness. The man did not expect that Taehyung still had strength left. Coming out of the smokescreen, Taehyung said that he wasn't going to run away since they started this fight themselves. The young man regained his mana. He admitted that the C rank was much stronger, but he wasn't going to back down. He decided to use the hunting technique and said that he had also finally finished playing tricks. Meanwhile, Go-Tuk returned to the residence of the Players Association in the new North Korea. He had something to tell. The deputy manager went to the office of one of the players' leaders and told him everything he had seen at the student meeting. The leader was simply shocked when he heard such numbers. He could not believe at all that at such an age it is possible to score 1900 and 2300. Go-Tuk confirmed his words and named these students. There was no doubt that they had awakened to the rank of. The secretaries were also shocked looking at the map. They assumed that the Japanese saints could be surpassed at this rate. Go-Tuk was a bit alarmed at Taehyung's account. His thoughts were distracted by the words about the saints. One of the main players of Japan, who at the age of 18 had an average strength of 2,500, was called a saint. Go-Tuk imagined the figure of this girl. Even with this monster, the indicator barely managed to exceed 2,500 points. The deputy didn't know what to think about that young man, whose index was more than 5,000. The man was scared and alarmed. He left the leader's office with the thought that it could just be a mistake. But another option cannot be ruled out. The man confidently headed forward, knowing where he was going and what he was going to do. Go-Tuk understood that such an indicator could not be. But if everything is different, then you have to see everything with your own eyes. Meanwhile, Sol Hongdu continued to watch the battle between the two giants. His eyes crawled on his forehead. The guard was on his knees as Taehyung stood up. The young man used a technique that shocked the man. With the help of hunting, Taehyung managed to bind the fire monster's movements with his energy and kept it immovable. Sol Hongdu was behind the young man and watched his actions. The guy literally saved him. The fire monster began to lose its power. Taehyung enveloped the monster's entire body with streams of his energy. Li Changji continued to exert his best efforts. He noticed that something strange was happening with his equipment. Tezen Group's successor couldn't understand how this bastard in front of him managed to suppress a C-rank technique. Li Changji shouted loudly, trying to counter the enemy with something else. But it was all in vain. Taehyung was already tired of listening to Changja's delusions and decided to finish him off with his next technique. Gathering his energy into a ball, Taehyung blurted out that he didn't care if the opponent was someone's successor over there. He added that he also didn't care about the rank, because it didn't matter now, hinting at the end. Li Changji continued to shout and even tried to threaten the enemy, and such a difficult situation for him. Taehyung copied the opponent's technique and formed a fiery female monster that aimed its hand at Changji. The leader of the bandits at the school did not know what to do in this situation. He just stood and watched the monster from above. Taehyung sent several streams of energy towards Li Changji to finish him off. For the latter it was the end. The bandit was shocked at how quickly things developed. He did not even have time to realize anything, but the end is already coming. energy flows reached their destination in a second. Li Changji had no choice but to endure. The last thing the young man saw in front of him was a flash of red flame. After that, Changji could not see anything. The rear part of the school, where the gym was located, received the sun's rays and stood calmly, not anticipating trouble. A loud explosion rang out in this place, which caused a fire. It was the handiwork of Taehyung's last attack. The gym was not like what it used to be. Now only parts of what remained could be seen here. Li Changji, without expecting it, lost this battle. He fell powerlessly to the ground and showed no signs of life. Seoul Honda was shaking all over from what had happened. He could not fully realize that this had really happened. Taehyung approached the body of the defeated enemy and was very surprised when he saw the next picture in front of him. Seoul Honda was squatting in front of him, catching his breath. Behind him lay the body of the still living successor of the Taesan groups. Taehyung immediately realized that this guard was able to save the young master thanks to his A-rank skills. Seoul Honda rose to his feet and asked the young man what he was going to do next. Everything was on fire around. The security guard warned about the consequences after this event. Taehyung resents this as Changji himself started fighting and now threatens. But Taehyung didn't care. He smiled and asked if he looked like someone who could be scared so easily. The school continued to fall apart. Taehyung told the guard not to worry about his boss's death. The young man added that he would set a price in exchange for Changji's life. Seoul Honda was simply shocked by this turn of events. The guard's eyes widened as the young man began to think aloud. He decides to take more because Changji is the successor of Taesan groups. For a while longer, Taehyung stood still, scratching his chin and thinking. With this, he really tickled the guard's nerves. The young man concluded that the sum of 1 billion won would be sufficient for the head of the successor of Taesan group. The school fire continued. Students gathered in the yard, whom the teacher tried to restrain and calm down. Everyone was just shocked by what happened. It was assumed that it could be a monster. Name of Ayun was also among the students. She understood that this was no monster. The girl had no doubt that this was the result of Li Chang's attack. She wanted to understand who was fighting him and came to the conclusion that it must be Taehyung because of their recent conflict. Name of Ayun did not want to believe that their fight was happening. She did not find a place for herself when she assumed such a development of events. While the teacher tried to calm the students, Ayun decided to push forward, despite the teacher's warning. The teacher was shocked by such behavior. She tried to shout and stop Ayun, but it was already too late. The girl knew that she needed to run to the gym. She blamed herself for letting them be alone. Ayun broke through the front door and continued moving. She prayed to God that Kim Taehyun was alive. Name of Ayun was very worried about her classmate. She saw no obstacles in her way at this moment. Li Changji continued to lie unconscious on the floor of the gymnasium and showed almost no signs of life. Above him stood a satisfied Kim Taehyung, who had defeated the first truly serious opponent on his way. Name of Ayun burst into the gym and stopped when she saw this picture. She did not understand a little what happened. The girl was simply shocked. Taehyung asked the elder to help him with the body and take Changji to the medical center or the hospital. Name of Ayun approached Changja and asked Taehyung what happened here. The young man said that he did not know, because he himself had recently arrived. The girl looked at the face of the defeated and understood that everything is not so simple. Taehyung said that now he can finally leave. Name of Ayun had many more questions for the young man and turned her head back, ordering him to explain everything properly. Taehyung was no longer there. Ayun was left with Changji's unconscious body in the middle of the burning gym. She looked at the place where Taehyung had just been standing and wondered how he had disappeared from her sight so quickly. Taehyung used a stealth technique and left the school without being noticed. Now he was watching her from a high bridge. He could finally exhale. Everything went smoothly. Changji is defeated, and Taehyung still has money to pay. The young man decided that it was time to review his card. He opened it and noticed some changes after that fight. Taehyung was very surprised when he saw the charm skill. He did not understand why hunting took such an unnecessary resource. He also received a skill called Monarch's Heart. She could increase the characteristics of group members. Taehyung thought about the fact that Li Changjae did not use such a skill even though he had it. The young man was very pleased with what he managed to collect after the fight. His hideous smile spoke about it. He planned to use the monarch's heart to enhance any skill of the person he took this ability from. This greatly inspired the student. Taehyung began to cross the road, constantly thinking about new skills. Suddenly, he saw 3 black-tinted cars right in front of him. They stopped and shined their headlights on him. Taehyung didn't understand what was going on. Someone got out of the car and slammed the door shut. The man who got out of the car immediately greeted Taehyung. He was very glad that he had finally found the young man. He spoke alone, although Taehyung had many guests. The man said that he had a lot of questions for the young man. Taehyung stood motionless with his hands in his pockets. He was waiting to see how the dialogue would unfold. The young man recognized the person who was going to ask him a question. Taehyung didn't understand how the man ended up here so quickly. It was Go-tuk, the deputy manager of the Players Association. He asked the young man what he was doing inside the gym before that. Meanwhile, Sol Hundo headed to the Tahun group's compound, which was on the outskirts of the city. He had to report everything. The man reported to the chief that he was drinking whiskey, that his son was hospitalized, and his abuser demanded $1 billion in compensation. Tahun, the leader of the groups, kept dogs near him, which were constantly barking. They, like the man, expressed their dissatisfaction. Sol Hundo was trembling all over as he knelt before the lord who sat on the throne surrounded by his black dogs. The bodyguard of the injured deputy apologized for this situation. His face was dripping with sweat from fear. Then, the chairman ordered the ward to fulfill all the conditions of Taehyung. Sol Hundo was very surprised by this, but agreed. But that was not all the chairman wanted to say. He raised his finger and said that there was one more thing that needed to be clarified. Snapping his fingers, the man said that for the price they would pay, they should collect their reward, in front of Sol Hundo. He was simply shocked that these people would go to the task. The guard tried to reach his head and said that the offender was just a boy and there was no need to spoil his life. However, the group's president, Tahun, quickly silenced his charge. He didn't want to hear anything more from him. The president of the Tahun groups was a man named Lee Chang-soo. He was also a C-rank player, and just plain nasty. Taehyung asked himself why Go-tuk needs him. The man asked what he was doing in the school gym. The young man was confused in this matter. He did not understand whether the man was talking about the explosion or about a moment during the lecture. Looking at Go-tuk, Taehyung understood that he did not come here of his own free will and may know that he was the one who made the explosion. The young man decided that it was better to confess right away and asked if the deputy manager was now asking him about the explosion. Go-tuk did not understand at all what kind of explosion the young man was talking about. His gaze was full of questions. Then, the man realized that Taehyung was referring to the fire, and said that he has the situation under control and everything will be put out. Go-tuk asked his question again. Taehyung realized that the man did not know the true cause of the fire. The young man was very pleased with this turn of events. After that, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Taehyung asked Go-tuk if he really hadn't been told yet. The man could not understand what was being said. The young man said he thought the man had come here to personally hand him an invitation to join the Players Association. Go-tuk only laughed in response and asked on what basis he should give this invitation, although he himself understood perfectly well. Taehyung decided to demonstrate why he was worthy of being personally handed the invitation by Go-tuk. He covered his body with red energy and displayed his power level, which now reached 5214. Go-tuk was completely shocked, as were his charges. They had not seen such a level for a long time. Taehyung continued to display his power, emitting streams of red energy as the men stood with their mouths open. Go-tuk could not understand how it happened that the young man became even stronger, and the number before that was not a mistake at all. He looked at the young man, who was smiling sinisterly in return, and mentally asked who he was anyway. Despite everything, the men asked what happened to the young man's clothes. Taehyung felt really homeless at that moment. Taehyung returned home after a very busy day. He told his younger cousin about his achievements. The boy was shocked that his brother would participate in the selection of players. The event was supposed to take place in about a month. Jian was literally going crazy with every word of his cousin, who was sitting on the sofa and trying to train his biceps. He bowed before his brother, calling him majestic. Taehyung told his brother to get up and stop teasing him. Taehyung had dealt with all his problems, and now wanted to focus on training to be prepared in a month. Just as the young man assumed that all his problems were solved, his peace was interrupted by the phone vibrating on the table. Taehyung immediately looked at the screen to see who was calling him. But it was an unfamiliar, unknown contact. Meanwhile, Taehyung's cousin's house was watched by two men. They were on the roof of a neighboring house. They strangled a man who was guarding the house of one of the participants in the selection, and did not understand why they were guarding him at all. The robbers were all very annoyed. They were brothers who wore distinctive clothes and were called Black and White brothers. The older brother, Black, was an A-rank thief. He had skills such as stealth and a reinforced body in his arsenal. The man who strangled the guard was the younger brother, who was White. His rank would be only 1 dexterity out of skills. They came here for Taehyun and talked among themselves about how he is useless because he has no combat experience. The elder brother suggested to the younger one to demonstrate to the people who should be called true awakened ones. Not getting an answer, the Black brother turned his head back and was convinced that his brother was in danger. He became very angry with the offender and threateningly asked him who he was. This man let the younger brother go because he saw the older one approaching and asked him to repeat the question. The Black brother very quickly rushed towards the enemy, but could not reach him because he met an obstacle on his way. This obstacle turned out to be the young man's knee, and the young man himself was Taehyung. He gave the robbers a warm welcome on the roof. The Black brother felt all the strength of the young man on his face. His nose was completely crushed after such a blow. After teaching both thieves, Taehyung stood up to his full height and introduced himself as the same inexperienced fool they had been talking about. A few hours ago, the gym was still burning. Taehyung demanded 1,000,000,000 won from the successor's bodyguard. Sol Hundo tried to explain to the young man that he could not solve such matters on his own, begging for some time. Taehyung reassured the man and said that he knows about everything. He decided not to be too strict with the regular guard. The young man emphasized that he is not an asshole who shifts all responsibility to the pawns, so he simply asked to help him. But Taehyung had one condition. He put his hand out in front of him and began to collect energy in it, which turned into objects. The young man offered to conclude a contract in case of betrayal. The conditions were extremely unfavorable for Taehyung groups. First, Taehyung demanded that the firm pay him 1,000,000,000 won as compensation. Sol Hundo was already scared. Next, the young man demanded to hide his participation in what happened in the gym. The next day, the news reported about the gas accident. Hyung's third condition was to notify him of any intentions that might harm him. That's why his phone rang. It was Sol Hundo, who had to notify about the danger personally. Now he was in a deep forest. He warned the young man that the killers were approaching him. The man felt uncomfortable working on two fronts. Black and White brothers entered into battle with their goal. The elder fought with the sharp tips on his fists. He threw several quick and accurate punches, but Taehyun skillfully blocked each of them without any effort. In addition, the young man prepared everything so that it would be convenient for him to counterattack. He swung his left hand. After that, he delivered a powerful uppercut, trying to hit the enemy, but he was no longer there. The Black brother used his stealth skill and got behind the enemy to attack him from there. The older brother hit hard with his tips straight at the target, but the young man dodged and the weapon got stuck in the concrete. Black brother was shocked when Taehyung started to speak to them. He said he had heard of their deadly stealth before. Taehyung was behind the opponent and placed his foot on the head of one of the brothers, showing the difference in strength. The young man covered his body in red energy and told the brothers that except for stealth, they were complete shit. The night city looked beautiful. Public transport and private cars moved along the highway. A representative of the Players Association was sitting in one of these cars. They conducted a dialogue with the one who chose the candidate for selection. The conversation was by phone. The woman spoke with her head and asked whom he so wanted to meet. She assumed it might be C-rank Shinun Bak from Busan, but the man replied that it wasn't him he wanted to see. The man approached the window and, continuing the conversation, looked down with satisfaction, meeting someone with his eyes. It was the same car with the woman that drove up to the Players Association headquarters in the new North Korea. The woman looked out the window in response, and said that she was waiting for Shin Eun-bak until she heard something funnier. The man was a little surprised by such an answer. He asked the woman exactly what her last expression meant. She explained that Go-tuk had decided to contact one of the challengers, ignoring the rest of the C-rank awakened. The interlocutors were very interested in how skillful this young man was. Meanwhile, this young man continued to harass the robbers. Black and white brothers did not look like themselves at all. They have already regretted that they entered into battle with this pretender. Tahun wanted to use a hunting technique, but nothing worked. He tried to understand what was the matter now. It turned out that Tahun does not have enough physical capabilities and the use of hunting is impossible until the restart is complete. It was night outside. The lights went out in almost all the houses and only a single lantern illuminated the street. Tahun dealt with the black and white brothers and tied them together. He also called on several allies for help. People did not like the fact that these thugs are constantly trying to contact members of the Players Association. And today they also attacked a high school student. Gwatuk thanked the young man for the information. He asked him for his opinion on who could be behind all this. Tahun stood opposite and looked at the man with a surprised look. He knew everything perfectly, but he was not going to answer anything. The young man shook his head and said that he had some guesses, but he wasn't at all sure that they were correct. Gwatuk suggested that the list of participants may have been leaked online. Tahun didn't want to hand Taesang the groups because he didn't need trouble. Besides, he already had one. His main skill called hunting refused to work under any conditions. The young man tried to use it again and saw the same thing. He lacked physical capabilities and needed a reboot. Tahun couldn't take advantage of hunting until he had enough physical capabilities. He had no choice but to increase his characteristics. But there was a problem. In order to increase his abilities, the young man had to fight with monsters, but for this he needed to hunt. The battle with the Awakened was also not the best option, since without hunting it will be very difficult to defeat a higher rank than yourself. Tahun was lost in his thoughts and didn't know what to do. Now he understood that he had only one true path left. The next morning came. It was a weekend and there were quite a lot of cars and buses parked near the shopping center. Head was located in this shopping center. His sign was the most visible, especially from the south side. At the entrance there was a woman who introduced herself as a guide named Yura. She invited people to the best training center in the new South Korea. The girl still looked sporty and young. She happily met the guests and offered them to fill out a questionnaire. Tahun decided to come to this gym together with his cousin. Jean didn't really like the idea, and that was understandable. Yura immediately stopped the guests and said that there is no place for children here. Then Tahun took out a card from his pocket and said it was his pass. It was a VIP card that allowed you to visit the gym. Tahun kindly asked to sign up 2 people for training. The girl took the card in her hands and realized that it was one of the 4 guilds, namely Adhimics. Tahun managed to sign a profitable contract with them. Yura looked at the young man and did not understand where he got this card from. She did not want to believe that he was the real owner of this card. She couldn't decide what to do, because if she missed very young guys she might have problems. At that moment, a pumped-up man came to her aid, who laughed and asked if the girl had any problems now. This man's name was Iron Strongman. He was a B-rank trainer, and had the skill of increasing body weight. He denied the guests training. Jian looked at this man and was just mad. Taehyun, on the other hand, thought that it was just some crazy person with a stupid name. Men who trained here for a long time noticed that Strongman approached the thicket and did not envy the newcomers at the entrance. Iron Strongman continued to flaunt his body and said that I'm the reason everyone is shaking. However, Taehyung said that he didn't care at all about it. The muscular man was very surprised by such answers. He had never heard that before, and it made him a little angry. Jian tried to stop his brother from getting into a conflict with the man. Yura decided to retreat so as not to disturb. Iron Strongman took a step forward and squeezed his bicep. He asked the young man how he even dared to call him weak. Taehyung suggested a bet to see which of them was stronger. The loser had to pay a subscription to this gym for a whole year. Iron Strongman only laughed ominously in response and agreed to the pair. He believed that he could easily defeat the young man. Literally after a couple of seconds, these opponents moved into some kind of virtual world, which very much resembled an abyss in terms of animal composition. 2 opponents sat in chairs and could control their virtual selves. It was a rather unusual world to test the capabilities of. Spectators were also present here, who shouted at the top of their lungs, supporting their favorite. There were quite a lot of them. As for a virtual world, Hyun's cousin was among them. Jian. He wondered what kind of abyss-like world this was. The guide from the gym told the boy that it was a virtual reality program to test capabilities. She was called Confronting. It was a virtual world that reflected the surrounding world of the abyss. His main task was to hold competitions. In the least amount of time, it was necessary to destroy as many B-rank monsters as possible, while maintaining a considerable weight. This was the most popular way to establish hierarchy within the training center. The competition has finally started. Almost everyone present believed that the newcomer had no chance against the rather experienced and strongest Iron Strongman. The man immediately rushed to kill the monsters, calling his opponent a stupid juvenile bastard for daring to challenge him. He delivered a powerful blow to the first monster, and said that his body weight gain skill made him invincible. He considered his movement skill to be the best in this virtual world. The man demonstrated this on the case. Iron Strongman continued to praise himself and headed for the next monster. He was already thanking the young man for the annual subscription, but suddenly, the man slowed down and turned his attention to something other than the monsters. The bright light blinded his eyes. Just in front of the man's face, a stream of purple energy whizzed by, killing a large number of monsters in its path. It was Tahun who decided to finally really enter the competition and show that he has much stronger characteristics. He quickly headed towards the other monsters that were attacking him from the mountain. This was not a big problem for the young man. He easily dealt with a whole bunch of monsters just by jumping into the air and releasing a huge amount of shock energy. Taehyun wasn't going to stop there as he needed to kill as many monsters as possible to win the bet. He moved with tremendous speed and was constantly looking for monsters in order not to relax and accumulate points. The T-rank fighter crushed the monsters one by one. He was simply unstoppable, as if his life depended on it. The young man felt a rush of strength in his body and he liked it. He knew that with such rates he would definitely win the bet. The projected monsters from the abyss continued to attack the young man, but it was only to his advantage. He could kill them quickly. Iron Strongman could only watch as the young man defeated him. Taeyong has already reached the mark of 999 twisted monsters. The coach was simply shocked by this result. His expression conveyed all his inner emotions at that moment. There were also some shocking results. Jian alone always believed in his cousin, despite the previous distribution of forces. Staring at his opponent, Taehyung said that he hadn't planned on staying at the gym for more than a month. But now his plans had changed. He told Iron Strongman to pay him for a year's subscription and walk away. The young man felt his supremacy over the high-ranking coach. A huge number of people gathered in the arena. Finally, the day everyone has been waiting for has arrived. Selection competitions will be held today. A helicopter was flying over the arena, in which a loudspeaker was installed. People were greeted with the fact that they could finally enjoy this performance. It was an exam for obtaining a player's license. Many participants came to this exam, and all of them were completely different people. The mass media conducted their reporting simply from a helicopter. They announced a change in the rules, where minors can now participate in the tournament. The man introduced the first awakened one they were eagerly awaiting. It was the invincible melee fighter Hong Yungkook, rank A. The second player was a young man nicknamed Druid. He had A-rank abilities that even C-rank masters would envy. The Busan Thunderstorm, which was the most talked about. A C-rank battle master nicknamed the God of Thunder, Shinun Bak. The girl who showed the best results among beginners, the upcoming holiday, master of the rank and simply a beautiful student, Ayun. The reporter decided not to represent the rest of the participants. He wished luck to all the participants, and continued to entertain the huge audience. One girl came to this long-awaited event, but everything turned out not according to her plan. Everything was too far away for her. Kim Jin-cha was a journalist, and wanted to interview the contestants, but they were too far away. Her future career depended on this. The girl was at the very end of the crowd, which did not consider letting her pass. She could only hope to take a couple of photos. Kim Jin-cha thought that this was the end of her journalistic career and was sad. Meanwhile, a man approached her from behind. The girl raised her tearful eyes and looked back. She looked at the man and wondered why they were all coming here. Suddenly, this man asked a question to the girl, how the participants of the selection made their way here. Kim Jin-cha couldn't believe her luck. For her, This participant was like a ray of light in the darkness, and the only hope for an interview so that she would not be fired from her job. This man turned out to be Taehyung, who was nevertheless included in the list of participants. He didn't really like this crowd of people either. Kim Jin-cha, standing on her knees, reached out to the young man and asked him for only one favor: to give her a short interview. The arena was full. A large number of people came to watch only one event, the player selection competition. Taehyun had already been called to the arena, and he had just arrived. If he had delayed the interview even for a minute, he would not have made it. The young man politely greeted and apologized for this situation. He was pleased that he would be allowed into this arena after all. Taehyun entered the closed room and saw a crowd of people in front of him. The young man could not believe that there would be such a large number of people at the competition. There were simply too many applicants. They were located so close to each other that you could forget about personal space. All these people came here with only one goal: to demonstrate their skills and become a player of the association in the future. Those present immediately drew attention to the fact that they were in a confined space. They were surrounded by white walls on all sides. Even the ceiling in this huge room had an identical structure. This moment somewhat alarmed the participants, although not all of them. While the rest tried to assess the situation, one girl was troubled by a completely different problem. She was momentarily speechless. The reason for this was Taehyung, who was standing opposite. The young man turned his head towards the girl and did not understand what she wanted from him. It was Im-ayun, who was very surprised that Taehyung is here. The young man politely greeted the headmaster of his class. The girl immediately drew attention to the young man's toned body. Taehyung replied that there was nothing special here. He was just walking around the hall for a bit. Name of Ayun understood that the awakening could affect him greatly, but it was simply impossible to change like that in 1 month. The girl was still interested in one unresolved issue. She asked what Taehyung did last time at the gym with Lee Chang-jae. At this moment, the dialogue of the interlocutors was interrupted by a loudspeaker. A man was shown on the screens in the room, who greeted the participants. Everyone focused their attention on this man in glasses. He said that now he will tell the rules of the first selection test. He said to pay attention to his breasts. Everyone had their own unique number, which was attached to the left side of the chest. The exam was to collect 5 such common numbers including your own. In other words, it was impossible to lose him. The man raised his 5 fingers up and called this exam a race for exam tickets. Losing here was a shame. Suddenly, the floor under the feet of the participants began to deform. Young men and women did not really understand what was happening, and had to adapt. Not only the floor, but also the entire arena began to rebuild itself. Some participants, against their will, simply fell down with great speed. The examiner announced that they had an hour for this test. In addition, any methods other than murder could be used. Strange cubes of room tiles formed in the air, on which the examiner continued to speak. He announced the start of the competition. The participants felt very tense in such an environment. They could not understand how they should act in such a situation. Some young men immediately gathered around Im-ayun was going to deal with her until she did it with the rest. However, the girl was also not going to stand still while being attacked. She prepared the foundation for her counterattack. Name of Ayun made a preliminary attack and formed a huge crystal that stopped the attackers. It was an attack of colossal proportions. The juries of the exam were satisfied with such techniques of the girl. They noted her potential and claims to the level of a future saint. Those present were also interested in one more participant. He was right in front of their faces and still stood still. It was an awakened rank from Busan, Shinun-bak. He finally decided to act and unleashed his powerful thunder attack against the enemies. Only a few minutes passed, and no one could get close to him. The young man easily defeated opponents on his way. The jury took his talent as a young man and they wondered who would emerge victorious from the fight between Shinun-bak and Im-ayun. Only Go-tuk was not interested in this. A man stood aside and poked something in a virtual whiteboard. He understood that there was heightened interest in these participants only because of their rank. But Go-tuk knew a young man who had a lower rank, but he believed that he would easily pass this stage because he remembered his numbers. He wanted to bring Taehyung to his screen to see what he was doing there. He wanted to see everything the young man was capable of. When Go-tuk opened the battle map, he was very surprised. Taehyung was fighting his first battle, but it was already quite difficult. The deputy manager could not believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. He didn't think that Taehyung will choose such a difficult path. The man shouted so loudly that everyone present heard. At this moment, he wanted to kick the young man for his imprudence. Taehyung engaged in battle with the awakened A rank, Hong Yungkook. He had a very strong skill in his arsenal steel skin, but from the rank awakened Taehyung the price was scary. Although he had nothing but stone skin, he was not afraid of this fight. Go-Tuk realized that he had overestimated Taehyung's capabilities. And the rank awakened one pressed him, and the young man did not even defend himself. Suddenly, the man realized that everything was not as bad as he thought. He remembered that this carelessness might be the young man's plan. Taehyung decided to fight as openly as possible. He dodged as little as possible and tried to attack his opponent as much as possible. He actually went to the breach, not afraid to get hit in the temple. Taehyung was completely confident in his abilities. In a moment, the young man paid for his carelessness, and Ho Yungkook delivered a powerful punch to his face, creating a shock wave. The boy of steel turned to his opponent and called him a bastard, asking why he kept looking down on him. Heading in the direction of the enemy, Ho Yungkook added that stone would never defeat steel, so he might not even try. However, Taehyung had his own plans on this account. Ho Yungkook was forced to stop when the young man asked him when he would finally shut up. What stopped the enemy was this. Taehyung decided not to save his strength and use all his capabilities in battle. Everything was not very rosy. After a month of training, the lock on the use of hunting still did not sleep. Perhaps this was not enough. Then, Taehyung decided to go to the next stage of training to load his body to the maximum in order to reveal the hidden characteristics. A rather strong opponent had to help him in this. The young man swung his fist to strike the opponent. The young man was like a clear plan of action, according to which his own exhaustion was absolutely normal. He was going to fight to the last. After delivering a powerful blow to the enemy, Taehyung did not follow the enemy's hands and was hit back. His face was damaged. Hyung-Hoo suffered in this collision. Ho Yungkook also got hit in the face and flew back. Taehyung was pleased with the way the fight was going. A hideous smile appeared on his face, with which he saved the enemy. Ho Yungkook couldn't believe that he could lose this fight. He shouted loudly to someone, calling the enemy a real monster. Taehyung delivered the final blow and knocked the opponent to the ground. The battle was over and the young man came out victorious, despite everything. Taehyung took his number from the loser. Half an hour of the tournament has already passed, and the young man was able to get only 2 numbers out of 5. Go-Tuk got the most out of this match. He laughed histrionically after Taehyung still won. Colleagues drew attention to the man's strange behavior. They concluded that the deputy manager was too excited about this tournament. Go-Tuk felt goosebumps at the recklessness of the young man who decided to practice just during the tournament. This could be a big problem for Taehyung. He needed some rest to regain his strength after the hard fight. Go-Tuk would advise the young man to regain his stamina and target the member who was the weakest. However, Taehyung seems to have decided to do something completely different, which scared the deputy manager a lot. His eyes were in shock. Hyung's actions. They saw that a member with a rank of C wanted to enter a battle with someone whom he would definitely not defeat. Taehyung decided to choose the most difficult path. He climbed onto one of the cubes and watched his potential opponent. In front of him, the young man could see a huge pile of defeated enemies. All this was the work of only one person. That person was the C-rank awakened Shinun-bak, who had defeated 147 enemies. He immediately turned his attention to another guest. Taehyung immediately expressed his admiration for how many numbers Shinun-bak took. He hung them all over his body. Taehyung couldn't even count them, but he didn't care. He said that there is no point in counting them, since there are certainly more than 5 of them. Battles continued in the arena. Now all the attention of those present was tied to Taehyung's confrontation with Shinun-bak. An explosion accompanied by a wave of smoke rang out at the place where the 2 participants met. So far, nothing was clear. It turned out that the Thunder Youth was the first to attack his opponent with a natural disaster, but Taehyung managed to avoid the attack. Shinun-bak was not going to give in to his opponent. He did his last attack with just 1 finger, and was going to do it further. Taehyung had to constantly change his location to avoid being shot. He managed to do it successfully and effectively. The young man decided not to sit on the defensive anymore, but to attack the enemy. He covered his right leg with stone skin. This was done just before the attack. Taehyung was a couple of centimeters away from his opponent's face and was about to hit him. However, the stones on the young man's leg began to disperse at the moment when he approached the enemy's zone with it within a few centimeters. Taehyung immediately felt it on his limb. Shin Yun-bak did not expect this from the enemy and praised him for his tremendous speed. He admitted that he could not even follow the young man's attack. However, Taehyung's foot was never able to reach the enemy's face. A powerful explosion with a smoke screen rang out on the battlefield again. This was the signal that the Thunder Youth was attacking again. Taehyung was forced to retreat to stay unharmed. He landed on another cube in space, observing the enemy in detail. The young man expected that this battle would be very difficult, but he did not think that Shin Yun-bak would prove to be such a strong opponent. He was looking at Yun-bak, who was covered in license plates and was constantly creating thunderous energy to attack. Taehyung noticed that the member was constantly covering his body with powerful discharges in order to block each of his attacks. In addition, the enemy's forces were sufficient to actively attack both at close and long range, as evidenced by the damage in the floor. Taehyung thought about how to defeat the enemy's attack, including the fact that the hunting technique was out of his reach at the moment. While the enemy was mulling over a plan, Shin Yun-bak interrupted his thoughts and asked why he wasn't attacking, offering to attack first. Taehyung was not prepared for such a turn of events. After a second, he realized that the enemy was not joking and really wanted to attack first. In a split second, Shin Yun-bak was in front of his opponent and gathered energy in his hand to strike. Taehyung reacted at the very last moment to the enemy's attack and avoided the thunderclap in time. Yun-bak wasn't going to stop there. Pushing off the ground with all his might, he continued to pursue his opponent. Approaching Taehyung, Yun-bak gathered the maximum of his energy in his hand so that it was enough for several attacks without recharging. Yun-bak delivered a couple of powerful blows, but the opponent managed to dodge it. Taehyung was forced to retreat back. Yun-bak constantly caught up with the enemy and asked him where he was running. He was in no mood to let go of his target. At some point, the young man still managed to catch up with the enemy. He stood right in front of him and emitted the maximum number of electrodes. Taehyung couldn't do anything with such an attack. All that was left for him was to endure the movement of particles of discharges through his body. Yun-bak looked very pleased after that. He asked the enemy why he entered the battle, if now he wanted to run away from him. Taehyung decided not to reply to the enemy. He gathered all his strength into a fist and began to cover his body with stone skin. The young man managed to get out from under the pressure of the enemy. Taehyung swung his stone hand to counterattack the opponent. However, Yun-bak once again created an electric field and prevented the enemy from striking him. He called Taehyung a real fool after that. Shin Yun-bak released the maximum amount of energy to counter the enemy's strike. A huge amount of light appeared on the field. Taehyung had to cover his face with his hands to avoid being blinded by it. So far he had no idea what was happening. Having discovered his right, the young man was simply shocked. He could not believe that the enemy could move so quickly. Shin Yun-bak rose into the air and swung his right arm to attack the enemy who was currently on the ground. The Thunder Youth once again prepared to use only one finger for his attack, channeling the right amount of energy at the victim. Taehyung had seen this before, so he knew perfectly well that he was in danger. It was necessary to make a decision immediately. Yun-bak sent a huge stream of thunder energy at his opponent. The scale of this attack was incredible and amazed anyone. Taehyung knew very well that he would not be able to escape from this onslaught. Therefore, the young man decided to stand until the last, covering his face with his hands. Yun-bak noticed that the young man was still standing. He praised him as he was the only one who managed to resist his attack. Suddenly, Yun-bak realized that his opponent was anticipating his movements. He realized that the young man could be watching him all this time. All the while, Taehyung could watch his would-be adversary defeat enemies who simply ran away from him. Yun-bak believed that the only contestant who could cheer him up in this selection would be an awakened rank Im Ayun, but she was not the only one. Yumbakov faced another rather strong opponent, which certainly pleased the Thunder Master. Suddenly, Shin Eun-bak noticed that his stream of lightning energy had dissipated. The reason for this was something unknown moving towards him. Eun-bak didn't have time to react to the thing hitting him in the face. He did not understand at all how everything happened so quickly. From this blow, the young man began to spit blood. All he knew was that Taehyun had somehow managed to get through his thunder defense. Turning his head slightly back, Eun-bak noticed that his opponent had landed on one of the blocks in the air and was about to attack. Taehyun quickly approached the enemy and dealt him a powerful blow before he could recover. It all happened as quickly as possible. Shin Eun-bak couldn't do anything at such a speed and was forced to take the hit himself. He flew helplessly back a couple of meters. The attack was so strong that the young man started coughing up blood even more. He still did not understand how the enemy managed to get close to him. Stone skin was no match for the fury of the god of thunder. Taehyung understood that even using this technique perfectly would not help him in any way, but he noticed one interesting thing that allowed him to win. This was the material from which the site for the qualifying battles was built. This platform was created to contain the power of the awakened. Therefore, the young man decided that she is much stronger than his stone skin. Taehyung decided to use a piece of the platform's material as a weapon to penetrate the enemy's absolute thunder defense. The young man was able to clearly assess the situation and gain an advantage in this match. Now he had a much better chance of winning. Shin Eun-bak couldn't believe that he would actually lose. The young man began to shout loudly, calling his opponent a complete bastard. However, these words did not change anything. With all his might, Taehyung struck the enemy with a powerful blow with a stone block, which flew apart after the collision. Shin Eun-bak lost this fight. Everyone thought that he would win this selection, but fate turned a little differently. On his way, he met an opponent whom he could not defeat. Taehyung skillfully took advantage of the terrain and won. People watching this match were simply shocked. The stone block in the air began to crumble after being hit by Taehyung. The jury couldn't believe that the C-rank awakened lost to the C-rank. Go-tuk stood behind and was no longer surprised by anything. He smiled contentedly and scratched his beard. He appreciated that Taehyung made all these people worry and respect him. Suddenly, the hideous smile disappeared from the man's face. He noticed someone else's presence near Taehyung, not including the defeated enemy. Taehyung was standing over Shin Eun-bak's body and holding license plates in his hands. He took only 3 of them to pass to the next stage. He completed the main task to move on. Now, the young man had only to wait for the end and win the selection. But not everything was so simple for him. Someone suddenly attacked Taehyung with an ice arrow that quickly moved towards him. At the last moment, Taehyun managed to notice the approaching danger and jumped in the air to avoid an unnecessary collision for himself. The young man immediately drew attention to the material from which the arrow was made. It was ice, which greatly alarmed the participant of the selection. Taehyung raised his eyes to take in the situation. He saw an inexplicable ice dome forming from above. The young man was standing on a stone block hanging in the air. At times, the ice dome assumed a more and more complete contour. The ice sphere completely covered the stone block in the air. It was round in shape and kept freezing. Taehyung was just shocked to see it with his own eyes. He understood that the situation was definitely not in his favor. In the end, the sphere assumed its almost final form and was similar to the planet Earth, which has only one continent, Antarctica. However, that was not all. The frost inside the sphere continued to intensify and the temperature dropped. There was no way to escape. This giant ball is completely frozen. Ice blocks were formed on its outer side, which looked like giant mountains. Taehyung calmed down a bit and waited for his potential opponent, who appeared and decided to approach him. It was Im-eun, who for some reason decided to attack her classmate. She definitely wasn't going to joke with the young man. Taehyung was very surprised to see the elder in front of him. Although he guessed about her involvement after the ice arrow, the girl fully corresponded to her image of an ice lady. Her gaze was so cold that it could drive anyone crazy. Taehyung wondered where Im was coming from Im and how much she has seen. The young man did not want much to be known about him. Name of Im started a conversation with her potential opponent. She said that with great power comes great responsibility. The girl meant that power without responsibility is pure evil. After that, it is impossible to re-educate a person. Hyung's strength, and said that she could never have thought that he would defeat Shin Bak. The young man asked why she thought so. Name of Ayun became angry with the young man and replied that she did not want to have a conversation with a person who had also harmed Lee Chungji. Taehyun realized that the girl really didn't come here to joke and was serious about defeating him here. Sensing the danger for his fifth point, the young man decided to use the stealth technique to avoid the girl's eyes. However, with her cold technique, dispelling the enemy's stealth was no problem. She did it instantly. Name of Ayun used her natural advantage and used the ice sphere, releasing ice rain from it. Taehyun was forced to dodge these ice bombs. He perfectly understood that his concealment in such conditions was simply worthless. The young man did not have time to fully recover from this attack, as his opponent decided to give him another blow as a precaution. Name of Ayun put a lot of effort into this kick, which could be seen on Taehyun's face. He definitely did not expect such a turn of events. The girl delivered another uppercut to the young man. Taehyun couldn't do anything because his strength was already at its limit. Name of Ayun continued to put pressure on her opponent. She regretted that she believed Taehyun at the gym then. She threw several frost arrows at the boy. The girl thought that the young man was different from people like Lee Changji, but she was wrong in her choice. The young man began to hope in his own interests, for which he received kicks from the girl. After seeing here, Ayun realized that Taehyun was to blame for everything that had happened before. She was going to teach him her technique. Throwing an energy ball in the direction of the enemy, Ayun vented all her anger on him. Taehyun had to take the hit. The young man flew back a few meters and started coughing up blood. Then, Ayun decided to freeze the young man inside an ice ball. After that, with the help of his power, Ayun threw this ball on the floor and broke it. Pieces of ice and drops of blood flew in different directions. After that, Ayun still had something to say to the young man. She informed him that using magic was illegal without a license. But despite all this, Ayun promised that she would not hand over the young man to the law enforcement officers. She wanted to solve it on her own. Name of Ayun just wanted the young man to get out of the qualifiers. Taehyun started to rise from the ground at that moment. Name of Ayun was determined to seriously humiliate the culprit. She finally added that he is simply not worthy to be a player. But Taehyun had his own opinion on the matter. He asked the girl who she was to decide for him. The young man was able to rise to his feet after all this. Name of Ayun was in complete shock. No one but Taehyun was able to get up after her technique. The girl was even more shocked when she heard that Taehyun scolded her for not being able to stop Lee Changji's tyranny. Taehyun concluded that the girl just wants to get rid of him, so they are covering up with all these right and wrong actions. Name of Ayun could not move and stood with her mouth wide open. She understood that there was some truth in the enemy's words. The girl said that she clearly heard the young man's answers. She said this in a low and cold voice, which was very alarming. Name of Ayun began to form a stream of energy in her left hand. She said that Taehyun can no longer wait for indulgences. Literally after a few seconds, the girl formed a huge staff in her hand, which was completely covered with icy energy. Looking her opponent in the eye, she promised to finish him off once and for all with her invincible weapon. Taehyun was well aware that his situation was not the best. He had to think about how to quickly change the course of events. The young man felt that his stone skin had lost its strength. His body and face could no longer count on absolute protection. Slowly, but almost all over the body, stones began to fall. This technique would be ineffective against the opponent. Taehyun considered the option of using stealth, but the enemy possessed such strength that it would easily dispel his technique in an instant. The increased characteristic of the monk's heart has already been activated, but its power is not enough to radically change the situation. Hunting technique was still unavailable to Taehyun. With it, he would easily be able to defeat any opponent. He also has almost no energy left to redo the paralysis trick like he did against Lee Changji. Taehyun concluded that he had only one way out of the situation. The young man moved from his place and headed in the direction of the girl at a frantic speed. His face no longer showed a sinister smile, but was focused on the enemy's movements. It seems that the young man knew perfectly well what he was doing. There was no way Ayun could give in to the enemy in battle, so she got into a battle stance and prepared to give Taehyun a warm welcome. All this was still happening in the ice sphere. Suddenly it began to shine, emitting rays of light in different directions. These rays of light became more and more, and they spread with great speed. With the rest, they occupied all the space around. Those present could not understand what was happening. They looked at this icy sphere, but could not see anything. Go-tuk was also one of the spectators of this battle. He perfectly understood that Taehyung was inside the sphere. Suddenly, in front of the man's face, something happened that took away the gift of speech. He could not say or do anything at this moment. The rest of the audience was also influenced by this event. They stood and stared at the ice sphere with their mouths wide open. Inside this sphere, everything suddenly became calm. Only the cold steam from the previous attacks continued to fill the air. Taehyung made his final attack, and it seems he succeeded in knocking down Ayun to the ground. He completely restrained her movements. The young man pressed the girl to the ground, tightly grabbing her hands. Name of Ayun could not move or do anything about it. It turned out that it was another attack from Taehyung. He pressed himself to the girl and kissed her tightly. It seemed quite strange. Name of Ayun was simply shocked. No screams and fights caused her such mixed emotions as at the moment of an unexpected kiss. Taehyung decided to approach his opponent. He perfectly understood that the plan might not work, but there was no other way out. Name of Ayun was in full combat readiness. She swung her weapon to preemptively strike the enemy. The girl hit her ice hammer with all her might on the place where she had last seen Taehyung's figure. The ice flew in different directions. Name of Ayun behaved as cold-blooded as possible and was not going to spare the young man. Her face looked just as icy, but suddenly her emotions changed drastically. She looked up and was just shocked when she saw the following in front of her. Taehyun was able to avoid hitting the hammer and continue his movement towards the girl. He rose into the air to attack. The young man was in danger of death and at the last moment decided to make a difficult decision. He was very worried about whether it would work. Taehyung was able to break through the enemy's defense and earn a not very pleasant thing for both of them. On the verge of death, the young man decided to kiss the girl. From the outside, it looked quite strange, both for Ayun and for Taehyung himself. However, the young man did not earn this action out of his own will. Taehyung used the paralysis technique in this way. With his lips, he missed the opponent's lip and injected his blood. The young man firmly held the girl's hands so that she did not resist, at least with them, since using the skill from such a distance was quite dangerous. However, the effect of skills was significantly increased with the use of short distance. After kissing Ayun, Taehyung had a great success to win. He is paralyzed in his blood in the city and forced to swallow her girl. Although it looked like a kiss, it definitely wasn't. Ayun naturally tried to resist with her techniques from the rank. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Taehyung to push his blood inside. However, the results turned out to be in his favor. Rising to his feet, the young man looked at the girl lying on the ground. The paralysis worked. Name of Ayun could not move. She was completely paralyzed and even the resistance could not help her. Taehyung delivered a colossal psychological blow to his opponent, and his charm increased by 3 points. Miraculously, the young man won. Suddenly, something caught Taehyung's attention, not counting the girl on the ground. He looked to the right and fell silent to listen. A voice rang out in the arena, announcing the end of the first test. All participants were told to remain in their current seats. The voice again announced the completion of the test, and added that a group of doctors would provide first aid to all victims. After the first examination, all those injured were immediately sent to the doctors. Their injuries were slightly treated. Name of Ayun. Although she lost to the last opponent, she collected the required number of badges and was competent in battle, so she was passed on. Kim Taehyun, in turn, was able to collect only 7 badges. But he defeated 2 shocking opponents, Yeonbak and Ayun. This event greatly surprised all participants. Taehyung now had the maximum amount of attention and admiration. Behind the young man's back, the rest of the boys were discussing his victory over the rank-and-file players. They wanted to know what techniques Taehyung uses. The young man was amazed at the healing techniques of doctors. He felt great relief after going to the doctor and wanted to master such techniques himself. Taehyun went behind the wall and heard his name being shouted loudly. He immediately cast his gaze to the side to check what was happening. It was Shin Bak who decided to attack his recent abuser. He called him a slimy bastard and engaged in battle. Taehyung had no choice but to join the battle as well. He was somewhat surprised when Umbak attacked him out of the blue. The thunderous young man was serious and continued to press the enemy. He blurts out that Taehyung's tricks won't work this time. The rest of the participants immediately noticed something strange. They noticed that Umbak had decided to take revenge on his recent abuser. The boys cheered for Umbak. They were rooting for their favorite as they were extremely fed up with Taehyung's outbursts. Shin Umbak was not in a good mood today. He yelled at his fans and said they don't solve anything. After that, he gave them a powerful discharge and ordered them to shut up immediately. The boys did not expect such actions from their favorite. Taehyung was completely unsurprised by such events. He smirked at his opponent and called him an impatient fool. Umbak suggested that Taehyung deal with it like real men. He wanted to prove that the young man was absolutely worthless without his tricks. Umbak emitted more and more energy and covered himself with an electrified field. His demonic laughter continued to echo in all directions. Taehyung carefully watched the enemy's movements. He was somewhat alert and noticed something strange behind Umbak. Suddenly, Umbak just fell face down on the floor. Taehyung didn't understand how everything happened so quickly. Umbak pressed his face to the floor. He screamed loudly after falling and felt excruciating pain in his back. Taehyung understood that his opponent would not be Umbak now. The young man raised his eyes and looked at the one who hit Umbak. A figure was walking at the end of the corridor, which was getting closer and closer. A man dressed in a suit called the young men little rats. He confidently strode forward, stepping over bodies. He said that you can't steal a legitimate break from others like that. When the man got as close as possible, Taehyung seemed to recognize his face. After that, the young man was thrown into a sweat. It was the same man who announced the rules. He was an unusual referee, and with a rank player named Park San-jin, Taehyung was preparing to face one of the best players in the new South Korean Association. Park San-jin was also a future SS rank player. The man was very surprised that the young man wanted to fight with him. He put his left hand forward and decided to demonstrate his strength. In the palm of his hand, Park San-jin began to collect a flow of energy that took the shape of a ball. The energy density was high, which spoke of power, around Taehyung, forcing him to press against the ground. It was something unusual Taehyung had to endure. He expected C-rank players to be different from awakened ones, but he didn't expect how much. Park San-jin praised the young man for being able to withstand his technique as even some veterans couldn't. The man offered to apply a little more force to see if the young man could stand it. He energized the orb in his hand even more. At that moment, his procedure was interrupted by a voice that called the man by name. Park San-jin immediately stopped and was worried. Two of the jury asked why he would attack the contestants who had just left the hospital, since he could have finished them all before the start of the second test. Park San-jin said that he just scared them a little. The man did not believe him, as he did this every year to test the skills of the participants. Taehyung could catch his breath while the player was busy talking. He listened carefully to every word in order to better understand Park San-jin. The C-rank player turned to face the young man and asked what his name was. Taehyung was the only one left standing. He was a bit worried about his situation at this moment. The young man answered the interlocutor's question and gave his name. Park San-jin immediately remembered Taehyung from the first exam because he was able to defeat the C-rank awakened Im and Shin Eun-bak. Park San-jin smiled sinisterly when he heard the young man's name. He thought that no one had been so interested in him for a long time. The player tapped the interlocutor on the shoulder and asked if he wanted to become a ranked player in the future. Taehyung was a little surprised. Park San-jin walked past the young man and headed along the corridor. Finally, he said that he would wait for Taehyung at the association. Taehyung still couldn't come to his senses after everything. He followed the player with his eyes and tried to understand what he wanted from him. Park San-jin decided to run away from his problems. Two juries tried to catch him and punish him for checking the contestants. Finally, the day of the second exam did not come. The contestants who passed gathered in front of the podium, on which stood the judge of the entire tournament. Behind him were some strange energy spheres, which attracted the attention of teenagers very much. They didn't know who it was. The participants whispered to each other and expressed their assumptions on this account. Meanwhile, the judge decided to start. Park San-jin greeted everyone present and informed them that the second selection exam for the rank of players will begin now. Although the participants understood where they had come, these words still scared them a little. They had a premonition of what was to come. Park San-jin said that the participants will understand the essence of the exam when they enter these portals. Behind them were dungeons of rank D. Some participants were simply shocked at this turn of events. They did not expect that they would have to fight real monsters. Participants had to divide into teams of 5 and explore dungeons under the supervision of one of the players. Park San-jin added that the groups will be judged on 4 criteria that they can see on the screen. Everything necessary is issued by the association. Participants received weapons and ammunition from the association. Some held it in their hands for the first time and were very worried about what they would do. After everything, Park Sa-jin asked the participants to enter the portal one by one. Tae-hyung didn't scare the dungeon by any means, it just made him smile. He assumed that even newbies would have no problem with the D-rank dungeon, especially since each group would be accompanied by a player. But Tae-hyun suggested that things might not be that simple. He believed that it could be a double dungeon apocalypse. While exploring one of the D-rank dungeons, the first double dungeon was discovered. Apocalypse had the rank of. A large number of players, including the first group, died during the study. This led to a huge number of faults. Entering the portal, Tae-hyun wanted to warn about getting into the dungeon with a rank, but he understood that no one would simply want to listen to him. To survive the first time, Tae-hyun just needed to avoid being in the first group. He had the advantage of knowing the future. A wonderful windy day. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, but Tae-hyun knew for sure that it would. The rest of the participants had no idea what was waiting for them. Tae-hyun walked through the portal and found himself in the abyss. His face didn't look very pleased when he saw his group in front of him. He was met by the player who was supposed to accompany them and greeted the last participant. The rest were already waiting for the last partner. The supervisor of this group was a man named Ma Do-hak with rank A. He offered to advance if everyone is ready. Knowing that Ma Do-hak was the first explorer of the Apocalypse Double Dungeon, Tae-hyun knew that his end would come very soon. The group entered the territory of the dungeon and began to explore. A rank D monster immediately appeared on their path. The participants were ready for battle and the setting was serious. They used their techniques to defeat the local hosts. The group consisted of 5 people, but only 4 were active. Although, even at 4, they easily dealt with low-ranking monsters. When the contestants dealt with their enemies, the warden applauded them and praised them for how they performed throughout the fight. Ma Do-hak, meanwhile, watched everything from the side. He came out of the cave and added that he was impressed by the teamwork of the participants. Continuing to applaud, the man noted the first combat experience of the teenagers and said that they really deserved the title of players. Participants began to praise the man's mentoring skills and downplay his achievements. Tae-hyun watched this silently. He was unhappy that of all the teams he got into this one. This was the same first research team that found the double dungeon. Tae-hyun has no doubt that the ring on the overseer's hand is a unique item belonging to the first explorer of the proto-dungeon, Ring of the Sage. This artifact had a unique rank and could increase strength, endurance, speed, as well as mana several times. The young man watched his group and thought about how to avoid the apocalypse, since even the current one was not sure of his powers. Tae-hyun decided to take on the task of saving the entire group. Despite everything, the young man promised himself to avoid the apocalypse with the group. After talking among themselves for a bit, the group with the mentor continued their exploration in the dungeon. Suddenly they stopped and just looked in front of them. There were 2 diverging roads ahead. The group had to choose one path that could lead them to get more points. One of the participants asked the supervisor what they should do next. Ma Do-hak scratched his mustache and replied that this happens quite often during research. The man offered to hold a vote so that everything would be fair. But one of the participants did not want to listen to him and ran past. It was Tae-hyun who decided to lead the group on such a path. The rest of the participants and the supervisor tried to stop the young man. Tae-hyun didn't stop even when the player yelled at him. The young man clearly followed his plan to save the group. Turning his head back, Tae-hyun offered to choose this particular path. He perfectly remembered that the other leads to the apocalypse. Tae-hyun continued to run forward, ignoring the mentor's words. He literally made the rest of the group follow him. The young man jumped into the cave and went down, sliding on his back. He told his group to follow him, and everything would be fine. Taehyung's plan worked, and the group led by the player went after him. Now they were not in danger of falling into the apocalypse. Taehyung ran ahead of everyone and chose the path by himself. At one point, the young man turned aside, but realized that it was a mistake. The group stopped following the enterprising young man. They were looking at something big that was emitting a lot of light. The participants could see in front of them a very beautiful portal with different shades of purple and blue. It was different from the one they entered. The members of the group could not understand how the portal could be in the dungeon. Taehyung was the most shocked of the group. He realized that he had led his group to the wrong place. It was a portal to a double dungeon apocalypse, where they were threatened with death. Taehyung was standing right in front of this portal and didn't understand how his movements had brought him here. All his efforts were in vain, and they came across this portal. One of the participants expressed a desire to see where this portal would lead. He moved from his place and headed in the direction of the light. At this moment, Taehyung shouted loudly and ordered his group to stay put. The boys were surprised by the reaction of their partner. The young man explained that this portal was different from what they had seen before, so they could not enter this suspicious gate. He turned to Ma Dohaka, asked if they should inform about this before making any hasty decisions. Ma Dohak stared at the portal and said he had never seen anything like it before. He agreed that it was necessary to inform the headquarters first. Taehyung relaxed after these words from the mentor. He understood that the man would choose the right path and not risk the lives of the group. But Ma Dohak has not said everything yet. Taehyung was just shocked when he heard that the man was going to continue his point with the word but. Ma Dohak said he plans to do everything himself. He could not stop before such a novelty. His words spoke the soul of the researcher. Taehyung tried to interrupt the warden, but he did not listen to the young man. He said he understood what the member was trying to say, but approaching the portal, Ma Dohak said that the number I have inside is small, especially since this is a D-rank dungeon. He said that researching this portal would definitely give their group extra points depending on who prepared this portal. Taehyung was just shocked by this decision. He called the warden crazy and added that the rules had to be followed. Ma Dohak turned his head in the young man's direction and just smiled back, saying that he wasn't the only one breaking the rule here. The man pointed a finger at Taehyung and hinted that it was because of his inability to work as a team that they ended up in this portal. The rest of the participants completely agreed with the mentor. They expressed their displeasure towards Taehyung, who made decisions on his own. The young man was very angry with his partners. He perfectly understood their feelings, but he was trying to accomplish a much more important task. The whole group sided with Ma Dohaka. They were standing in front of Taehyung just by the portal, and the man said that he had to go. Taehyung made one last attempt to stop the mentor. He addressed him by name and asked him to reconsider his decision. However, a rank player was not going to listen to some boy. He clicked his fingers in front of the portal that spoke of teleportation. Taehyung understood that there was nothing he could do now. He watched the warden's actions with wide, frightened eyes. When Ma Dohak snapped his fingers, the teleporter began to change the color of its light. He was going to take the guests to himself as prisoners. Taehyung stood in front of his group and couldn't do anything. The bright light spread more and more inside this dungeon. With the rest, the whole group went on their own accord, without realizing it. Taehyung failed his responsible task. Literally a couple of seconds later, Taehyung could only see darkness in front of him. He understood that this was a very bad sign. The young man opened his eyes and seemed to wake up covered in sweat. He was very worried about how they would even survive in these conditions. After getting to another dungeon, Ma Dohak was simply shocked. He looked around and couldn't believe it. The members of the group were shocked no less than their mentor. They asked the man if this was really still a D-rank dungeon. Potential players led by a supervisor who was already a player got into an incomprehensible world with columns around them. There were many more surprises ahead of them. They could see along these columns a figure with a nymph shining on its head. Behind the columns, which were absolutely everywhere, was a dark red aura. She gave this dungeon an eerie feel. Right in front of them, the participants could see the first danger. And they were met by a monster, whose figure slowly began to appear from the smoke screen. He looked pretty creepy. The stone monster held a sword in his hands, on which he leaned with both hands. His face was hidden. The participants were very worried about their situation and asked the supervisor what was going on here. Ma Do-hak could not explain anything. The words were taken by Tae-hyun, who ordered his group to shut up and look ahead. But there was only a smoke screen ahead and nothing could be seen. Only Tae-hyun could appreciate the situation around him. He looked ahead and warned the group that they were in danger. The uninvited crowd, which unexpectedly entered through the portal, was approached by several monsters that were similar to the ones standing at the end of the corridor. They were almost identical copies of him, but much smaller. Some crystals were glowing in their bellies. They were A-rank Death Knights. The whole group could not believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. They were a little scared because they didn't know how to act in such a situation. The mentor stood silently for a while and watched the monsters. But then, he finally decided to take matters into his own hands. The A-rank player turned to the participants and told them to pull themselves together, as it was better to prepare for battle than to panic. The Stone Knights were not going to wait until their uninvited guests prepared their defenses, or even started to flee. The monsters decided to attack first, delivering a powerful double blow with their swords. A huge energy wave was formed. The members of the group were forced to dodge. They were very scared at that moment. Ma Do-hak took a few steps forward, avoiding the attack. He decided to counterattack at this moment so that the monsters would not relax. He put both hands forward and began to collect energy in them. It was a special technique of an A-rank player. Under the feet of the stone monsters, the ground began to melt, turning into lava. Ma Do-hak was able to shape lava. He created a sharp weapon from the liquid substance, and pierced dangerous monsters with it. The Stone Knights began to growl in displeasure. There was nothing they could do as their bodies were immobilized by the lava. After that, the mentor ordered all the members of the group to use all their techniques to attack the immobilized opponents. The participants' hands were shaking, but they had no other choice. They needed to give the maximum amount of fire and flashes to overcome the monsters. One of the participants was ordered to protect the partners who were attacking at that moment. He possessed earth defense techniques. Participants worked as a single mechanism led by a leader. Tae-hyun alone had not entered the battle yet, as he was not trusted, especially since there is no particular threat from monsters so far. The group worked perfectly even without Tae-hyun, restraining the movements of the monsters. The attacks of the participants were successful, and the monsters began to fall to the ground. A large number of holes were observed in their bodies. Ma Do-hak lowered his hands and stopped attacking. The rest followed him. They all looked at the defeated monsters, hoping for their death. Realizing that the monsters were really defeated, one of the participants began to rejoice. He was infinitely glad that he managed to survive. This guy added that he didn't even break a sweat and still wanted to fight monsters. At this moment, a creepy figure began to appear behind him. The participant immediately stopped rejoicing and wanted to take his words back. All the fighters grouped together and looked in horror at the approaching danger. 4 monsters were walking towards them, among which were similar to the 2 that had just been defeated. They were ready to fight again. On the head of each of these stone knights was a frame. Everyone had it of a different shape, but it glowed with a single color. As before, the monsters had glowing crystals in their stomachs. They looked even creepier than before. Everyone present in this world was simply shocked. This was especially noticeable from the facial expression of one of the candidates for promotion. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun walked over to the body of one of the defeated monsters and crouched over it. He wanted to learn something about monsters for himself. He placed his palm on the monster's stomach and felt some strange energy. The young man understood that something was definitely wrong here. In front of Tae-hyun lay a pile of defeated monsters before that. Their weapons were stuck in the ground, and their bodies were cut in half. Ma Do-hak was in full combat readiness and looked ahead. What he observed on his way scared him a little. There were more and more monsters and it was more difficult to fight them. Each time after the victory of people, there were more and more of them. The warden turned his head towards his charges and noticed that he had another problem. They were completely powerless. Newbies who entered the dungeon for the first time were exhausted and fighting at the limit of their abilities. At this rate, they could all die. Tae-hyun walked out of the vanquished monster's territory and turned to the experienced player. He informed him that something strange was happening here. Ma himself, Do-hak, and the rest of the participants were simply shocked, watching the young man. He looked the liveliest and strongest of them all. Ma Do-hak wondered what the young man was, if he looked alive, and also warned about the danger of this portal. In addition, he possessed the monk's heart technique, which allowed the characteristics of the other participants to grow and last until now. In the man's opinion, it was definitely an awakened one of a lower rank. He asked the young man what he meant by his previous words. Tahun turned his head towards the monsters and said he had a guess. He assumed that these monsters were not Death Knights at all. Everyone present was simply shocked by such a statement. They were shocked and still did not understand what the young man meant. Tahun picked up the sword that was sticking out of the ground and said that he was going to find out what they were fighting all this time and who they were defeating. The young man used his stone skin technique and covered his hand with stones. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly in the same hand. Immediately after that, Tahun charged into battle against the monsters. He was opposed by a whole bunch of otherworldly creatures that were preparing to take the blow. In a fraction of a second, the young man found himself right in front of the faces of his opponents. He had a certain plan of action, which he followed. The Death Knights were not going to just stand still and aimed all their weapons towards the enemy that was approaching them. They attacked the young man when he was already a meter away from them. It was a powerful multi-weapon combo attack. A huge smoke screen was formed, through which it was difficult to see anything. The monsters also could not see anything and did not understand what was happening. It turned out that their goal had eluded them at the very last moment. At the place of their impact there was only a pile of stones. Taehyung avoided an unnecessary collision with the monsters and rose into the air. The knights did not immediately notice the young man in the air. He decided not to waste his time on the monsters and just jumped over them. Only now, the knights saw the true location of the enemy. The young man swung his sword with all his might, but his targets were not at all the monsters below. The object of the blow was something heavier. Taehyung decided to attack the biggest monster who was constantly standing behind the others and apparently masterminding this whole process. The Death Knight was amazed that someone was able to avoid the onslaught of his charges and attack him directly. The sword was already inches from his face. Taehyung gave me a powerful blow with his sword right at the target. But it turned out that he did not aim at the monster that was standing in that place. Everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. The young man's blow landed on a stone, which ended up in the monster's place. Taehyung did not expect this turn of events. Another danger awaited him in the form of monsters catching up to him from behind. Suddenly, they began to glow with a bright purple glow. The reason for this was that Taehyung still managed to hit somewhere. Monsters that had previously fought on the battlefield, and with humans began to disappear. They left behind only ashes that glowed brightly. Even those monsters that were already defeated disappeared from the field of view and turned into ashes. There was literally no trace left of them. It was a complete shock to everyone present. They realized that it was only an illusion that they were resisting without any benefit for themselves. Ma Do-hak was simply shocked by the skills of one of the participants. He did not understand how he managed to understand that this was a common illusion. Taehyung confirmed that it was just a normal illusion with imaginary enemies that they wanted to use to take away all their power. The rest of the members were simply shocked and couldn't believe that they had spent all their strength to defeat non-existent enemies. Ma Do-hak asked the young man how he knew it was a trap, since he had not had the opportunity to meet the Death Knights before. Looking askance at the interlocutor, Taehyun replied that he was simply told by intuition. He really couldn't know that. The young man added that he knew absolutely nothing about these monsters, but managed to understand that they were not as weak as it seemed. Ma Do-hak opened his eyes and mouth wide in surprise. He didn't understand how an ordinary recruit could think better than him. Taehyung decided to take the initiative into his own hands and offered to move on so that their current location would not become a mass grave. The participants of the selection, led by the mentor, went forward. Ma Do-hak used his technique for someone to light the way. The man still did not understand anything, although he could observe the cave around. It was pretty creepy getting here. After humans entered the apocalypse, the space inside the dungeon changed. It became more difficult to move along it. The pain from the wounds received in the battle with the false knights increased. Taehyung was forced to help some of the members move on. Ma Do-hak continued to light the way ahead, hoping to find a way out of this dungeon as soon as possible and get out of here. The group traveled quite a long way and finally found something. People found something gigantic and looked at it with their heads held high. It was a huge gate that could be opened. Everyone hoped that this would be a way out of this terrible apocalypse. The participants were a little afraid to open this door. The teacher agreed that it was dangerous, but there was no other way out. He said that if they did not go to this door now, they would surely die. The man was worried about the situation no less than teenagers. Eventually, the group agreed with their warden, who insisted that the door be entered. They slowly moved forward. Ma Do-hak took charge and went first. He didn't put much effort into getting that door open. After opening this door, the player was simply speechless. He looked ahead and understood that the consequences could be fatal. The participants entered this room together with the mentor. They saw a potential enemy sitting on the ground in front of them. It was another monster that wielded the same sword that Taehyung had used in the battle. He sat and seemed to be waiting for something. The participants were satisfied when they saw just one monster in front of them. They thought it would be a quick fight. However, their hope crashed against the wall in a moment. The figures of his other creepy allies began to appear behind the lone monster. People have already regretted entering this gate. They were simply shocked as they watched the number of enemies increase. It literally increased in geometric progression. Skulls began to appear from the walls around the uninvited guests. Fire blazed from their mouths. Now those present could see the entire area around them, without illuminating it with their own equipment. But it would be better if they didn't see it. The number of knights continued to increase. It was not clear where so many of them came from. Looking up, people could see hundreds of monsters standing on the balconies. They all looked the same, like clones. The guests found themselves in a trap they themselves fell into. They had to defeat countless very strong enemies. Inexperienced participants were simply shocked by such an event. They couldn't believe that all these were death knights above them. A huge throne was formed in front of them, to which stairs led. The main monster sat there and praised the people who were able to come all the way here. He looked a little different from the rest. His aura was the most terrible, and in addition, the dimensions were simply unearthly. He was called the boss of the double gates of the apocalypse, and was the head of the Death Knights, having the rank of C. The monster ordered his wards to start the battle. The Death Knights were lined up in formation. They stood still in their places, as if waiting for the commander's order. They held swords in their hands, on which they rested with their hands. The tips of the weapons, in turn, stuck into the ground for support. At some point, the column started moving forward. They finally decided to act, which was definitely not in the hands of the guests. The stone monster that was walking ahead stopped in front of the people and put its sword forward. None of the participants understood anything. People wondered what this stone monster wanted from them. Taehyung suggested that he wanted to challenge one of them to a duel. The participants were simply shocked by such a conclusion. They had almost no mana left, so none of them could fight. Taehyung tried to calm his teammates down. He said that their goal is not to fight monsters, but to avoid encountering them. The participants took these words literally. They turned and began to run away from the danger, screaming loudly in fear. More than anything else in their lives, they didn't want to give it away. To die was the worst thing for them, and they were even ready to give up their status as a player. The Death Knight immediately noticed that his prey wanted to escape and rushed to attack in order to stop the fleeing boys. Having reached the entrance gate, the monster gave a powerful blow to the nose with the blade of his sword. Ma Do-hak and Taehyung were forced to dodge. In less than a second, the blow reached its target. He cut down all the fleeing boys with one simple movement of his sword. People who managed to survive were simply shocked. The first blood appeared on the battlefield, and it began to splash right in their faces. Taehyung couldn't believe that he would ever find himself in such a situation. Now he was helplessly looking at his partners and did not know what to do. He turned to his mentor and proposed a plan. The young man wanted to distract the monsters and thereby gain some time, and he told Do-hak to run away at this point, and tried to find a way out of here. However, the man did not really appreciate such a plan. He pushed the boy back a couple of meters from him after his words. There was another injured member with Taehyung. Ma Do-hak decided not to rely on the participants' unproven abilities and take everything into his own hands. He began to create a large stream of energy. Taehyung raised his head and didn't expect the mentor to do that. He was amazed at the scale of his mana. The young man asked the overseer why he did this, because Taehyung wanted to enter the battle himself and not sacrifice the player's life. Ma Do-hak ordered the participant to be silent, as he is only awakened and knows nothing. The man pointed the young man to his true place. Taehyung didn't expect such words from the player. He did not think that Ma Do-hak will take all responsibility for this battle into his own hands. The fighters stood facing each other across a wide wall. Ma Do-hak began his story about how he wanted to become a ranked player. He worked very hard on it, and developed his skills, but he could not get closer to the goal, but only moved away from it. Taehyung was shocked when Ma Do-hak called this situation a difficult task that was supposed to help him achieve his goal, but the man made the wrong choice. He, as always, stayed behind and now could only laugh at it. One of the Death Knights was going to attack the enemy. He rose into the air and swung his purple sword with all his might. Ma Do-hak wasn't just going to die like that. He wanted to fight back. He gathered a colossal amount of mana in his right hand. He used this energy like a sword to cut the monster into small pieces, saving himself and the members in the process. After that, the man said that he believed in Taehyung. He saw great potential in him, and wants him to achieve his goal. The monsters continued to advance. Ma Do-hak ordered the participant to run and save himself, taking with him all who managed to survive. Ma Do-hak decided to stay one-on-one with these terrible monsters. At the very last moment, he took on the responsibility of the elder. Having collected a colossal amount of mana in both hands, the man promised the young man that he would try to stop the knights at all costs. Taehyung was no longer going to talk the mentor into backing down. He realized that his decision was firm and nothing could change it. The young man decided that he needed to fulfill the mentor's order and save all those who managed to survive. He turned his head back. In front of Taehyung lay the body of the contestant, which the boy was carrying on his shoulders. He noticed that she was no longer showing any signs of life. This fact simply shocked the young warrior. He did not know what to do in such a situation, since there was no one to save. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded behind him. Events on the battlefield unfolded much faster than the young man expected. The boy immediately turned his head back to see what had happened there. He covered his face with his hand from the dust and dirt. Taehyung realized that it would be better if he just didn't come back and ran away. The knights were able to defeat a rank A player in a couple of seconds. Ma Do-hak died in battle trying to protect his charges. A sword was embedded in his back, emitting a purple stream of energy. His glasses flew off his face and crashed to the ground. One of the monsters stepped over the dead victim and headed forward. Taehyung was very scared at this moment. He perfectly understood that he would not be able to cope with all the knights and that his end would come very soon. All his partners, including the last girl, were killed. It was a group of rookies completely unprepared to face such monsters. Even an experienced A-rank player fell in this fight in a matter of seconds. Ma Do-hak gave his life for the future young man, but now this future might not exist. Taehyung was staring straight ahead and sweating. He was very worried about himself. The Death Knight raised the blade of his sword, which was all covered in blood. The red liquid slowly dripped onto the ground, leaving traces. Opposite the tip of the sword stood a young man who did not know how all this could end. The monster said, challenging him to a duel. Taehyung immediately began to run his eyes in different directions, looking for help. But I saw only the body of a girl who could not survive even before that. What can be said about a girl if even an experienced player could not help him? Ma Do-hak was already dead for several seconds. Taehyung stared at the blade of the enemy's sword, but was not afraid. He understood that there was no going back, so he had to invent something. The Death Knight, having expressed his claim to a duel, stood immovably in his place and waited until the young man said at least a word. Taehyung didn't know what to say to him. Perhaps he would like to refuse, but it is not a fact that the knight will let him go in this case. Suddenly, the young man noticed one small detail. His gaze dropped sharply to the ground and a drop of hope appeared in his eyes. All hope was given by a small object lying on the ground and sparkling. Taehyung began to take a closer look at this item. It turned out to be a ring with a gold frame. In its center was a red precious stone, from which the light came. Taehyung immediately knew who the ring belonged to. He had previously mentioned the ring of the Apocalypse Pioneer, which can do a lot of things. The Death Knight realized that he would not wait for an answer from his potential opponent, so he decided to attack him immediately. Taehyung was still thinking about the ring and couldn't decide how to act. Literally less than a second remained before meeting death, but Taehyung wasn't stupid enough to choose death. He avoided the sword strike by jumping to the ground and sliding across the floor. At the same time, he took the ring that was lying on the floor. He considered it his only chance to survive and get out of here. The young man immediately began to stand up and put on the ring at the same time. He begged her, however, to wake up and take action. Pulling the ring on his finger, Taehyung immediately noticed that something strange had begun to happen. A flow of energy began to form around the ring. Taehyung had too little time to wait for his action. Monsters were approaching him from all sides, who wanted to cut him to pieces. At the very last moment, the ring began to work. She saved the young man from imminent death and gave him hope. The C-rank Death Knight was simply shocked by this turn of events. He did not expect that there would be any problems with this young man. When the ring completely wrapped around his finger and began to work, with its help, Taehyung was able to defeat all the monsters that were around. The head of the Death Knights did not understand what had caused such colossal strength in the young man. He tried to understand where it came from. After wearing the ring, Taehyung increased all of his stats by 10x. Now he could face these monsters on an equal footing. In addition, Taehyung was very pleased to see that the restriction on his main skill had been lifted. He could use hunting. Quite a lot of people died in the double dungeon, which was called Apocalypse. Their bodies were lying near the gate that Ma had opened Dohak. Taehyung was in the middle of this room and had awakened a colossal power. A burst of energy began to form behind the smoke screen, Hang's tenfold strength. He was able to defeat the monsters around him, scattering them to the sides. But the young man's problems did not end there. There were too many monsters to defeat in one blow, and they continued to attack. Taehyung gathered his strength to get out of here alive. Hunting was available to him now, and he was going to use it. The young man delivered a powerful side kick to stop the monsters. He needed them to stay in one place for at least 10 seconds. It was all about the skill of hunting. It took 10 seconds to fully deepen someone else's skills using hunting. However, Taehyung was well aware that he could not depend on hunting alone in this battle. Therefore, I decided to use the stone skin technique. He also covered the sword with a stone, which he took from one of the monsters and delivered a powerful blow with it, hitting several more enemies. Taehyung was going to use each of his skills to the max, slashing all opponents in his path. He was quite good at it. With another swing of his sword, the young man was able to cut the monster in half. However, these Death Knights were seemingly endless. They continued to attack the young man from all sides, trying to kill him. But these monsters were the main problem in the boy's way. Something much scarier and bigger than them attracted his attention. A loud explosion rang out on the battlefield, which was caused by something inexplicable. After that, a huge smoke screen was formed. Stones began to fly in different directions from such a blow. A mountain of dust mixed with the air and took almost all the oxygen from it. The cause of this explosion was a huge spear covered in purple energy. Taehyung was able to miraculously avoid this attack by jumping back. The young man looked at this weapon of colossal power, and could not understand where it came from and how he was able to survive after that. Suddenly, the young man felt someone's gaze on him. This scared the young fighter very much and made him think about his current situation. Looking up, Taehyung saw before him the mighty figure of the chief knight, who stood up from his throne and stood at full height. He continued to hold his arms straight with which he had thrown the spear. The monster looked at the man with an ominous, creepy look. Taehyung felt all the wrath of this master knight upon himself. Just one look made the young man think of imminent death. Meanwhile, the head of the Death Knights launched several more sharp objects in the air that were meant to kill the enemy. Taehyung immediately sensed the safety from above and began to run so that no sharp object could hit his body. The weapons continued to land on the floor, raising the air from the bodies of the slain knights. Taehyung managed to get out of the water dry. All the time he continued to run incessantly in order to make it harder to hit him. But it could not go on forever. The head of the Death Knights stood immovably by his throne, releasing a colossal amount of energy to attack. Taehyung knew perfectly well that he could not always run away, so at some point he decided to gather his strength and counterattack. He was about to use his crown hunting technique. He directed his entire stream of energy at the target ahead. The head of the Death Knights was not too surprised by this. He put his left hand in front of him to stop the enemy's attack. The young man's flow of energy had almost reached the monster. But his hand began to gather energy in one point to attack. Two streams of energy collided in an impact. For some time they were completely equal, and it was not clear who could win. But at one point, the master decided to make more efforts and easily dispelled the attack of the enemy that was approaching him. Taehyun flew back a couple of meters after such actions. He was shocked at how strong an enemy he had to defeat. While the young man was still in flight, the monster began to speak to him. He noted his strength and praised him for his efforts. But he added that the young man will not be able to fight for so long, and this is his limit in strength. The head of the Death Knights felt very confident in the battle. He delivered a powerful energy strike at the enemy who was still in the air so that they would have less chance to avoid the attack. A loud explosion rang out on the battlefield, accompanied by a huge amount of thrown dust. He covered the weapon that was sticking out of the ground. The main monster finally reached its target and hit the young man. He pierced him with his sword and pinned him firmly to the ground. The head of the Death Knights ended his duel with ease. He wanted the young man to answer his last question. Stepping on the head of the person lying on the ground, the monster asked who gave the young man such powerful power. Taehyun was unable to answer this question as he was in excruciating pain. At some point, he screamed loudly in pain. The monster continued to stand over his body and press his foot on his head. Besides, the sword in the body still didn't go anywhere. Taehyun let out a loud cry of pain again. Meanwhile, his secret power successfully countered the Night King's power, albeit partially. The monster turned to the young man again and concluded from his previous actions that he was not like the rest and could understand the language of monsters. All he wanted was to get an answer to his question and find out what the real strength of an ordinary young man was. Taehyun was under the pressure of the monster's leg all this time. Under such a mass, his body could not stand it, and he began to cough up blood. For a moment, the young man stopped feeling anything. Suddenly, he seemed to be in an open space and saw a giant monster in front of him. Taehyun stood motionless and tried to regain consciousness. The image in his imagination was constantly increasing. He looked closely at the face of this monster and realized that he had seen it before he got the secret power. The young man did not feel any emotions at this moment. He stared coldly straight into the face of this giant, showing no fear. At one point, the young man turned his head to the right as something very important caught his attention. Taehyun saw bodies lying motionless in the stream of blood in front of him. There were 4 of them, and they were all dead. The young man looked closely at the face of one person and recognized him as the mentor from Ma's second qualifying exam Dohaka. Suddenly, Taehyun realized that absolutely nothing had changed. Behind him was a monster waiting for him to answer. Taehyun wondered what his hunting technique was and who he was that could understand the language of monsters. He excluded the rest of the circumstances that could have affected it, and came to the conclusion that he was simply given strength and a chance. But still nothing changed. Taehyun was leading to the point where he couldn't save people even with that much power. He was still in danger, though in a different way. Having asked the question why the king gave him such power, the young man immediately received the answer that it had already been explained to him before. Taehyun seemed to open his eyes again and saw the figure of the man who had given him strength. He came out of the sun and was approaching it. His fair, bright hair developed in the wind. He repeated again that he liked the young man for his stubbornness and determination. The king told the young man that he did not need to change anything and change himself. Taehyun was just shocked to hear this. The king advised the young man to just go forward, no matter what. These words awakened a real beast in the boy and he came to life. The head of the Death Knights stood over Taehyun, waiting for an answer. He came to the conclusion that the young man no longer had the strength to speak. He began to draw a sword from his arsenal to kill the person lying on the ground. The monster called the boy a real badass. He said that his end would come here. But suddenly, something interfered with the knight's actions, so that he himself could not figure out what was happening. Taehyun used his hunting technique again and got out of the trap, knocking the sword out of the monster's hands and saving his life. Immediately after, the young man used a powerful stream of his energy to cut off the knight's right hand, which was holding another weapon. The flow of energy continued to increase steadily, and was like a storm surge. He lifted into the air the bodies of coma monsters that had already been killed. The head of the Death Knights could not understand how this was even possible, because the boy had just been lying on the ground, slowly dying. Taehyun rose to his feet and was ready to fight. The monster laughed at him and asked how he would fight in such a state. However, the young man did not care at all about the thought of some monster. He increased his mana several times and was ready to face the otherworldly force. The head of the Death Knights continued to laugh at the man. He said that this would be the last battle for the young man. He thanked him for the opportunity to have fun and at the same moment rose from his seat to attack the enemy. The monster regained its hand and delivered a powerful sword strike, creating an energy wave that had tremendous power. The head of the Death Knights powerfully struck the opponent who was standing on the ground. After this blow, there was almost nothing left from the young man. The monster was absolutely confident in his abilities. He perfectly understood that no person is able to stand up after such a thing, but something absolutely inhuman was happening in this fight. The monster could see through its flow of energy that the young man was still alive. Taehyung simply placed his left hand at the moment of the enemy's strike and blocked the powerful flow of energy with his hunting technique. The monster could not believe that such a thing was even possible. None of his enemies had survived this before. Taehyung wasn't going to wait and decided to attack the monster at that very moment. He gave him the opportunity to feel his power. Taehyung reached rank B. He delivered a blow of colossal force, throwing out a stream of energy that was like lightning. The head of the Death Knights cried out in pain for the first time on the battlefield. Taehyung launched an attack that even this monster couldn't handle right away. Throwing his enemy to a great height, the young man decided to take the sword that was nearby and use it in battle. Taehyung knew perfectly well that the battle would definitely end, but it was not known in whose favor. The sword was supposed to help tip the scales in his favor. The young man rose quickly in the air before the monster had time to regain consciousness. He threw a couple of blows at him, but the knight dodged. After the third hit, Taehyung was absolutely certain that he had hit. Especially since there was a burst of light. The head of the Death Knights felt this blow and let out a loud cry. He was very angry that the young man dared to hit him. The monster raised a sharp weapon from the floor into the air and covered it with a stream of purple energy. He was going to use them to attack. The knight put his left hand forward, directing the flow of energy. He launched a weapon at the enemy, somehow lifting it from the ground. Taehyun knew perfectly well that he had to do something about it. He began to gather a red stream of energy around him. The young man paid special attention to his right fist, with which he was going to strike. The concentration of mana in this place was the maximum. Hang's entire figure, resembling a sharp weapon in shape, the young man delivered a powerful blow with his fist to counter the enemy's attack. It formed a huge swirling flow of energy. By doing so, Taehyung was even able to reach the body of the monster that was further away. The knight couldn't do anything about it. He simply flew back a couple of meters, watching the enemy. He admitted that the young man simply did not have human strength. After that, the young man directed his fist at the almost defeated enemy and decided to confess to someone that this is really not human strength. He informed his opponent, however, that this power belonged to the king. The monster was simply shocked by what the young man said. Taehyung, in turn, continued to stare at his opponent with a cold gaze. He felt much more confident than before. After telling the enemy where he got his strength from, Taehyung decided to finish him off. He launched an attack using a hunting technique. The head of the Death Knights began to slowly dissolve in this colossal flow of energy that devoured everything in its path. Taehyung won the extremely difficult battle. After that, he received a new skill called the Spirit of the King of Knights. A lot of people, including 2 ambulances and the police, gathered near the portals from which the test of the second qualifying round began. Everyone already knew that the level D dungeon turned out to be quite difficult. All participants were in danger in the apocalypse. Sanjin arrived at the scene again. He was informed that C-rank magic was emanating from the portal. The jury did not know what to do in such a situation. They had already announced an immediate evacuation, but they could not wait for the relief party until the fault started. Park Sanjin understood that no one could survive in the C-rank dungeon. He needed to think and make decisions immediately. The man did not come up with a better idea than to interfere in this procession himself. He really didn't want to do it, but he had no choice. As soon as the player thought about crossing the portal, it began to glow, emitting a large amount of energy. No one understood what was the matter. Park Sanjin concluded that this could be a fault and ordered his wards to immediately prepare for the worst possible development. The portal continued to emit a colossal amount of energy that spread out. It was impossible to stop the fault. All that remained was to prepare. Everyone present who somehow could fight the monsters gathered around the C-rank player Park Sanjin. They were very accepting of their position, but everything turned out to be completely different, as the man assumed. Sanjin, he was a very strong green when he saw the following in front of him. From the portal suddenly appeared not a monster, but an ordinary person. Her figure slowly approached the people opposite. It was Tae-hyung, who miraculously failed to survive in this dungeon. He looked very tired, but was happy with the final result. Thanks to Tae-hyung, the situation with the double dungeon was resolved and the examiners were evacuated. The results of the tour were forced to cancel. The bodies of the participants were not found in the dungeon and were handed over to their relatives. The body of a rank player Ma Do-hak was also found nearby. There was a meeting going on at the main office of the Players Association where they were discussing not to discuss who wiped out Apocalypse. All this was done in order to avoid unnecessary eyes of the media. It was assumed that Tae-hyung could then become a prey to both the media and thieves. Took and Park Sanjin were present at this meeting. They fully agreed with this statement, as it was the best option. The meeting was led by a representative of the Che Players Association, Jinvi. He thanked the audience for supporting him and moved on. He asked two men at once what they thought about this. For a few seconds there was a dead silence in the room. Che Jin-woo clarified that he was referring to Kim Tae-hyun, who was able to clear the C-rank Apocalypse dungeon by himself. Park Sanjin replied that if this young man was able to handle everything by himself, then he would surely be able to fight on an equal footing with C-rank players. Gwatuk added from his observations that this young man's true rank was much lower, but he possessed a strength that was difficult to assess. Che Jinwei guessed that there was a pretty good chance that this young man might have a national rank, which was a very rare occurrence. The men opposite exchanged glances. Apparently, they agreed that absolutely anything could happen to this young man. The big burning sun was hiding behind the moon. The sky was bright red, which was similar to Tae-hyung's hunting technique. A certain young man was breathing heavily from what he had to go through. Stones were flying around him, and it was quite hot here. He continued to be attacked by monsters that roared loudly. Judging by their appearance, they were not of a very high rank. However, their colossal number was impressive. There were so many of them that they almost filled the land, sea and air. The young man climbed to the edge of the cliff and looked down. He was very much surprised when he saw a large number of monsters under his feet. It was Tae-hyung who didn't understand anything at all. He asked himself only one question: how he ended up in the abyss, and does not remember it. Suddenly, a figure of a man with blonde hair appeared from the sky. Tae-hyung guessed that it might be, but he couldn't say for sure. When this man came down, Tae-hyung recognized that it was the king. He accompanied his descent to the ground with an emission of bright light. The young man was simply shocked to see the man who had given him strength. He did not understand at all what was happening to him at this moment. The king had almost descended to the ground. The monsters, when they saw the man's figure, began to roar, expressing their desire to attack him. The king decided to put the animals that were bothering him here to sleep. He put his left hand out in front of him, and was about to use force. After a split second, the man began to collect a stream of light energy in his hand. Tae-hyung still couldn't understand anything. Having formed the right amount of energy in his hand, the king threw it at the monsters that were on the ground and continued to roar. He literally pulverized them in one motion, leaving only white ash behind. Tae-hyung watched all of this while standing on the edge of the cliff. The young man was even more shocked than when the king came down to earth. He had no idea what kind of power this man could possess. When there was a dead silence, the king began to speak to the young man. He said that he would wait for him. The young man did not understand. Tae-hyung was in complete shock and tried to understand what exactly the king wanted from him, and what he needed to do for it. Suddenly, the figure of the king began to disappear. Finally, he said that he would wait for the young man in the most secret corners of the abyss. After these words, Tae-hyung opened his eyes. His clothes had changed and he was sweating from what had just happened before his eyes. The young man felt his bed and realized that he was in bed. It was just a nightmare in his mind. Tae-hyung looked at his left hand to make sure he was really in his room. It was a pretty scary break for him. The young man was not in his room and remembered that he was hospitalized after he visited the Apocalypse dungeon. Tae-hyung continued to look at his hand, which was also sweating. He remembered his dream, which was too realistic not to be. The young man remembered the words of the king, who would be waiting for him somewhere. He tried to understand what exactly the giant blonde man meant. Tae-hyung didn't mind meeting the king, as he had too many questions. They were about hunting and understanding monsters. He decided to review his stats after a recent trip to the dungeon. His rank increased to B and one characteristic was added. Even during the fight, Tae-hyung guessed about the promotion, but he was not sure until the end. Now he could see the result with his own eyes. His figures were simply colossal for a 19-year-old. With such characteristics, the young man could easily face C-rank players. Tae-hyung looked at his new Night King's spirit skill and remembered how the monster used his technique on him at full power. He was very pleased that he could now control such a skill. At such rates, he could really reach the level of national rank. Suddenly, the young man's thoughts about the future were interrupted by a commotion outside his door. He could not understand what could be going on loudly in the hospital. In the corridor, doctors and nurses tried to stop a guest. Tae-hyung couldn't understand who wanted to break into him so badly. The uninvited guest slowly opened the door to the ward. He was outraged that he was simply not allowed to visit a sick person. Tae-hyung was just shocked when he saw who walked in on him. The young man was speechless at this moment, and opened his eyes wide. It was a woman who decided to break into the young man's room by force. Of course, she is not a simple woman, but a representative of the Players' Association of the New South Korea. Yuan, the master of the Vagrant Guild, greeted the sick man and asked him if he was happy to see her as a guest. It was rush hour on the street. There were a lot of cars on the road, which could not be said about the sidewalks, where few people passed. A man was sitting in one of the cars, who was asking his boss to drive the car for him. But he received a negative answer. It was Yuan who decided to take Tae-hyung from the hospital. She replied that the young man was still her guest, so she would take care of him herself. Tae-hyung sat silently in the car for a while and watched out the window. At some point, the young man decided to start the conversation first, which surprised the woman. Tae-hyung had one question and decided to ask it. He didn't understand what the head of one of the strongest guilds needed from him. The woman replied that she just wanted to take the boy home after discharge, and at the same time look at the young man who was able to survive the apocalypse. Tae-hyung immediately did not believe Ain's words and said that she could have come up with some more original and true reason for her actions. Yuan noticed the young man's sharp tongue. It wasn't a problem for her, but rather she liked it, unlike her assistant behind. Tae-hyung looked out the window at the skyscrapers lit up by the evening sun. Ain asked him if he knew what happened during the third round of selection. The woman said that the third round was also a game of survival, but unlike the first, the participants could be watched by outsiders. She warned the young man that his powers were put on display and now all the guilds will start hunting for the boy who survived the apocalypse. Tae-hyung was not very happy with this dialogue. He understood what the woman was going for, but judging by his expression, he wasn't interested. Yuan began to raise her hand up and asked the young man to think about her offer rather than rejecting it immediately. She promised to give him everything he wanted, including fame and money. And Tae-hyung, in turn, had to simply join the vagabonds. Tae-hyung was not at all surprised by the offer to join one of the strongest guilds. He reacted with a cold look in the woman's direction. Yuan knew how to negotiate with people. She insisted on her proposal not with words, but with a bright and open look. Tae-hyung continued to look at the woman with uninterested and cold eyes. He thought about how he would answer correctly. The assistant head of the Vagrant Guild did not feel very comfortable in such an environment. She was very tense at this moment. Tae-hyung decided not to invent a cycle, but simply answered as he saw fit. He said that he was not interested in the offer at all. Yuan was simply shocked by such an answer and shouted loudly to the whole car. Tae-hyun realized that he would rather walk home. Wanderer Guild Master Yuan took the young man almost to the house. It was already evening outside. The lights started to come on in the houses. Despite the tense situation in the dialogue, the young man thanked the woman for giving him a lift. Then he was going to go alone. Ain did not expect that the young man would refuse the offer and jump out of the car. Standing on the steps above, she tried to stop him. The woman asked the promising player what was the reason for his refusal, because she promised him everything he wanted. Ain suggested that the young man might have received an offer from another guild. Taehyun was not feeling very comfortable, and it was starting to annoy him. The young man replied that he had no particular reason for refusing. Ain then became even more entangled in this case. Taehyung added that he didn't receive offers from other guilds and asked why the woman thought her vagabond guild was so special. The young man thought that it was all nonsense. He was not interested in this as much as possible, and he was not ashamed to talk about it in front of his face. Yuan was amazed that the young man refused her so tactfully and coldly. She simply lost the gift of speech and could not say a word. After a brief dialogue, Taehyung asked to bow out and go home. He turned his back to the interlocutor and headed down the stairs. Now he did not feel any discomfort, and was absolutely sure that he had done the absolutely right thing without offending anyone. But Ain thought completely differently. She did not want to leave this matter alone, so she decided to force the young man. The woman quickly approached Taehyung closely and grabbed his face with her right hand. She held him very tightly. Taehyung couldn't understand what was going on. He turned to face the woman, and seemed to ask what he had done to deserve such treatment. Yu Eng was very angry with the young man for his refusal. She looked straight into his eyes and asked what was wrong with him. The whole body of the woman was covered with a flow of energy. She asked, and why did the young man overcome all this way, and now refuses to participate in the guild? Yu Eng decided not to torment the boy for long. Despite all of the above, the woman told the young man that she forgives him, but that's only because he served her. Ain cupped the young man's face and ran her index finger over the soft skin on his cheek. Suddenly, the woman's assistant intervened in the dialogue and said that this young man was still undergoing testing, and she was doing something unclear. He also turned to Taehyung and advised him not to anger the woman, but to join the guild, since it would have to be done at some point anyway. However, the young man was not even going to hide his sharp tongue. He told the woman that stubbornness probably runs in their family. After that, he slowly turned his face towards the woman and smiled mischievously. He addressed her as Lim's older sister Ayun. The woman was simply shocked when she heard these words from the young man. She couldn't understand how he even knew that. Taehyung replied that he still knows a lot about the woman, and not only that, including information about the stolen name. Yu Eng was in complete shock at what was happening. She couldn't come to her senses after hearing her real name from someone. She began to rage again at the young man, who was used to talking sharply. She wanted to reprimand him for his tactless conversation. The sun has completely set below the horizon. The evening city looked quite attractive, despite the fact that the houses are almost monotonous. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in the middle of the city, which was accompanied by a huge stream of light that literally reached into the sky. It was all the work of the head of the Vagrant Guild, Yuan. She could not stand the young man's words, so she decided to teach him a lesson. Her assistant was very alarmed and scared at this moment. He perfectly understood that the matter would definitely not lead to anything good. Lim Ayun was the real name of the head of the Vagabond Guild. The CEO of Yuk-sen Group raised a girl who was an illegitimate daughter to make an heiress, but at one point everything turned in the other direction. When another daughter appeared in the family, everyone forgot about the eldest and made her an exile. People who know this information could be counted on the fingers of one hand. This number included Taehyung, who was in danger. Holding the young man by the neck, Ain asked him how he dared to make such statements right in front of her, to which Taehyun replied that the woman started first. Yuan couldn't stop being surprised by the young man's sharp tongue, which annoyed her a lot. Taehyun finally decided to show the woman his strength. He used a technique for resistance that proved successful. After that, the young man decided to counterattack the woman with the spirit of the King of Knights. He managed to successfully perform this technique and the woman flew back. Yu Eng was simply shocked by this turn of events. She could not understand where the young man had such tremendous strength. Taehyun was able to withstand the skill of a C-rank player. But it was not the most surprising. He was also able to easily attack the head of the guild. After that, the young man felt that he was no longer in danger, so he came out of his energy cover in order not to waste mana. Yuan stared at her opponent with wide eyes. She even began to worry about her situation, despite her status. Taehyung slowly began to climb the stairs, tapping his shoes on the floor. He headed up to the woman as confidently as possible. Approaching his opponent, Taehyung leaned his elbow on the wall behind Aang. The woman silently looked into the young man's eyes. Taehyung politely addressed the interlocutor and asked her not to cross the line again, addressing her as Mrs. Ion. This made the woman very angry, but she decided not to take any action. It was a little scary for her to enter the fray again after the young man. The assistant guild head was simply shocked to hear these words. The first time he could not hear them, and now he did not understand what was the matter. A large number of people gathered near the Colosseum, where the third qualifying round was to be held. They all came to watch the fights. The Colosseum, reminiscent of ancient Rome, was the perfect venue for the third round. A lot of people could fit here. The presenter of this event announced that anyone can watch the fights in the third qualifying round, which certainly pleased the audience. Go Tuk and Park San-jin were also present at the event. They had a premonition of what Taehyung would be able to show again. Yue came to this event disguised as an ordinary spectator. She ate her popcorn slowly so as not to attract too much attention. Hyung's aunt and uncle also came to the event. They were very worried about their nephew, because the fighting was very fierce. Jian decided to calm them down. He said that there was no reason to worry about his brother, as he was the strongest of all the strongest. Hwang Jin considered himself the president of Kim Taehyung's fan club. It had only one participant, but a very dedicated one. While Jian was telling his parents about his cousin's true power, a girl with glasses was sitting a little further away, who was very worried. It was the same journalist Kim Jicha. She kept telling herself that she needed to find a real sensation in the Colosseum. Her last interviews were not recognized because Taehyung was too low in rank. The girl was forced to apologize and blush in front of the editor-in-chief. She believed that the young man had already left a long time ago, so it was necessary to find someone else to interview in order not to be left without a job. Kim Jicha wiped the tears from her eyes and heard the people nearby saying that the atmosphere in the arena had become quite strange. The journalist looked down in front of her and did not understand what a strange atmosphere people were talking about. Fighters gathered around one young man. Suddenly, Kim Jicha also realized that she had never seen anything like this before. She was very surprised and went through different options in her head. Absolutely all the soldiers united in one pile. Among them were veterans among the awakened with a high rank, such as Lee Gilson. Absolutely all those present who reached the third round of selection united in one circle and were quite serious. They were targeting one young man who was in the center of the circle. He stood motionless in his place, keeping his hands in his pockets. Kim Jicha couldn't believe that everyone was rallying around one young man to defeat him. She had no idea how strong he was. The girl began to look more closely at the face of this young man from afar. It seemed quite familiar to her, and she was simply shocked. Despite his rather difficult situation, the fighter in the middle of the circle was not going to back down. A satisfied smile shone on his face. The host of the event asked the audience to stay in their seats and not worry about what they will see. Testing was declared open. Of course, the young man in the center was Taehyung. Everyone was wary of his unknown power. Now he was no longer a C rank awakened, but a B rank. The third qualifying round was declared to have begun, and the fighters began to attack the entire centers. They used their weapons to the maximum. The boys, who had in their arsenal burning or explosive techniques, rose into the air and attacked the young man in the center with the help of fire. The battlefield was like a continuous burst of energy, which was constantly transformed and replenished with new lightning shots. No one even dared to look the other way. Everyone was focused on the goal inside and made every effort to overcome it. The members wanted to deal with the strongest one right away, as they remembered that he had defeated 2 C-rank awakened in the first round. This was very frightening for the fighters, because if they did not knock out this member now, then he would destroy them all with literally one attack. While attacking the enemy, the group of participants couldn't even imagine that Taehyung would get out of this flow of energy. But he did it very quickly. The participants were simply shocked at this turn of events. They almost pissed their pants when they saw Taehyung's look. An ominous smile shone on the young man's face. He decided to use his stone skin technique to attack the enemies ahead. Taehyung is currently throwing a powerful punch at the first boy that comes his way. He pressed him firmly to the ground. The next participant also received a strong blow to his torso. He screamed loudly from the pain he received after the blow. The third youth was hit directly in the face, causing several teeth to be parted. They flew to the floor along with drops of blood. The audience was simply shocked to see this in front of them. They could not react in any way and sat silently, opening their mouths. Taehyung continued to crush the opponents in his path. It seemed that it did not bring him any discomfort and problems. The other members were simply powerless against the young man's strength. They have already regretted going into battle against Taehyung a couple of times. The young man felt like he was in his own plate. After he had already wiped out Apocalypse, this seemed like a normal training session for him. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn by something that was making its way through the ground. The floor began to crack and Taehyung noticed a strange green glow. Literally a second later, radiation vines appeared in the arena, which were created to attack Taehyung unexpectedly. It really worked out for one of the participants. The vines quickly enveloped the young man and restrained his movements so that he could not use his techniques. However, Taehyung was completely unconcerned about this. He looked straight ahead and praised the one who used this technique. The young man who used these vines informed the enemy that he would pay with his life for his negligence in battle. It was the ranking genius Lee Gilson, who felt his supremacy. He promised that he would be the winner of the third round, but Taehyung had a completely different opinion. With the help of his hunting, he broke the vines and attacked the enemy, pressing his head to the ground. Lee Gilson was simply shocked by this turn of events. He did not expect that someone would be able to break his vines so easily, and also counterattack. Taehyung was simply at his best in these competitions. Having defeated another enemy, he warned him that in the future it is better to keep his mouth shut. The participants were very afraid of the young man. They planned to constantly attack him from different sides, so that he would be constantly occupied with defense and exhausted. However, the participant's speed was much lower than Taehyung's. He immediately noticed the next opponents, and pointed his finger at them. He was seriously determined to test his new technique, which he had not tested before. The fortitude of the King of Knights. The participants of the third selection rushed into battle against the opponent. They were quite serious, although they were afraid of the enemy, and not for nothing. They didn't even have time to get a couple of meters closer to the enemy, when unknown equipment began to act on them. One of the participants was simply shocked when he felt her power. His eyes widened in surprise, and sweat began to flow down his face. Taehyung showed all his power in the most terrifying way. The flow of energy emitted by the young man pinned the opponents to the ground. There was absolutely nothing they could do about it. The technique had a colossal destructive power, and did not even allow it to move. The spirit of the King of Knights showed itself in all its glory. Participants could see this eerie energy in front of them in the form of skeletons. They just lay pressed to the ground by this flow of energy. Absolutely no one expected that they would have to endure this. Jian and her parents watched this and were simply shocked. They had no idea that their relative possessed such a powerful technique. Go-tuk was no less shocked than the old men. Park San-jin, on the other hand, watched this process with satisfaction and smiled sinisterly. Journalist Kim Jicha had no idea who she was interviewing. Now she saw the true power of a boy who had a low rank. Taehyung continued to pressure his opponents with the power of the king's spirit. He felt like an absolute dominator on the battlefield. Yu Eng was quite reserved compared to the other viewers. She continued to eat her popcorn without showing any emotion. At some point, the woman reacted to the technique and called the young man a psycho. She didn't think he would use this technique in the very center. The battlefield looked like the apocalypse after Taehyung dealt with his opponents. The smoke screen has not completely dissipated yet. Taehyung could exhale after the fight. Dozens of defeated opponents lay around him. It was an absolute triumph for the young man, but he felt the presence of another person not far from him. One mention of her caused a pleasant smile in the young man. He looked straight ahead and saw the figure of a girl coming out of the smoke screen, slowly approaching Taehyung. It was Imyun, who had already managed to get injured in this fight and was holding her hand. She was going to continue the battle. Taehyung asked the girl what she was going to do next and added that he wouldn't be offended at all if she just decided to give up. Name of Ayun really felt an advantage on the young man's side. There were different thoughts in her head, but she was definitely not going to give up. Taehyung continued to inflame the situation and taunt the girl. He reminded her of the match between them from the first round. These words evoked ambiguous memories in the girl's head. She was very angry with the young man and decided everything for herself. Name of Ayun began to emit a colossal amount of energy, forming an icy blanket around her. It happened very quickly. Taehyung didn't even have time to watch the formation of those ice blocks. They spread with tremendous speed. An ice sphere formed on the battlefield, which was identical to the actions of the first test. Opponents were inside her. Taehyung was unsurprised since he had seen it before. He said that Ayun could come up with something new for their meeting. The girl ordered the young man to shut up and take better care of himself. She formed the same ice staff in her hands. She promised to deal with her opponent quickly and emphasized that she will not make the mistakes that were in their first match. Taehyung was very happy to see his old friend in such a state. He constantly provoked her by asking inappropriate questions. The fight between the rivals ended as suddenly as it had begun. Inside the ice sphere, the last breaths of wind blew. The battle was over and the staff of Ayun was lying on his side, broken in half. The smoke screen began to slowly dissipate. Im's bright hair could be seen in this huge pile of snow. Ayun. It slowly developed, which spoke of the girl's movements. She seemed to pass by Taehyung, who stood unmoved in his place. The girl slowly bowed to the ground. After that, Ayun did not fall hard on the floor. She was completely exhausted and unable to resist a stronger opponent. The girl lost consciousness from the fact that she had spent all her energy. They lay motionless on the ground, showing no signs of life. Taehyung even sweated a little after this fight. He removed the mask from his face with his hand and said that he did not expect anything less. He admitted that Ayun was his strongest opponent in this tournament. However, she still came out a loser from this fight. The ice ball dissipated and the audience could see who won the final battle. This is the end of the third qualifying round. Taehyung was the only winner in the third selection. He was given an award for first place in the qualifiers. It was a knife and a figurine. He was personally greeted by a representative of Che Association Jinvi. He informed him that Taehyung was a C-rank player as of today. The man added that he wasn't surprised that the young man won the tournament, especially after he swept Apocalypse. Taehyung behaved quite modestly in his husband's office. He took the knife in his hands and said that he was lucky just then. Che Jinwi was very pleased with the young man's skills. He looked at it, and just enjoyed the treasure he could get. After some time, the representative of the association spoke to the young man again. Taehyung immediately looked up and began to listen intently. Che Jinwi made a proposal to the young man to join the new South Korea Players Association. It was not expected. Taehyung had no idea why he had come to this office. This proposal took away the gift of speech from the young man. The boy did not know how to react to the man's offer to work for the association. He was just silent for a while, staring ahead. Che Jinvi, having expressed his interest in the young man, did not say anything more, but simply looked at him, waiting for a reaction. Taehyung looked at the statue given to him by the new South Korea Players Association. She was driving him a little crazy. Literally in a few days, a real loser became a C-rank player, defeating real giants in qualifying competitions. In addition, he received an offer not only from the leader of a large guild, but also from the strongest player from the new South Korean Association. Che Jinwei continued to stare at the young man in silence. Taehyung was very happy to have his strength recognized by one of the best players in the world. The young man still did not know what answer to give. Real chaos was going on in his head and he didn't know how to act correctly in this situation. It was a much more difficult decision than turning down an offer from one of the guilds. He extended his hand to the cup of tea. Taehyung finally formed his opinion and was ready to answer the man across from him. He said he was forced to decline the offer. Che Jinwi was just shocked when he got the answer. The young man, as then, said that he did not have any specific reason for refusal. Sipping his tea, the young man said that he simply did not want to be a member of one of the 4 major guilds or players' associations. All this was due to the fact that he would bring much more benefit on his own. He informed the representative of the association about this. Che Jinwei had never heard such an answer before. He was very rarely refused to join the association. An inexplicable smile appeared on the man's face. He himself did not understand his emotions at this moment, and could not control them. Che Jinvi laughed loudly at the whole hall. It was more like hysterical laughter caused by psychological trauma. Taehyung sat still in his seat and sipped his tea. He felt quite confident and smiled back at the man. Che Jinwi slowly began to sit on the chair. He said that the young man chooses a rather self-confident path, refusing to join the association. In this case, the man said that he has an even more interesting proposal. Taehyung was immediately interested in these words and stopped drinking tea. Che Jinwi smiled sinisterly as he looked at the young man. He hoped that Taehyung wouldn't be able to refuse his next offer. One of the representatives of the association offered the winner of the selection to join the Asian friendlies that will take place soon. After all this, Taehyun went to the dungeon to fight the monsters. This was the first necessity in his case. After a few days, the young man felt at home in the monster territory. He defeated them with ease, using only one hand. After dealing with all the monsters around with the hunting technique, Taehyung was finally able to catch his breath and look around. He cleared another dungeon. A portal was opening in front of him, which was supposed to return him to the world where ordinary people lived. The thought of the Asian friendlies that Che had mentioned kept on Taehyung's mind. Jinvi. The young man still could not decide what to do next. Asian friendlies were held, surprisingly, among Asian countries. They were considered quite prestigious on this continent. The contestants chose 5 representatives from guilds or association members from each Asian country to hunt down monsters and thieves. To become a representative, you need to prove that you have hunted down monsters and thieves for the good of the country, earning some valor points. Taehyung remembered Che's words. Jinhwa, who gave birth to him to participate in these games, to go to the next level, but it was not so easy. Taehyung has recently become a C-rank player, and to make up for the lost time, he will have to hunt down stronger monsters and thieves. During this month, the young man cleared all known associations of the dungeon, but was still unable to achieve high results in obtaining valor points. Taehyung approached the portal and had a crazy idea. Although it was quite dangerous, the young man saw no other way out. The young man slowly began to step into the portal. He thought about the fact that he still had to go to the place he was thinking about someday. The sight of Tezen groups stood quietly on the outskirts of the city. The birds flew away from here because something was bothering them. In the middle of the building there was indeed something restless. A glass of whiskey suddenly fell to the ground and broke. The liquid spilled on the floor. The president of Tezen Group decided to teach one of his wards. He used his technique to grab him by the throat. It was Sol Hongdu, who worked as a bodyguard for Lee Changji's heir. He asked the president to spare him and calm down. Lee Changsu couldn't calm down as long as his son was still in the hospital, and the culprit flourished and smelled like a C-rank player. Head Tezen was too excited this evening. He threw his ward to the ground with all his might, not sparing him. Sol Hundo was forced to bear the wrath of his boss. His body landed on the floor, which cracked with it. It was very painful. Suddenly, a secretary came to the president and told him the news. Guests from the Thieves' Guild came to him. Lee Changsu was very angry because he didn't want to see the guests who took money from him for killing some jerk, but couldn't fulfill their promises. He began to cover his body with a flow of energy and was going to teach the guests. But something very strange and creepy stopped him. The space around his secretary began to distort, and the woman seemed to be pulled into another dimension. The man was a little wary at this point. A man came out of the portal and immediately apologized for the situation that happened to the president's son and asked him to calm down. He justified this by the fact that this bastard is still the ultimate goal of Tezen. Lee Changsu was shocked and frightened to see such a guest. This man was wearing a respirator on his face. He said it was nice to meet you and introduced himself as the deputy head of the Thieves' Guild. He looked rather creepy, emitting red streams of energy. He told someone that he can be called Shadow. His true rank was unknown. Meanwhile, a portal opened at the other end of the city. It was different from what the Thieves' Guild warriors used. From this portal, the figure of a young man began to appear. It was Taehyun who finally returned to the real world to rest for a while. No sooner had the boy left the portal than someone greeted him here with loud greetings. Taehyung didn't understand what was happening. He saw a man in front of him standing in front of the central gate, and holding a tablet with something written on it. The man said that he would accompany the young player to the auction. He was an A-rank Alchemist Guild player. He introduced himself as Pak Gun. He behaved quite strangely, maddened by the young man. He expressed great honor when meeting him. Taeyong felt very uncomfortable in the company of such a person. Park Jenin added that he is a fan of the young man and asked him for an autograph. They were to go to the auction in the best hall in Asia. It was called East Point. There was always a lot of money at this auction. It was the largest in all of Asia. People from different parts of the continent came here to buy something. After all, only at this auction could you find gigantic lots that literally mesmerized the eye. But they cost accordingly. Automatic translation of spoken language was also available at the auction. East Point had many advantages over other auctions. Taeyong autographed the man's forehead as he requested. He added that the main advantage of this auction is security, so guards like Park Jenin played some important role in the auction. All of them had a very good skill of being able to control the portals. Park Jenin explained that the constant changes in the warp point reduced the possibility of entering the auction without an invitation to almost zero. Taehyung completely agreed with what his bodyguard told him. The auction really had an enviable protection, but there was something that made the young man think about his safety. This could not be avoided even with such a colossal defense. Taehyung was referring to C-rank terrorist thieves. In his opinion, they could visit this place at any time without noticing the protection. Everyone who wanted came to the auction, and it started. The host greeted everyone present and started bidding on the first item. She announced it as the most anticipated lot of the month. The Phoenix Elixir stood on the woman's left hand under the protective glass. The presenter informed the audience that he is able to increase stamina and mana by 20 points. Taeyong wasn't listening very carefully. His thoughts were occupied by something completely different. Now he only had to wait for a terrorist attack. His successors and opponents will be thieves of the rank of. He looked at the host, but kept thinking about the thieves. The young man's main problem was that he did not have any information about them. Before Taehyung's return, the news reported the serious damage done to East Point. The main terrorist was Narendra Nehru. Taehyung wanted to know who was responsible for the terrorist attack. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Park Gun, who brought his boss an ice cream. Taehyung stopped his charge and said that he would probably give up the ice cream. Instead, the young man asked who the local head of security was. Park Jenin was confused in this situation and did not know what to answer. Taehyung asked what happened to him and why he was so concerned. Park Jenin replied that he did not really want to talk about the security chief in his presence. This man came to the auction in his own person. Park Jenin announced that he is the 12th C-rank player of the new South Korea, and also the youngest among all C-ranks. Those present were simply shocked to see such a motorcade in front of them. Pen was accompanied by a large number of people everywhere. This young man is at home everywhere. He was moving in front of the entire convoy and headed towards Taehyung with Park Gun. Coming a little closer, the young man expressed his satisfaction that they were finally visited by the most famous young player of North Korea. Asaki Rihei was the head of security at East Point, as well as a C-rank player from Japan. He had a rather creepy nickname, the Devil. Taehyung asked the name of this young man from his bodyguard. Park Jenin was just shocked and could not say a word at this moment. Finally he came to his senses a little and remembered his work. He informed his young boss to be careful. Park Jenin told the story to the young player about how Rihei stabbed his brothers for profit and was given the nickname Devil after that. Asaki Rihei expressed his respect for the young genius of the new South Korea Association and extended his hand to greet him. Taeyong edited ambiguously at such a gesture from the interlocutor. He looked at this hand for a while and remembered Park Gunun's words. From this first movement of the security head, Taeyong could tell that he was left-handed. It looked strange enough in the young man's eyes. In the end, Taeyong decided to extend his hand in return to show some respect to the other person and not offend him. A young C-rank one-handed player. Immediately after their compression, something strange related to energy began to happen. Taehyung did not expect this turn of events. He felt an electric current running through his body, which was not very pleasant. With every second, the pain in the body only increased. Taehyung tried to counter this technique by using his own. Asaki Rihei was indeed a most treacherous player. He just gave an ominous laugh after using the thunder technique. He said with a sneer in his voice that he didn't think that Taeyong will fall for such a simple trap, asking if he is really a C-rank player. Taeyong wasn't going to tolerate the taunts coming his way. He felt that he could fight back against this player and calm his complacency. But there was something that stopped the young man at the moment. He heard loud shouts around him, which greatly alarmed him and restrained his actions. Turning his head to the left, Taehyung noticed that people were holding their throats and couldn't breathe. This was caused by Rihei's technique. Then, Taehyung realized that he could not counterattack the enemy, as the ordinary people around him would also fall under the deal. Suddenly, Isaki Rihei stopped his technique and said he was joking. Taehyung was just shocked at this turn of events. The head of security took his hand away and said that this technique was probably too strong for the recently C-ranked jerk. Immediately after that, Rihei hugged his interlocutor like a friend, placing his right hand on his shoulder. It looked quite strange. A player from Japan whispered in Taehyun's ear that even though he was a C-rank player, he couldn't even handle the job of his bodyguard. Taehyung did not feel very comfortable in this situation. Rihei warned the young man not to rant if he didn't want to get into trouble. Isaki Rihei really behaved as if he were at home. He ended the conversation with his vis-a-vis and let him go. Afterward, the head of East Point's security service bid farewell to his guests and wished them a happy auction while continuing to sneer. Park Jenin noticed that his young boss was not feeling well after that. Taehyung was straightening his left arm after the collision with the enemy. Taehyung followed his potential enemy with his eyes and ran his name over in his head. He thought that it would be stronger than he thought to defeat him. The next morning came. In one of the new South Korea, there was a huge building with many floors. Inside it was one group standing under a lantern. They looked like a real crime-fighting squad. People from this detachment looked in front of them and could not understand who it was who visited them and how they managed to sneak in here unnoticed. The squad leader replied that it didn't matter who they were. He said that the teleportation gate control office was on the side they were coming from. The man ordered his charges to cover him and was going to deal with the enemies himself since he was the only one on the team who was an A-rank player. But not everything turned out to be as rosy as the squad leader assumed. They were defeated literally in a few minutes with absolutely no chance. The A-rank warrior was completely helpless against the enemy's equipment. A purple energy monster was holding his face. It was all the work of only one person. A C-rank thief no one knew anything about, Narendra Nehru. He looked very old. His wards did not even interfere in this match. They informed their master that certain changes had taken place in the auction house. The man reported that Kim Taehyung, a new C-rank player from New South Korea, had arrived at the auction with a purpose. The ward asked the boss what they should do next. Narendra Nehru scratched his head and began to think. He never made rash decisions. The old thief replied that the young man was nothing compared to him. He spoke in a slow and restrained voice. The wards listened attentively to their master. No one even thought of interrupting him. He added that Taehyung will receive punishment from God. The two-story building was located on an unknown island in the middle of the sea. It was surrounded by water on all sides. Suddenly, in one of the high-rise buildings, which was lower, a loud explosion rang out. It was so powerful that even the water began to sway. The auction was held in neighboring buildings. The host of the event continued to conduct the auction. Few people are already left in the final race, but no one was destined to take the main prize. The explosion from the neighboring building reached here as well, which caused a huge panic. People calmly strolled through the beautiful corridors, sipping cocktails and talking to each other on various topics. The terrorist attack in the building ruined the lives of everyone present. They couldn't do anything about it. The fire started to fill all the rooms. In contrast to the size of the building, the explosion looked quite large. Moreover, its sound scared the people present very much. Literally after a few seconds, explosions began to resound throughout the territory of both skyscrapers. Almost the entire territory was mined. Park Jenin immediately began to care for his young boss. He shouted loudly, trying to reach him through the smoke screen. When the smoke cleared a little, the guard could see Taehyung looking up. The man advised them to get out of here immediately. Taehyung was just shocked by what happened. He knew that there would be a terrorist attack, but he did not expect that the whole building would be mined. People tried to evacuate from the building. Taehyung was lost in his thoughts and tried to figure out when the thieves managed to plant all those bombs. But that was not the most important thing now. The young man heard human screams, which announced the presence of terrorists in the building. A man in a suit tried to escape from a terrorist who had already taken one hostage and was shooting upwards, scaring everyone present. He demanded that people lay down all their weapons and put their money and valuables on the ground. Otherwise, everything could end fatally for them. The terrorist said that if he tried to resist, he would immediately start shooting in the head. But suddenly, he stopped literally in the middle of a sentence. He saw the danger in front of him, but he did not have time to react to it. His head detached from his body and flew into the air. Tahun was in time to help the innocent citizens. He quickly cut off the terrorist's head with his new gift weapon. Park Jenin didn't expect the player to join the battle immediately. He began to worry about him and advised him to retreat immediately. However, Taehyung had his own plans. He ordered his bodyguard to notify the association of the terrorist attack and request reinforcements. And he himself was heading somewhere. He was going to catch all those responsible for what happened. The young man now had a talisman of rare rank that Che had given him. Jinvi. A group of several armed soldiers guarded the buildings. They were exhausted to the bone, but they did not take a single step back. Narandra's wards were stationed in front of them. Neru. They needed to pick up one important item that their boss had asked for. The squad leader said that they only needed the artifact that was auctioned off, and then they wouldn't touch anyone. The guards of the building refused to give the artifact to the thieves. Then, the leader of the band of thieves immediately ordered his wards to kill everyone. Bloody battle began. The thieves immediately rushed into battle after the order of their leader, and began to slaughter all the people in their path. The guards were less armed than the thieves, so they lost this battle. The casualties of the fighters became more and more with the passage of time. In the end, the security could not withstand the onslaught of the thief. All the soldiers were defeated and killed. Their bodies lay motionless on the ground. The leader of the band of thieves was unable to access what his boss needed. He reached into the box for the artifact. Despite all the difficulties, the thieves managed to get what they came here for. It was a very valuable thing. The Phoenix Elixir had a unique rarity. After using it, you could permanently increase your stamina and mana by 20 points. Now the thief understood why Narendra and Neru risked their lives to get the artifact. He radiated tremendous power. The squad leader was already thinking about drinking some of this elixir. He swallowed and was ready to do it. However, this was not destined to happen. Another powerful explosion rang out in the building, stopping the thief's progress and knocking him back. A victim appeared on the battlefield, who was one of the wards of thieves. His body was dead from what it had endured. The body fell right at the feet of the squad leader. He was looking at one of his wards and could not understand what had happened. Wards turned to their leader named Dyke. They informed him that an unforeseen danger awaits them ahead. The thieves clearly understood that they needed to prepare for the worst, but there was one problem. They could not see their opponent. The man who was standing closest to the smoke screen received a powerful blow in the face. He could not react to him in any way. The number of fighters of the sinister squad was decreasing. There are quite a few of them left. Dyke was stationed behind the backs of his wards. Literally a couple of seconds later, 2 more thieves were unexpectedly killed. They did not have time to notice anything and did not understand where the blow came from. Dyke understood what the matter was. He recognized the skill the enemy was using against them. It was a stealth skill, but even the leader of the band of thieves did not have time to do anything before he was struck. The sword went through his entire body. Dyke let out a loud cry of pain at this point. Blood appeared on his face. The cut also caused his mask to come apart at the seams. The man understood that he was in mortal danger, so he decided to use his skill and raised his hand up. Swiping it, Dyke used a technique that was linked to chains. The golden shackles began to spread rapidly around the room. They literally filled the entire space, enveloping the bodies of even those who had already died. It was a technique that would allow to catch the enemy. His chains were quite strong and heavy, but also mobile at the same time. Their movements were difficult to see with the naked eye. Dyke was able to achieve his goal by relying on his technique. He caught an enemy using a stealth technique. He turned to the enemy and informed him that his concealment had proved useless and that his end would soon come. Dyke was satisfied with the result of his counterattack. He put his left hand to the wound and told the enemy to prepare to die. The unknown enemy also began to speak. He admired the skill of predicting the location of a person using stealth. It was Taehyung, who was definitely not going to prepare for death. He wanted to take the skill from the man so that it would become a great substitute for his hunting. A lot of people died in this battle. All of them did not expect that this would happen and paid for their imprudence. A lot of innocent citizens who were ordinary civilians were captured. They were tied tightly with ropes and kept in custody. They were watched by monsters who really wanted to eat. They looked very angry, especially with red eyes. Teleportation gate control room. The hostages were in the center, and a bunch of monsters were looking at them. Narendra Nehru was also present in this room. He was satisfied with the result, and said that it was all very simple for him. He looked from the mountain at his captives and said that everyone should bow their heads before the God in whom he believes. All that remained for the man was to get the Phoenix elixir. At this moment, he was interrupted by one of the wards who brought the news. He announced that he had received a signal from Dyke's group, which had gone to collect the elixir. The man held a walkie-talkie in his hands. Narendra Nehru was very happy to hear that the group was having some trouble with their task of obtaining the Phoenix elixir. The ward brought the walkie-talkie closer to the owner. The communication device began to hiss, tuning into the required wave. Someone started talking to the main bandit and asking if he could hear him now. It was very unusual for everyone. Narendra Nehru never saw him being contacted by walkie-talkie. He wasn't too happy to hear someone's voice on the phone. He asked who was talking to him. On the other end of the line was Taehyung, who felt quite confident. He was able to defeat Dyke with his hunting technique. The leader of the band of thieves was in a state unfit for battle. Taehyung informed the master thief that he is the person who just now holds the artifact he needs in his hand. He said that he was not going to give it away just like that. Taehyung wanted to meet the thief in person and told him to come to him for the artifact. Narendra Nehru was simply shocked to hear such an invitation. He never thought in his life that he would be blackmailed by some boy. Taehyung dealt with absolutely all the robbers around him. Their bodies lay motionless on the ground, showing no signs of life. The young man decided that the thieves would wait a bit for their elixir. He figured they wouldn't mind if he drank just a little. After drinking this unique jar, Taehyung immediately felt his stamina increase. The amount of his mana also increased. After several sweeps of the dungeon, the young man could not increase his characteristics, and here only a couple of sips of the unique elixir was enough. Now, Taehyung could not worry about the liquid falling into the hands of the terrorists. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching behind him. Invited guests came to the corridor in the building. They felt quite comfortable and slowly made their way along the corridor. It was a squad of security forces led by Asaki Rihei. As always, the young man was absolutely confident in his abilities and assessed the situation around him. Looking straight ahead, the head of the security service saw only many corpses scattered throughout the room. The security service unit began inspecting the scene. One of Asaki's wards, having properly examined the corpses, concluded that there was no one alive. Another man confirmed this, but their readings did not match. The danger signal definitely came from here. Unless the guests could run away. Asaki Rihei just laughed at his charges at this point. None of the soldiers understood their commander, who was laughing at them. The young man told his subordinates to look just in front of them, and they would be able to see what he and his skills are there. Rihei turned to Taehyung and asked him not to hide anymore as there is no point. He saw through his technique. Taehyung decided that it was really good to play hide and seek with such a strong opponent, and began to dispel his stealth technique. The young man said that it all looked rather strange as he thought his skills were almost perfect. Rihei and Taehyung finally met their eyes again. They stood facing each other, and were just silent for a while. Rihei decided to speak first. He asked the interlocutor what a player with such a high rank was doing here alone. Taehyung sharply replied that he thought the security chief and his squad were trying to save the building from a terrorist attack. Rihei only laughed in response to the young man. He added that he had more important things to do at the moment, as he was looking for something of value. Taehyung was somewhat shocked to hear such a response from the security chief. He immediately began to suspect him of something. The young man reached into his inner pocket and began to pull out the artifact, saying that he suspected something was wrong. With his entire squad acting as Rihei's bodyguards, he could easily find and defuse all the planted bombs. In addition, the young man observed that the terrorists began an assault from the western points. To get into them, you had to get permission. Taehyung concluded that there must be an enemy spy among the local security. And now all the evidence pointed to only one person. The young man made it clear to the interlocutor that he suspected him of treason. Rihei once again laughed hideously in response, lowering his head. He began to prepare for a fight with a potential opponent, and said that he had warned him to stay away from business in this building. The head of the security service immediately got up from his seat. Taehyung didn't even notice how he did it. The young man took out his gift knife and began to prepare for defense. He guessed where the enemy might be at the next moment. Taehyung was able to track the opponent and blocked his sword strike in time, which almost reached its target, stopping at the last moment. Rihei wanted only one thing from his adversary, that he give him what he came here for, and he would not leave without it. Both young men perfectly understood what was being said. Taehyung decided to play a game with the enemy and suggested that he take the artifact by force. Other members of the security service did not want to interfere in this fight. They stood in their places and just watched the events. The walls of the corridor around them began to be covered with streams of red energy. Taehyung began to fight seriously against a strong opponent. His streams of energy were strong enough to crack the walls. It seems that he has never engaged in battle with such a strong opponent. The container that previously contained the unique elixir of the phoenix rose into the air. Now he was not observed there. The security service perfectly understood how serious the situation was. They decided not to interfere in the battle of C-rank players. One of the men said that their boss was called the devil for a reason. He could just crush them if they got in his way. Taehyung was forced to retreat because he was inferior in strength to the enemy. He tried to block all attacks with his dagger. The young man was quite serious. He felt the full force of the enemy and understood that the battle would be very difficult. Unlike Taehyung, Rihei could predict the direction of blows not only by sound and power aura. His possibilities were wider. He literally saw through his opponent. Rihei went behind the enemy so that Taehyung didn't even notice. Rihei swung his sword with all his might and hit the target hard on the nose. Using speed, he literally immobilized the enemy. Taehyung was in a difficult position and understood it perfectly. He needed to do something about the blade coming his way. However, it was already too late. At the last moment, Taehyung covered only part of his body with stone skin, but even that could not help him. A deep wound opened on the young man's left shoulder, from which blood began to spurt out in a fountain. Both young men used the stealth skill, but there was a literal gulf between their techniques in terms of strength and ability to use them. Taehyung was once again forced to retreat. The security service noticed that one of the fighters was above their heads. The young man decided that in his situation the best solution would be to use the hunting technique. He did it better than anything else. He was going to take advantage of the power of the players who were Rihei's wards. The men were simply shocked by what was happening to them. At the same time, Taehyung used the stone skin technique and covered both of his hands with stones to combine the skills. He also used the Knight's Spirit technique to suppress the player's opposition. It worked with lower-ranked players. Security personnel could not do anything with such equipment. All they could do was hope for a miracle. Taehyung's treatment of his opponents was simply callous. He wasn't going to show mercy in this situation. After dealing with the weaker opponents, Taehyung decided to finally return to the main objective and began looking around for Rihei. For some time he could not notice him at all. Suddenly, the young man heard the enemy speaking to him from above and immediately looked up. Isaki Rihei was on the ceiling and told the young man that he had pretty good skills, but they were inferior to his strength. Using his enhanced version of stealth, Rihei was able to hide and was now able to powerfully attack the enemy by surprise. Taehyung could not keep up with the enemy's movements, and could only bring his hands to his body to at least slightly restrain the onslaught from Rihei. On the floor below were the supporters of the evil guild, who patrolled the part of the building that was under their control. Suddenly, behind them, there was a loud explosion. Rihei punched the floor with his attack along with Taehyung holding the punch. The attack was of tremendous force. The youths broke through several floors of the building, slicing through their floors with a powerful energy arrow. They finally landed on one of the floors. There was a loud explosion, which was accompanied by a large amount of dust emissions. Rihei successfully carried out his attack and pinned the enemy to the ground. After that, Taehyung definitely wouldn't have gotten up earlier, but now everything was different. Isaki Rihei was just shocked when he opened his eyes. He realized that all his efforts were in vain. Taehyung used the technique he had recently taken from his previous enemy. With the help of iron chains, he stopped the sword. The young man was very satisfied with the result of the new technique. He said that Rihei would never be able to defeat him. The head of the security service now realized that the enemy had not used the previous skill to find him. Heng's plan was to pull the opponent beyond the diameter of the skill and stop him. Now Rihei was forced to retreat. However, Taehyung was not going to let the enemy go. He swung his arm to attack and ordered the enemy to wait for him. Rihei didn't really want to do it, but he had no other choice. Chains literally began to envelop him from different sides. Isaki Rihei was very angry with his opponent, who proved to be too strong. He shouted loudly from hopelessness, calling the enemy a piece of shit. Iron chains shackled his entire body and prevented him from moving. With every second they squeezed harder and harder. Taehyung felt he had the complete advantage in this fight. He was smiling as he trapped his opponent. Eventually, Rihei's body could no longer withstand the compression of the chains. His internal organs were crushed, and the young man spat out blood. The hole from Isaki's last attack, the corridor, extended several floors down. Despite this power, he was unable to win. Taehyung came out of the water almost dry. He managed to catch all those involved in this terrorist attack and take them prisoner. Taehyung chained even the lowest-ranked players with iron chains. They felt their strength leaving them. Players who had a slightly higher rank tried to oppose this technique. However, all of this was completely tongue-in-cheek compared to the C rank. Isaki Rihei was Taehyung's chief prisoner. He was very dissatisfied with his present position and looked upon the enemy with contempt. When Taehyung got closer to him, the head of security began to complain about him, calling him a disgusting bastard. Taehyung just smiled back and asked why a C-rank player would take such a risk for some pennies. Isaki Rihei shouted that the young man would never understand this. He stood in the way of the evil guild's plans, and it really annoyed Rihei. Taehyung was tired of hearing the young man's constant yelling. He decided to teach him a lesson and hit him on the head with his foot. Rihei flew back a couple of meters from the powerful blow. Taehyung said that the young man was too talkative for his current position. Rihei's wards immediately turned to him and began to ask if he was all right. They still pretended to be him no matter what. Taehyung slowly walked over to the body he had just hit. He, calm for now, asked the young man to tell him something about Naren Neru. He explained to the enemy that everything would soon be over, as every association in the country had received a call for reinforcements. He said that Naren Neru will come to an end as soon as additional forces appear here. Rihei began to laugh back again. He said that additional forces will not help in defeating the thieves. Taehyung was a little scared when he heard these conclusions. Someone in black shoes was in a great hurry for some important event. He ran down the corridor and didn't notice anything on his way. It was the base of the Players' Association in the new South Korea. Something wrong was happening and everyone felt it perfectly. Che Jinwei and Go Tuk were in the information headquarters when they heard someone approaching them loudly, stomping their feet. A man burst into the room. He immediately began to approach the table, since there was no time to wait. The man could barely speak, and was gasping for breath. He tried to catch his breath and add information as quickly as possible. That man was Sia Sangik, a master of one of the 4 great guilds, the alchemists. He asked what had happened to the reinforcements that had been sent to East Point. The man was very concerned about the situation of the comatose people who are now in the building, since there were also members of his alchemist guild there. Chi Jinwi ordered Sangik to calm down, and explained to someone that they had organized a backup force as soon as they heard the unpleasant news. The new South Korea Players Association has created a group of elite players. It was led by C-rank player Park San-jin. Sangik asked why they had not yet gone to help the victims. He offered help from the Alchemist Guild. Chi Jinwei replied that there was no problem with the number of military forces. The whole problem was to get to the island. Go Tuk explained to someone that the terrorists had captured the central teleportation gate control post. They blocked all the ways. Sangik was just shocked when he heard this information. Go Tuk told the man to take care as the situation was under control. The assistant manager said that there are currently 2 C-rank players at East Point. Although Taehyung had recently attained this rank, he still had an advantage. Gwatuk believed that the young man would be able to hold out until they regained control of the teleportation gate. At that moment, a woman came into the office and said that it would be possible for Taehyung to have an ordinary C rank as his opponent. The men stopped talking to each other. They looked towards the front door and were very surprised to hear a woman's voice. It was the head of the Vagrant Guild, Yuane. She also decided to participate in the discussion of further plans and actions in this situation. Meanwhile, Taehyung continued to interrogate his captives. He was still standing over the body of the defeated C-rank enemy. Asaki Rihei was absolutely confident in the strength of his ally. He asked if the young man even knew such a technique as a contract with the devil. Taehyung had never heard the name of such a technique before. Rihei explained to someone that this was the worst of Naranda's thief techniques. Neru. Depending on the volume and quality of the victim, the thief could summon monsters of a certain rank. They could have completely different skills. Taehyun understood how this technique worked. He did not want to believe that Rihei meant by sacrifices what the young man was thinking, but Rahai confirmed Taehyun's worst guesses. In order to use this most terrifying technique, the thief had to sacrifice living people. Yuane told her colleagues this story in parallel. She was the only one in the association who knew about Naranda's capabilities. Neru. Hearing the full description of the thief's most terrible technique, those present were simply shocked. They just didn't know how to react to it. It seems Che was shocked the most. Jinvi. His face seemed paralyzed after he heard how this technique worked. Now everything fell into place. Naranda Neru received more than 100 people as hostages, and the men understood why he needed them. Sia Sangik was very alarmed by the fact that a thief could sacrifice 100 people at once and summon monsters. Yu Eng confirmed that this was an absolute reality with his abilities. In this case, a real disaster would occur. Taehyung continued to interrogate his defeated, shackled opponent. He wanted to find out as much information as possible. The young man has already heard a lot of things that he would not like to hear at all. He called the Thieves' Guild just ultimate bastards. Isaki Rias mockingly warned the young man that he was lucky to defeat him, but from Naren Neru, such tricks will not convince. Rihei suggested that the young man pray for mercy, and watch silently as hundreds of people die. Taehyung didn't really like this schedule of events. Isaki's other way out, Rihei saw the young man trying to face an enemy that could not be defeated. He laughed hysterically. Taehyung couldn't take it anymore, so he pushed Rihei tighter against the wall to cover his throat. The situation was difficult, on the territory of the island on which East Point was located. The fires in both skyscrapers have almost stopped. In the main section is a teleportation gate. Naranda Neru continued to hold hundreds of prisoners. He looked down on them. One of the thief's wards brought him some not-so-good news. He informed the old man that Asaki Rihei lost his battle. He added that the whereabouts of Kim Taehyung, who defeated Reihi, is unknown, as is the location of the Phoenix Elixir that he apparently has. Naranda Neru replied that he should not worry, because the young man has no chance in a one-on-one fight, and he will have to wait for support from the association. But the thief didn't want Taehyung to wait for her. He raised his right hand up, emitting an eerie black energy as he did so. He was going to use his worst technique. The thief began to extract the spirits from the bodies of innocent people who were his hostages. The soul literally left the body in seconds. People felt something strange about themselves, which they could not help. Continuing with his creepy routine, Naranda Neru said that if the young man did not appear himself, then he should simply be smoked out. One woman resisted the most terrifying technique. Naganda Neru lifted her body up and was about to perform the ritual. He looked at his victim and longed to start the festival already, to please the god in whom only he believed. Naranda Neru continued his terrible ritual until suddenly he was stopped by something that made it impossible to continue. People whose souls had just been almost taken away were saved. They drew attention to the fact that the reason for this was the turning off of the light. Supporters of the thief could not understand what was happening at all, because no fighting took place on the island. Naranda Neru also became wary at this point. He was very worried about what was happening in the main section of the teleportation gate. The victims he was holding with energy suddenly disappeared. It couldn't be a simple coincidence, or an inaccuracy on his part. Suddenly the thief felt someone's presence behind him. It was Taehyung who prevented the old man from completing his terrible technique. The young man swung his fist with all his might to hit the enemy in the face. It was the only way to stop him right there. However, Naranda Neru was no ordinary opponent. He noticed the danger that was approaching and was ready to face it. The serial thief deftly avoided collision with the shackles as soon as he sensed their presence. He had to get out of this difficult situation. Even though Naranda Neru had avoided the previous collision, he was in for another surprise, which he suddenly noticed before him. Taehyung managed to confuse the enemy with his attack. He had him trapped, and now he was about to deliver the final blow. However, the thief had a backup plan in his arsenal. Sensing mortal danger, his head began to move and turn into some monsters. Snakes literally began to appear from his makitra. They were ready to defend their master by releasing fiery energy from their mouths. Taehyung was just shocked at this turn of events. He was not ready for this, so he was very surprised to see animals. Naranda Neru rose into the air with his snakes, now his main weapon, ready to strike at any moment. A loud explosion was heard on the battlefield, accompanied by huge emissions of smoke. The thief's snakes still attacked their target. Taehyun managed to avoid a direct collision with the fireballs. He still couldn't believe that the man was hiding monsters just in his head. He watched his shadow appear from the fire, and wondered who he was and whether he could be considered a human being. The young man jumped back to the place where the prisoners were sitting. They immediately recognized Taehyung and started asking him if he really came to save them. They were literally begging to get them out of here. Some prisoners even offered a huge reward for the young man to free them from hell. However, Taehyung had slightly different plans for this. He covered the bodies of some prisoners in his chains and told them to keep quiet for a while. The young man did not need to think about the prisoners at all. He heard loud noises from his left side and immediately looked there. After a while, loud noises were heard from everywhere. Taehyun was literally surrounded by monsters that were ready to devour him. The monsters were not going to wait for the young man to come up with a strategy, and immediately attacked him. They delivered a joint powerful blow to the target. The monsters landed and were ready to finish the battle. They waited until the smoke screen cleared to see what happened to their target. However, they never managed to find out. Taehyung remained unharmed and proceeded to cut his opponents to pieces while trapped. The young man soared high into the air, releasing a colossal amount of energy that turned into sharp cuts on the monsters' bodies. His hands were covered in stone skin and increased in size from using this technique. He wasn't going to give up. The young man turned into a real problem for a serial thief. He was able to defeat quite a few monsters in one hit. Hume's problems did not end there. There were still enough monsters left to fight the uninvited guest. They all looked at their target and growled. Among the monsters there were comas that looked like giant larvae that had just opened their red eyes. Monsters are simply delicious. They were not going to wait long and followed the fate of their predecessors, going to attack the young man. A giant bunch of monsters that were very angry started moving towards Taehyung. He hadn't expected them to be so fast. The young man took out his dagger and blocked the blow, which was already a centimeter away from him. He didn't understand how monsters could even move like that. A loud explosion rang out on the battlefield. Naranda Neru watched this performance from above and laughed at the young man who turned out to be a fool. The man said that ordinary monsters were no match for the ones he had created with his devil touch skill. Thanks to this skill, all created monsters were under the control of the thief. They were ready to fulfill his wish at any moment. Also, they had become much more durable than their visages due to the use of magic. They relentlessly pursued Taehyung. Also, they were much stronger than ordinary monsters, which the young man felt when one of the monsters hit him hard in the chest. Taehyun was in for a very hard landing. He hit the ground with his back. From such an injury, the young man began to cough upwards. Naranda Neru warned his enemy that if he had defeated Rihei, it did not mean that he could fight him personally on an equal footing. The prisoners of the serial thief watched all this from the side. Powerful shock waves were constantly rushing in their direction. People couldn't understand why Taehyung would do all this. It was wonderful to see that the young man would lose this battle by one goal. One of the prisoners was very angry with the young man for the fact that he decided not to save them, and now he cannot deal with ordinary monsters. However, one of this bunch of prisoners denied the young man's opinion. He said that everything is not like that, and you need to look closely at this fight. He explained to the rest of the prisoners that thanks to the brave actions of the young man, the monsters at this moment in time do not pay attention to them at all. The man added that Taehyung, although he would lose this battle by a little bit, would not let any monster get even a step closer to them. The captives began to look more closely at the young man's movements. It took them some time to understand the wise man's words. He also added that Taehyung had already evacuated several hostages, throwing them to the other side and hanging them in the air on chains. These words literally brought one of the captives to tears. He said that he was sure that Taehyung was taking care of them. People who were hung on chains were unconscious. This was the young man's plan, for which he would be able to evacuate them quickly. Taehyung fought to the death to save the captives. People now began to believe that he had only thought of their salvation from the beginning. The prisoners began to believe in their hero. They shouted loudly, supporting the young man in battle. All of them had unlimited faith in his victory. Taehyung was in quite a difficult position. He used his metal chains to somehow resist the monsters. He shackled their movements with energy chains. The giants did not expect this. Their airways were blocked by chains. After that, Taehyung pulled on his chains and, lifting the monsters in the air, slammed them into the ground with all his might so that they would not get up again. The young man was very angry not only at the monsters, but also at the prisoners. He shouted loudly, telling them to shut up and sit quietly. People were simply shocked to hear such a thing from a young man. They had no idea that they were disturbing him, so they did not understand his thoughts. Naranda Neru continued to control his monsters remotely. Personally, he just watched the battle without putting much effort into it. Taehyung judged his situation to be too difficult. The prisoners were just getting confused under his feet, and the monsters were becoming more and more numerous. The young man said that he was not going to put up with this crap anymore. The prisoners could not believe these words. They shouted loudly, begging the young man to change his mind. Naranda Neru only laughed demonically in response to these words. He asked the young man if he really wanted to give up just now, but Taehyung didn't mean that at all. He shouted loudly, turning to the player Park Gun-un, and ordered him to finish it. Naranda Neru was simply shocked by this turn of events. He did not understand what was happening at all, because the advantage was still on his side. Suddenly, the serial thief noticed how portals began to open all over the territory of his hideout, with a man in the center. Park Jenin appeared at the battle on the order of Taehyung. He emitted a lot of energy from his palms, controlling all these portals. The man shouted loudly, apologizing to the young man for being a little late. He promised to end everything here quickly. It all happened when Taehyung defeated Ray Hae. He bound them with his iron chains to a rock on the wall. His body was found by Park Jenin. He looked at the motionless body of the man, and was simply shocked that someone had done such a thing to him. The man asked the young man what happened here. Taehyung gave a clear answer that this man was in collusion with terrorists, so he got what he deserved. Park Jenin couldn't believe that this happened when he was away on duty. Taehyung came closer and said that this is not the problem. The main problem, he said, is the teleportation gate control room, which is literally teeming with monsters created by terrorists. The young man said that the battle with thieves should not be a big problem for him. But there was one more unresolved point. He assumed that the monsters would not sit still after what they saw and would immediately start looking for prey that could become hostages. Park Jenin did not understand at all what the young man was getting at. Taehyung explained that he needed the man's skills to carry out his plan. Park Jenin was just shocked when he heard this. He couldn't understand why a gate control skill would be needed in such a situation. The man naturally agreed to help, but said that the connection to the point that connects them with the association is impossible in every sense. Taehyung smiled back and said that he didn't care at all. He had completely different plans for using this technique. Park Jenin was just shocked when he heard that the young man was going to use the gate to send all the monsters away from here instead. Now, in real time, the plan began to come true. Park Jenin used his gate teleportation technique, and they started appearing everywhere. There were enough of them to feed all the monsters. Taehyung thought everything through flawlessly to save himself and the hostages. Monsters began to rush into the teleportation gate. There was nothing they could do about it. Powers of teleportation, it was useless to resist. Pulling the monsters to the portal, Park Jenin exerted a lot of effort. In addition, the bodies of the monsters began to be torn to pieces while still in flight. Naranda Neru continued to watch this unperturbed and could not understand what was happening at all. He literally lost control of the monsters. The serial thief became very angry because he was used to always keeping everything under control. Now the situation was not in his favor at all. The portal continued to grow in size and attracted more and more monsters that flew into the black hole one after another. Park Jae-in first heard the young man's plan. He thought it was completely absurd. But after seeing everything with his own eyes, he changed his mind. The man could not even imagine that it would actually work. He was amazed at how accurately Tae-young was able to calculate everything. The teleportation gates began to close and the monsters disappeared from the radar. Now only Naranda remains to be defeated Neru in his own person. Park Jae-in looked at Tae-young and was absolutely certain that victory would be theirs due to his strength and intelligence. Tae-young turned to the man and told him that he had done his part of the job, so he needed to take the hostages immediately and get out of here. Park Jae-in was simply shocked by such an order. He did not understand why the young man wanted to stay here alone to certain death. The man said that the young man would never be able to win by himself, so he would stay with him and fight side by side. However, Tae-young denied this development. He explained this by the fact that the enemy, like him, has a C rank, so you have to fight alone. The young man stood firmly on his feet and added that in such a fight he would be unable to protect the rest, so it was necessary to get them out of here immediately. Tae-young faced his opponent and was ready to face him. The young man once again ordered the man to get everyone out of here immediately. Naranda Neru was very angry with his enemy. He shouted loudly, cursing his name. Tae-young liked this turn of events. He began to rub his fists together and replied that he was listening carefully to what the thief had to say. Park Jae-in still couldn't come to his senses after what happened. Most of all, he did not want to leave the young man here to fend for himself. However, it seems he had no other choice. He turned to the captives and ordered everyone to get out immediately, pointing to the exit. Tae-young turned his head back and noticed that people were finally starting to leave. At least he managed to derail this situation. Now he had only one thing to do. He looked at his opponent with a smile on his face as he continued to tease him. Naranda Neru was not going to wait long and immediately decided to train the young man. Tae-young was forced to dash to dodge the attack. He used his metal chains to pick up several heavy stones and throw them towards the dangerous enemy. Having done this, the young man realized that such techniques would not work against the enemy. The thief was able to repel his last attack with ease. Naranda Neru was absolutely confident in his abilities. He began to move towards the enemy and said that he had no idea where he was. The man raised his left hand above his head and began to cover it with a large amount of energy. He said that such a sucker could never defeat him. The serial thief's hand began to take the form of a dragon. This was his special technique that he was going to use to end this fight. Naranda Neru, having collected a sufficient amount of energy in his hand, directed it towards the young man who was right in front of him. Tae-young was forced to defend himself in such a situation. He didn't have enough strength to block such a powerful flow of energy. A loud explosion was heard on the battlefield, which was accompanied by a huge emission of smoke. Tae-young was not happy at this moment. Naranda Neru was not even going to stop after that. He created several more monsters with his skills to attack the enemy. The young man already received colossal injuries when he landed on the ground. It was a rather painful landing, from which he began to cough up blood. Raising his hand, the thief said that no matter how many monsters the young man defeated and how many hostages he saved, he still could not win this fight. Naranda Neru faced his opponent with the monsters he had just created. His demonic laughter echoed throughout the building. Tae-young was not in the best position. The thief told the young man that all his efforts would be in vain, or he would be punished for it. Naranda Neru was going to kill the enemy for daring to disbelieve in his god and desecrate his name by his actions. The monsters controlled by the thief were ready to attack at any moment. They were all targeting Tae-young alone. The young man, despite the pain all over his body, began to stand up. He perfectly understood his position, but continued to speak harshly on Tae-young's face, and he told the enemy that he would be the only one who would die here. Naranda by this time, Neru understood that the enemy does not just throw words to the wind, so he was immediately on his guard after that. Tae-young began to raise his left hand upwards, releasing a tremendous amount of energy. He was going to show his true power. Literally in a few seconds, the young man's energy turned into the mouth of a giant dragon, which began to move towards the old man. The energetic dragon literally swept away everything in its path. He didn't pick friends or enemies, killing everything that got in his way. Naranda Neru did not expect such powerful equipment from his opponent. Now his situation has worsened significantly with this technique. He looked at the young man in front of him and realized that all this time before this he had been hiding his true power for the last. Taehyung was serious about finally ending the fight. He deftly controlled his dragon with his left hand, feeding it with energy. However, Naranda Neru was not going to give up. Despite the danger in front of him, the man stood motionless with his arms outstretched. At some point, he put them together and said that he had foreseen this turn of events and was definitely ready to face it. He praised his opponent for his ability, but said he also had a trump card up his sleeve. Taehyung was just shocked watching the thief. He heard human cries to his right, and immediately cast his gaze to the right to make sure that this was indeed possible. Just in front of him, the young man saw 3 victims in whom the thief decided to take their lives. It was part of any of his techniques. People couldn't do anything about it. They felt excruciating pain all over their bodies and understood that nothing could save them. Naranda Neru sacrificed his own wards who served him all his life. Only the last scum could do that. Taehyung simply couldn't believe that the enemy would use his wards for their own equipment. It really scared him in the moment. Naranda Neru finished the sacrifice and could start using the technique. At some point, a lump of energy began to appear from his back. The hole in his back continued to grow, and so did the amount of energy. The man asked God for help. He appealed to him to send divine punishment for the pagans who do not believe in God. Sharp teeth appeared on the battlefield. Taehyung couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. You could see the horror in his eyes that gave him goosebumps. Naranda Neru, using the will of the Almighty, created a giant green dragon, which represented a mortal danger for the young man. The serial thief used a C-rank technique called Bone Dragon. He immediately began to form a powerful stream of energy in his mouth. 3 skyscrapers on the island still stood. What was happening inside was better not seen by anyone at all. Something strange was happening in one of the high-rise buildings. The windows were slowly covered with smoke, which was caused by the battle of the 2 giants. Park Jenin tried to get the hostages out of this building. However, everything was not so simple, because supporters of evil appeared on his way. The man immediately prepared for battle, adopting a fighting stance. He perfectly understood that there were still many terrorists left in the building. Thieves with weapons in their hands stood opposite and could not understand what the hostages were doing here. They assumed that they had managed to escape from the upper floor. Their leader said that the prisoners would still not be able to escape, because they would stop them. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to him. Their bodies literally began to sink into the darkness and, unable to withstand the pressure, began to spit blood. Everything happened very unexpectedly. Park Jenin along with the prisoners were simply shocked by what was happening in front of them. Naranda Neru sacrificed several more of his wards. Park Jenin, who was just preparing for battle, did not understand whether he should enter the battle at all or the thief would die without him. Suddenly, a powerful earthquake occurred in the building, which made the hostages worry about the situation and scared to death. Park Jenin looked towards the nearby building as he felt that the ground vibrations were coming from there. He tried to understand what was happening there. It was in this building that Taehyung was, who fought with the main thief. Park Junong couldn't stop thinking about it as the battle was serious. The green energy dragon charged at its target and hit it with the first shot. Taehyung began to fall straight down. Naranda Neru sat astride his dragon and controlled it. He caught up with the young man's body, which was in free fall. Taehyung couldn't do anything about what was happening. His abilities were not enough to resist such energy. Naranda Neru was not going to stop there, because he wanted to completely destroy the enemy, to forget about his existence forever. He laughed ominously and shouted that there was no way Taehyung would survive this technique alone, as no one else had been able to do it. The young man perfectly understood the situation he was in now. However, he was different from everyone else, so he was not subject to the verbal influence of the enemy. Taehyung decided that he couldn't end his life just like that, so he needed to be rescued immediately. He was going to use his metal chains. Wrapping them around his left arm, the young man forcefully threw the other end into the wall on his left to save himself. Feeling the chain land on the right spot, Tae-young pulled it as hard as he could to use it to escape from danger. The young man managed to escape the pursuit of the green dragon by breaking through the wall. He wasn't going to give up so easily in this fight. As Tae-young punched through the wall, he landed on one of the floors and began to slide his foot across the ground to stop at high speed. Miraculously, he still managed to escape and stay alive. However, in order to save himself, Tae-young had to harm himself. The young man understood that it was impossible to take his eyes off the enemy, so he immediately raised his head. He couldn't figure out where this green monster even came from. Tae-young thought he was safe for a while, but he was very wrong. His eyes suddenly noticed the danger right in front of him. Naranda Neru noticed that the target wanted to disappear from his radar, so he anticipated his movements and entered the hole in the wall that Tae-young had punched. The young man did not even have time to catch his breath. The dragon attacked him again with an energy ball, the speed of which Tae-young did not react to. The young man was again forced to endure unbearable pain after the last one. Naranda Neru made a final attack and thought he had won. Tae-young slammed into the wall behind him with tremendous force at tremendous speed. For an ordinary person, it was inevitable death. However, the young man continued to make some sounds. He ended up in free fall after smashing through the outer wall of the building. Naranda Neru realized that the enemy was still alive, and he needed to be finished. He started charging his dragon again to finish off the enemy. However, Tae-young had a slightly different opinion on this score. He was able to recover in the air and use his own technique for a counterattack. With the help of his hunting technique, the young man attacked this damn pile of bones, which constantly haunted him and brought a lot of trouble. The dragon had already managed to recharge, so he was not hindered by a counterattack. He was about to fire an energy ball at the target. A green energy ball concentrated in the dragon's mouth and was ready to fire at any moment to finally end the fight. Tae-young was just shocked that his technique didn't work. He understood very well that he could no longer avoid this shot. A loud explosion rang out on the island where the 3 skyscrapers were located. It was like an explosion at a nuclear plant with oil spewing into the air. One of the buildings was completely destroyed. The remains of the skyscraper flew in the air. Green energy continued to float around. Naranda Neru had launched his super-powered attack and now awaited the results when the smoke cleared. He really turned out to be very strong. The man was not at all surprised that his opponent survived. Without dismounting from his dragon, he praised the enemy. The old man did not expect anyone to survive his attack. The only person who managed to do this is now Tae-young. The young man miraculously escaped with the help of metal chains and hunting equipment. He chained himself to the chest of stones so as not to break. Tae-young used up almost all of his energy, but he managed to survive. Now he was trying to catch his breath to continue the fight. Tae-young was able to block the previous strike with great difficulty despite having used a hunting skill all over. The young man was hanging on the slope of a high-rise building and watching his enemy. He couldn't believe that they really had the same rank. Tae-young understood very well that Naranda Nara also had his weaknesses, and after using such a powerful technique, he must not be doing well. The young man noticed tense veins on the serial thief's arm. He understood that very soon the man would reach his limit in battle. All he needed was to hold out as long as possible to tire the opponent out, and only then he would be able to seize the opportunity. However, Naranda Neru only laughed at this. He said that he could see through the young man's thoughts, which greatly surprised Tae-young. The thief confirmed his thoughts and said that the young man could not defeat him with a blow to the forehead, so he decided to bide his time. Tae-young was completely shocked that his thoughts had been read. Naranda Neru proved to be a pretty good tactic, but not in this case. He began to release an enormous amount of energy, and informed his opponent that his tricks would no longer work in this fight. The thief strengthened the dragon with his energy. The animal began to grow, and its speed increased many times after that. Naranda Neru immediately then headed towards the enemy with tremendous speed, intending to finish him off. Tae-young watched all of this and couldn't believe that this was really possible. He believed that he would be able to rest at least a little. The released prisoners were in a nearby skyscraper and watched the events through the window. They were not very pleased with the sight. Park Jae-in realized that he had left the young man alone to fight against the thief for nothing. But now it was too late, as the battle was in full swing. Suddenly, the dragon changed its final target, and decided to attack the skyscraper where the captive was. It was very unexpected. Naranda Neru attacked completely defenseless and innocent people, delivering a powerful blow directly to the building where the prisoners were. Meanwhile, the Players Association in the new South Korea has received news of the danger that threatens its members and the entire population. The dispatcher made an emergency call to the teleportation gate. The connection was stable. The woman was very tense. The Players Association decided to send reinforcements to the destination of East Point. Everything was ready to go. The woman reported that their association was the only one that agreed to go there, so it was too dangerous even for experienced players. The squad of players was led by Park Sang-jin, who was standing right in front of the portal. He said they were not afraid of anything. The dispatcher was simply shocked by the players' reaction. She warned him of the threat one of the warriors faced. The rest of the players were not as enthusiastic as their leader. Park Sang-jin gave the order to immediately go to the East Point. The man seized every opportunity to destroy the terrorists. He told his wards to do it at any cost. Park Sang-jin was simply unstoppable. He began to enter the portal and added that the wards should also protect their comrades. Meanwhile, the freed prisoners were attacked and lying on the ground. They were trying to recover from the last attack. Park Jenin was also among the victims and was bleeding. Despite this, he still survived. The man simply could not believe it, and coming to his senses a little, opened his eyes to check what was happening. It's just that he had Tae-hyung in front of his eyes, who at the very last moment decided to protect them by using a hunting technique. The man could not believe that the young man really protected them. He was very concerned about Tae-hyung's situation because he was on the edge. However, Tae-hyung never took the easy way out. He tried his best to stop Naranda's attack Neru. With his hunting technique, the young man was on par with the Green Dragon's colossal flow of energy. No one was going to give in. The Green Dragon continued to emit energy relentlessly. Naranda Neru was a little surprised at the young man's decision. He said that he was protecting his friends in vain, because now he would just burn with them and die under the rubble of the building. Park Jenin tried to persuade his comrade to back down. He understood that Tae-hyung would not be able to hold his defense for long anyway. The man told the young man not to worry about them, because if he died himself, all efforts would be in vain. Tae-hyung didn't give the man any answer and continued to hold back the attack. However, he was well aware that Park Jenin was right. The young man couldn't face the Bone Dragon one-on-one right now, so the best solution would be to bide his time in the battle. Naranda Neru knew full well that Tae-hyung would not back down from his friends, so he continued to attack with a sinister laugh. Tae-hyung, despite all the conclusions, decided not to stop defending himself. In his opinion, it was still too early to do so. Absolutely equal in strength of hunting techniques, and the Bone Dragon continued their energy duel, emitting a lot of light. The young man perfectly understood that he could not give up now, as he had to hold on at least a little longer to take away the enemy's strength as well. However, this was not the only thing that bothered him. Kim Tae-hyun forced himself to think about how to save the rest. Suddenly, Tae-hyung was very scared when he heard an unfamiliar voice behind him saying that he was tired of all this. The young man became very worried about his situation and immediately turned his head back to confirm or refute his guesses. However, no one appeared behind him, except for the injured. It seemed quite strange that it was completely empty. Park Jenin raised his eyes and looked at the young man. He saw his frightened look and could not understand what was the matter. Tae-hyun really looked very scared and worried. He tried to understand whose voice had just sounded in his head. Suddenly, the young man felt a strange sensation in his hands. He was notified that there was an adjustment to the hunting skill. His hands began to literally crack at the seams. His strength had reached its limit, and his body was no longer able to withstand the force of hunting. The young man could not understand what was happening at all. Despite all the bad news, there was an announcement that his hunting rank had risen to SS. Tae-hyung felt excruciating pain all over his body and couldn't understand the reason for it. He only knew that it had something to do with the voice. Naranda Neru continued to attack his target with the Bone Dragon. Suddenly, streams of energy began to appear around him. He was somewhat shocked by this turn of events, and did not understand what was happening here, and where this power came from. Tae-hyung stood still and continued to emit a colossal amount of energy that very quickly filled the space around him. At this moment, the young man's hunting skill rank increased to SSS. But also, Taehyung was now unable to give up hunting. Taehyung let out a loud cry of excruciating pain as his body continued to crack at the seams. The red energy was literally killing him. The hunt was in full swing. The young man remembered the voice behind him and concluded that it was all the king's handiwork. He realized that with this voice, the king was able to transfer all his powers to him and increase his hunting skills several times. However, this technique turned out to be fatal for Taehyung's body, which began to break down. The young man did not want to die such a helpless death. After all the obstacles he had overcome on his way, he couldn't just die like that. However, the body refused to listen to him. Despite the colossal cracks all over his body, Taehyung decided to resist this force because he wanted to survive at any cost. But that was his limit. The young man's right arm was torn off from the efforts he made. His body literally turned into brittle stones. The young man was no longer able to resist this force and lost consciousness. After that, his body began to bend down. Taehyun fell helplessly to the ground and began to bleed. Despite this, the power of hunting techniques continued to grow. Narendra Nehru tried to cover himself from this flow of energy with his hands. He realized that the enemy had used his skill to full force, but the thief was troubled by one problem. He couldn't understand where such a colossal amount of energy came from if the enemy was already dead. Taehyung lay motionless on the ground and continued to bleed. Narendra Nehru saw this with his own eyes. There could be no mistake. The young man could not withstand the power of his skill and lost consciousness. The thief assumed that the young man would not even be able to come to his senses. Despite all this, his technique continued to work. This made the man very angry and he constantly cursed the damned heathen. Narendra Nehru still had energy in his arsenal. He said that now it was definitely useless to resist his power. Despite the fact that the young man was lying motionless on the ground, Narendra Nehru decided to end it early in order to be sure of his victory. He put maximum energy into the dragon's claws to slice through the target with them. However, a red energy suddenly appeared in his path. The bone dragon's paw was cut off with a hunting technique. It happened so quickly that the thief did not have time to react. Narendra Nehru was simply shocked by this turn of events. He began to be literally demolished by the shock wave from the previous attack. The thief didn't even know that Taehyung had already stood up behind him and was ready to continue the fight. Narendra Nehru immediately decided to turn his frightened eyes back to confirm his worst guesses. With the hunting technique, Taehyung formed a giant three-headed dragon. The bone dragon against his background seemed like an ant. Taehyung poured all his anger into this technique. The dragon began to growl loudly, emitting a colossal amount of energy into the air. Narendra Nehru watched this giant, and could not understand how such a thing was possible. He had never seen machinery of this scale before. The serial thief heard the young man start talking to him. Despite his position, Taehyung mocked the old man. A hideous smile appeared on his face. The young man said that he was never going to worship any imaginary gods in his life. Narendra Nehru was not so confident now. What he saw simply took away the gift of speech for a while. With horror in his eyes, the man continued to look at the young man who had risen from the dead and asked him who he was. Narendra Nehru simply could not believe that an ordinary young man named Taehyung could possess such incredible power. The young man began to concentrate energy in his right hand. He replied to the enemy that an insect like him does not necessarily know this. Taehyung looked straight into his enemy's eyes with a sinister look and pointed his hand at him. He said that he was actually already a corpse. Nehru's eyes widened in horror. He perfectly understood his situation, which was not the best for him. Taehyung began to cover the enemy's body with streams of energy using a final attack. The thief couldn't do anything about it. The young man behaved very confidently and calmly, which was not characteristic of him. He simply controlled the flow of energy with his right hand. A powerful energy explosion rang out on the battlefield. At this moment, Taehyung discovered a new skill called a pact with the devil. Taehyung suddenly woke up in an inexplicable black abyss. A few seconds ago, he was at the epicenter of events, but everything suddenly disappeared. The young man looked around and did not understand where he was. He fought with the master thief Narendra Nehru, but he was not here. Suddenly, Taehyung noticed metal chains covered in energy coming towards him. They were moving too fast to react to them. They wrapped the whole body of the young man from head to toe, restraining his movements. Taehyung couldn't understand what was going on. His body could not move, and this alarmed the young man very much. In addition to the chains, someone's fist was approaching him at the speed of light. Taehyung didn't even notice the danger on his right and was forced to take the hit. He landed hard on the ground. The young man began to spit blood after landing. He felt his body become completely paralyzed, and he could not use the stone skin. His arms were also completely paralyzed by enemy chains. He couldn't figure out how to defeat such a force at all. Just above his head, Taehyung could see the figure of a demon controlling the processes in his body and preventing him from resisting. The young man tried to use his skills to resist, but he was unsuccessful. He couldn't use them now. Moreover, this attempt brought him more pain than before. The player spat out blood again, feeling pain in his internal organs. Suddenly, an unknown force above him began to speak. She seemed to read his mind and asked why he was resisting. Taehyung was simply shocked when the demon asked him, since when he began to consider this power his own and be proud of it. At that moment, a demonic maw began to appear from the energy circle. Her appearance was accompanied by a loud growling sound. With tremendous speed, the monster's head began to approach the young man who was lying on the ground, chained. He was ordered to spit it all out. Taehyung couldn't do anything at this moment. He just watched the danger and tried to understand who was talking to him at all. The young man was very scared when he realized that nothing would help him. An impenetrable glimmer of light began to appear in his eyes. Suddenly, a completely different picture appeared before the player's eyes. He threw off the blanket and pillow, which flew into the air. Taehyung quickly rolled off his bed and began to exhale heavily. He was very scared and tried to come to his senses at least a little. The young man looked at his body and still could not understand how this was possible. It was just a dream he had. He turned his attention to his right hand, which he had previously lost in battle. Now she was in place. It seemed very strange. At this moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a man who entered his room. He was glad that the young man had finally come to his senses. It was the association player Park Songjin. He held dried fish in his hands and asked the patient if he would like to try some. Park Songjin decided to treat the young man at his own expense. In addition to fish, there were many mouth-watering delicacies on the table. Park Songjin explained that Taehyung ended up in this apartment by association. It was a commendable gesture in response to the terrorist incident. The player said that thanks to the young man it was possible to arrest Rihei. And he also contributed to the fact that many people were able to survive after the terrorist attack. Taehyung still didn't understand what happened. He looked at his hand and could not believe that he was able to stop a terrorist attack and save people. Park Sojin told the young man that he had a lot of visitors, including his family and the president of the association. They were all very concerned about the young man's health, but the man said that he had no health problems. Park Sojin only stayed here for protection. Taehyung was still in a state of shock. He had heard talk of journalists and demons and didn't understand why he needed protection from these weirdos. After recalling the events in his head a bit, Taehyung realized that during the crash with Naranda Neru lost his common sense and succumbed to emotions. That was the only thing the young player could remember. He asked his more experienced colleague what happened on the island. Taehyung was very surprised when he received a cold response from the man. Park Sojin said that he has no idea what happened there. The man added that, on the contrary, he thought that the young man would tell about everything when he woke up. The situation was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Taehyung was able to recall several moments in his mind. He remembered seeing Park Gunun's body in front of him with a frightened face. The man was lying on the ground and watching the fight of the young man. Taehyung stood in front of him and controlled the flow of energy that bound Naranda Neru. Park Jenin tried to understand what happened here. Just before him was a serial thief, and now only a young man. He didn't recognize Taehyung right away. He was very similar to the young player, but distinguished by his energetic aura and strength. Park Jenin shouted loudly as he turned to the stranger. He asked the fearless young man how he ended up here. When the stranger turned to face him, Park Gyunin almost put his pants on. His expression could say it all for him. Taehyung did not distinguish between friends and enemies now. The aura around him seemed very strong, like a force from the other world. Park Jenin has already regretted calling a stranger 10 times. He recognized Taehyung, but that was no longer important. Literally in a fraction of a second, the man was injured by the hand of the young man. Blood poured out of his mouth, which was caused by damage from the inside. Taehyung decided not to have a ceremony with the man who was bothering him. He just used his whole body to put him to sleep. Suddenly, the young man's body began to live on its own. It refused to listen to him, and began to emit energy that left him. Taehyung realized that he was already at the limit of his capabilities. Nothing could be done about it, as the energy was running out. A smile appeared on the young man's face, and he said that this was the end of his mission, although he could not complete it to the end. Taehyung fell right next to Park Hyung, who he had put to sleep earlier with his skills. The bodies of two players were left lying on the ground. Taehyung completely shut down as he used up too much energy. He promised himself that he could beat everyone here next time. Meanwhile, someone was in a hurry to help the young man. The Players' Association sent wards to help deal with the terrorist attack. Park Sejun immediately ran to the young man's body, which did not look very good. He picked it up and started screaming, trying to wake up Taehyung. Park Seojin arrived with a squad that was currently helping people. While the leader tried to save the young man, the rest helped the survivors. People on Earth were homeless, but nothing threatened their lives. After assessing the situation, the players realized that the terrorists had long since left the place. Park Sejun was not very happy with this conclusion. He named Naranda Neru as a real devil who does not want to meet people. However, the most important thing now was to help the victims. Taehyung was one of those, and it was necessary to save the life of a promising player. The representatives of the Players' Association could not understand what happened on the island. It was all destroyed, but it is not clear by whom. Taehyung listened to this story from his senior colleague with a shocked expression on his face. He did not remember how he collapsed helplessly on the ground. Park Sejun told the young man that he tried to ask the victims about the details of this terrorist attack, but they could not give him a clear answer. He explained that all they remember is that Taehyung tried to stop Naranda Neru, but they could not remember anything specific. Park Jenin was totally shocked when he came to his senses. Something demonic seemed to interfere with his thoughts, and prevented him from remembering what happened on the island. Park Sejun finished his speech and got up from his chair. He added that nothing can be done, and it will take some time to learn everything. He advised the patient not to take absolutely anything into his head and to rest. He bade him goodbye and told him to take care of his makitra. Taehyung remained sitting on the chair. Park Sejun, when leaving the room, promised that he would immediately notify the young man if there was any news. The young man still could not get the event out of his head. Park Seojin's words did not match what Taehyung remembered from the battlefield at all. He was also troubled by his right hand, which he must have lost from the fact that he became addicted to the use of hunting. But somehow the hand recovered. Suddenly, right in front of his face, the young man saw that the Devil's Contract skill was available to him, which required a lot of energy. While Taehyung was trying to figure out how to use this skill with his current energy supply, Park Seojin came back to him again. He informed the young man that another guest wanted to visit him. The man asked if he would mind if he let the guest in the door. Taehyung expected someone from the association to appear to him again. But when he saw a guest in front of him, he was simply shocked. The president of the class, Ayun. She confidently entered the patient's room, as if not noticing the man on the left. Taehyung didn't expect to see the girl visiting him. Park Sejun has now finally said that he is leaving the young man, but remains in touch. Ayun greeted the young man and said that she had come to visit the patient. She brought a basket of fruit with her so that the young man would recover faster. Taehyung continued to find himself in the hospital in the middle of such a beautiful day. Areas of the new South Korea were covered by the sun. His dinner village still had the fish and goodies that Park Seonjin had brought. They would continue to stand here for some time, but this was not destined to happen. Ayun, who brought a basket of fruits to the patient, put her gift on the table, destroying the fish. Taehyung is just shocked by his guest's behavior. He looked with horror and shame at this basket that crushed his food. The interlocutors sat opposite each other. Ayun was surprised that the young man was healthy, although she was told that he was wounded. Taehyung said he was fine. Ayun took one apple from her basket and asked the young man if it was true that he had saved so many people during the terrorist incident. Taehyung didn't understand what was going on. He watched the girl and just answered her questions very reluctantly. Ayun was getting angrier every second. Actions were disturbed by the fact that the young man encountered two rank-and-file opponents during the fight. Taehyung had absolutely no idea what the girl wanted to hear from him. He stared at her with his mouth open, trying to understand her intentions. Ayun crushed the apple in her right hand and gave in to negative emotions. She was angered by the fact that Taehyung was starting to surpass her. Pieces of the apple flew right at the young man. After this incident, he asked the girl why she came to him at all. Ayun started to feel very uncomfortable after this question. She justified her visit by saying that she simply wanted to check on his health. The girl did not stop getting angry. She looked at the interlocutor, clenching her fist. She couldn't let him surpass her in everything. From the very beginning, Ayun really came to the patient because she thought he was injured. But Taehyun was sitting in front of her alive and well. The young man felt as confident as possible, and the girl felt a very scary aura around him. She could not understand where he got such strength, and she remembered when the young man had kissed her and used his hunting. The current feeling was completely different from what it was before. Ayun literally began to fear the young man's aura. She felt this colossal power that literally covered the entire body of a living person. Suddenly, the interlocutors felt the door to the patient's room open. They immediately became alert and looked to their right. The students could not understand what was going on because the doors were closed. They listened in silence as someone slowly approached them. A woman's legs slowly showed itself from behind the wall. The woman walked very confidently, feeling as if she were at home. Taehyung was not very happy to see this guest in his ward. He understood that now everything will repeat itself in a circle. Ayun was more shocked than the young man. She didn't expect this woman to appear in Taehyung's ward so unexpectedly. Ayun screamed very loudly when she saw her sister. Yuan, the leader of the Vagrant Guild, decided to visit the patient's ward. The woman also did not expect to see her younger sister here. In general, she wanted to talk to the young man alone. Ayun started to get angry with her sister as well. She rose from her seat and began to ask why she had come to Taehyung. Ain kept asking her younger sister not to call her that in front of people. Ayun asked where the woman got the key to the ward. Ain replied that the chamber password was given to her by the association. She suddenly stopped mid-sentence, her mouth wide open in surprise. Ayun could not understand what was happening to her sister. She suddenly stopped talking without explaining until the end of her visit. A sinister smile appeared on the woman's face. She reported that Ain had plans of his own, which he was not going to tell his younger sister. She very quickly approached the young man and grabbed his left hand. Her movements were extremely fast, impossible to follow. Ayun was simply shocked by this turn of events. She could not understand at all what her sister was going to do with the young man as a hostage. Ain was going to think about the consequences later. Now she was behind the young man and grabbed him, completely handcuffing him. Ayun demanded from her sister to let the young man go. She threatened to call the police, because these actions are illegal. Ain informed her sister that she plans to build a relationship with the young man. Taehyung did not understand what was happening at this moment at all. Ayun continued to shout at her sister. She informed her about the criminal offense because Taehyung was an underage boy. The young man was not going to tolerate such an attitude towards himself for long. He tensed his whole body and decided to break free from the embrace of the woman behind him. Yu Eng was in quite a bit of pain. Taehyung informed the woman that he wasn't going to make any more jokes since things had gone too far. The young man asked Ain why she appeared at all, because he said that he was not going to join the guild and his decision would never change. Ain replied that she just came to see the sick person, and he was treating her so cruelly. The acting was pretty good. Yu Ain appeared this time for a reason for negotiations. She informed the young man that this time she had a small gift for him. Taehyung did not expect this turn of events. The woman already knew from the president of the association that the young man was going to the Asian tournament. She began to approach the young man. The woman reported that despite his intentions, he is still in the 30th position in the public rating. Ain knew perfectly well that the young man needed to take 5th place to represent Korea at the Asian Games. Therefore, she proposed her plan. Han did not feel very comfortable in such a situation. He kept moving back, but the woman tried to hold him back and continued the conversation. She said that her gift will be as unusual as possible. Ain was going to give the young man the opportunity to clear the temple in the double dungeon. Meanwhile, a small group of people on a yacht went on a night sailing to a deserted island where a terrorist attack had recently taken place. The buildings on the island were initially able to keep their shape, but due to numerous destructions, they could not withstand and fell to the ground. A creepy man in a gas mask asked about the whereabouts of a certain Ofid Oro. His ward replied that this information is not yet known. The men wanted to report this to their superiors, but their leader on board said there was absolutely no need to do so at this time. The captain said that their objective had already been achieved and, in any case, the man was nothing more than a money bag for the mercenaries. The leader continued to speak, but was suddenly interrupted by strange sounds. He immediately stopped and glanced to his left to assess the situation. A huge ship approached them, several times larger than theirs. From aboard this ship it was reported that the magicians were surrounded. The representatives of the huge vessel informed the strangers that only trusted persons were allowed to approach the East Point crime scene. The captain of this ship demanded that the representatives of the yacht immediately surrender and lay down their arms in order to save their lives. However, the people on board the small yacht were of a different opinion. Suddenly, the man with the loudspeaker felt that he could not breathe. Their entire crew somehow ended up in the water and didn't even notice. The sailors could not understand how this could happen. They moved steadily to the bottom of the ocean along with their belongings. Some unknown force prevented them from resisting and getting on land. Together with the crew, their huge ship began to sink. This process was already impossible to stop, given its size. The leader of a small detachment on a yacht caused this whole terrorist attack. He was not going to tolerate outsiders interfering with his work. He had come to investigate the terrorist attack at East Point with one small goal in mind. He was interested in a talented young man named Taehyung. The leader put his left hand forward and created a huge ball of energy that completely destroyed the sinking ship that was threatening them. Meanwhile, Taehyung still agreed to go with Yuan to the HQ of the Tramp Guild to receive his gift. The members of the guild literally went crazy that day. For them, this day seemed like a holiday that happens once every 4 years. They greeted the young man standing on top with their leader. They were very happy that the new star of Korea would join their guild. Taehyung silently observed the guild members along with its leader. People continued to shout, glorifying the young man, although they were seeing him for the first time. Yuan informed the young man that she would give him the right to sweep after distributing the items and participants of this raid. Taehyung was very pleased with such a gift. It was quite unexpected, since it was difficult to get the right to clear the Fire Temple. The Fire Temple was considered the second double dungeon in Korea. It was named so because the entrance to the temple resembled a burning flame. The young man knew very well that before the regression, the Vagabond Guild was famous for scavenging. However, their reckless actions almost led the guild to complete destruction. Considering the huge risk involved in this raid, Taehyung concluded that his success would lead to mass popularity and appreciation. Up to this point, he believed that destroying his right arm would greatly reduce his skills, so it would be difficult to cope with such a task. But he calmed down a bit when he looked at the woman on his left. Yuan possessed quite good skills, so she would be able to cover the young man. Also, Taehyung didn't forget about all the guild members who were happy to see him. They could also take part in the raid and help with the cleanup. A sinister smile appeared on his face, which spoke of confidence. He wanted to go to the double dungeon and start the quest. With such a colossal army, Taehyung understood that they simply had no right to lose, as it would be a real shame for the guild. Vagabond Guild, who did not take part in the raid, gathered to see off the participants of the raid. There were a lot of them, which seemed strange. Yuan decided that only 2 people would be enough for such a difficult mission. She chose herself and a talented young man for a dangerous raid. Guild members began escorting their allies on a very important mission. They begged Taehyung to spare their leader's life. The young man was very surprised by such words. He asked why they were asking him for this, since they would be there themselves. Ain said he was a bit wrong. The woman looked into the young man's eyes and informed him that they were leaving just the 2 of them. She added that the raid would be like their date. Taehyung and the leader of the vagrants entered the double dungeon. Despite all the danger, they went here just the 2 of them. Ain was not at all bothered by this fact. Having entered the territory of the Fire Temple, a smile appeared on the woman's face from what she saw. An incredible landscape just opened before them. The dungeon had a color scheme that was very pleasing to the eye, constantly shimmering. Yuan even thought that the atmosphere here was different from that of other dungeons. The bright blue color gave this place a special atmosphere. The blue lava flowing through the rocks was very beautiful. Yuan wondered if all double dungeons were like this from the beginning. The players were standing in front of an abyss that led to an unknown destination. Taehyung informed the woman that the dungeon he was in before looked pretty much the same. Ain tried to figure out how they got down. Taehyung warned the guild head about the danger the monsters could pose to them. Suddenly, an unknown force began to pull Ain towards him. The woman did not have time to react to this, and did not have time to repel the monster's tentacle attack. She flew down and succumbed to the force that pulled her. Ain fell right into the abyss, and Taehyun was left standing on top. The young man warned the woman about the danger, but she did not listen to him. Now he needed to take some action to save his partner. Taehyung decided to also jump into the abyss and follow the woman. He took out a weapon from his arsenal to fight the monsters. While still in flight, the young man noticed that he seemed to have descended to the abyss in vain. He was very surprised when he saw what his partner was doing. Yuang was not going to give in to the force that was pulling her down. She began to cover her right hand with energy to resist the monsters. The woman said that now she understood how to descend into the abyss. The monsters only helped them decide on this. Ain ended up right in the monster's mouth, but she wasn't going to swim into its stomach. She used her strength to get out of here. Right in front of Taehyung's face, the leader of the Vagrant Guild tore the monster to pieces with a single blow. She turned out to be very strong. Ain looked at her partner with a smile on her face. She told him that he was a bit late and couldn't save her. Taehyung watched the woman with a shocked expression on his face. He couldn't believe that she had easily defeated one of the monsters with the first attack. Despite defeating her first enemy, Ain continued to fall into the abyss. Mortal danger awaited her on the floor. The woman immediately saw the monsters below her. She swung her energy fist and was about to teach the monsters hospitality. Ain delivered a powerful blow with her fist and punched through the monster's body. Another enemy in her path was easily defeated. The woman was not going to stop there. She kept falling down and getting closer to the monsters that were waiting for her to land. However, the monsters did not expect such strength from their enemy. Ain literally crushed everything in her path thanks to the colossal energy she concentrated in her fist. Taehyung watched his partner and was just shocked that she was destroying monsters with one hit, and they were A rank and above. The young man realized that the woman had not shown her strength last time, but now she showed why she was considered one of the best C rank hunters. Taehyung began to cover his body with stone skin and prepare for battle. He realized that Ain had good reasons for sending the two of them here. Taehyung also promised himself to do his best to defeat the monsters and keep up with the woman in the double dungeon. A huge chasm remained behind the two players. They found themselves at the very bottom of it. The entrance to the fire temple was far behind. Ain sprained her right arm a bit after the fight. She was pleased that they had finally made it down to this cave. Taehyung was just shocked when he looked down at his feet. He did not expect that the woman would literally do all the work for him on her own. Although there were a lot of monsters, they did not pose any threat to Ain. She was able to destroy all obstacles in her path with ease. While Taehyun was trying to figure out what brought the guild down if their leader was so strong, the woman called him to her. At first, the young man could not understand what was happening at all, until Ain put the ring in his hands. She radiated a colossal amount of energy. Taehyung immediately realized that this artifact was a warrior's ring. The weapon had a unique rank and increased strength and endurance many times over. Ain admitted that the right to participate in the raid wasn't really a gift, because the quest was also beneficial for their guild. The woman asked the young man if he was grateful to her for the gift, and promised him much more valuable artifacts if he joined the Vagabond Guild. Taehyung asked his partner why she only gave him the artifact now, since it would have helped him in the battle earlier. Ain was simply shocked. The young man still could not understand why the woman gave such a valuable artifact that would help him regain his strength even after losing his right arm. Han-en stepped forward a bit, and informed his partner that from now on they had to be really careful not to get into trouble. The young man came to the edge of the cliff and looked down. An ominous smile appeared on his face, which spoke of a rather interesting test. Seeing a place with an enormous amount of energy in front of him, Taehyung assumed that they had reached the lair of the dungeon master himself. The players continued to stand on the edge of the cliff and watch the egg for a while. Ain was simply shocked to see such a thing in front of her. A huge energy egg that radiated a colossal amount of energy was in the very center. His strength was unknown. Taehyung immediately understood that there must be a monster inside this egg. But no one had any idea what kind of power he could possess. The young man picked up his dagger and informed his partner that now they would definitely have to compete with the master of the dungeon himself. He added that they need to gather information first. Turning his head to the left, Taehyung saw that the woman was not there. He could not believe that she did not even listen to him and rushed into battle. Taehyung didn't understand why he was acting so rashly. Ain actually jumped down and headed towards the dangerous egg. She wasn't going to wait long, so she decided to attack right away. The woman was absolutely confident in her abilities and gathered maximum energy in her fists. She wanted to destroy this egg and show her power. Ain struck the energy egg with incredible force. Her blow was accompanied by emissions of blue energy and a loud explosion. Taehyun has no time to stop the woman. He couldn't understand why she never listens to him and wants to do things her way. The young man also decided to go down to his partner. He saw her figure in the smoke screen and asked if she was all right. Ain glanced at the young man and said that she was always fine. Her look was cold and self-confident in any situation. She informed her partner that she had completely destroyed the unknown egg even without his help. Ain behaved like a little child. It was really destroyed by the first attack of the woman. Energy continued to emanate from it, emanating from an unknown source. Ain added that from her senses, there was a C-rank monster inside. She herself did not expect that she would be able to destroy this egg. Taehyun watched their target and couldn't believe that the woman actually managed to break the egg with one punch. It was just a shock, but everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Suddenly, Ain saw a flash of light behind her, piercing through the shell. It was getting bigger and bigger by the second. Ain realized that she had jumped to conclusions as she had said that she had already killed the monster. The shell of the egg literally began to crack under the influence of a colossal amount of energy. The blue light spread more and more around. The partners were even forced to cover their faces with their hands so that the light would not damage their eyes. They are very worried about their situation at this moment. Taehyung began to worry when the monster's voice began to speak to them. He said he didn't expect people to be able to reach his larva. Ain was no less shocked than her partner. Before that, she was confident in her abilities, but now she had to think about the strategy. A new goal appeared above the heads of the players. Their current enemy appreciated the skills of the people who were able to reach his body for the first time. However, the monster added that the power of humans would never match his power in life. He began to emit a colossal amount of blue energy. It was indeed the master of the double dungeon of the fire temple. The monster turned out to be a phoenix that was able to use blue flames. The player had to stand on the ground and watch the enemy gain strength. A reckless attack was already a bad idea. The partners could not believe that they had actually met Phoenix. They became very worried when they heard this fact. Monsters that had colossal regeneration abilities and resistance to magic were called phoenixes. Thanks to their abilities, they were literally immortal. Taehyung never thought that he would have to face a phoenix in a double dungeon. Moreover, he was frightened by the fact that the blue flame was used. The phoenix in the air continued to gather its fighting power. Its blue light literally covered the entire area and prevented anything from being seen. Taehyung was still able to see his enemy's intentions. He didn't even expect that he would have to meet such a technique here. The young man was immediately concerned about the situation of his partner. He started yelling at her and warned her to avoid the technique. This was caused by Taehyung's guess that the monster possessed the ability to control the mind of the one subjected to its technique. However, it was already too late. Ain attacked her partner, and he barely managed to avoid a collision at the very last moment. Taehyung realized that his partner was no longer in control of her mind. His situation worsened dramatically when the monster used his technique. Ain was currently under the complete control of the phoenix. She could not control her actions, so she attacked her ally. Taehyung was forced to retreat and avoid his partner's blows. Ain constantly approached and tried to attack the young man. Han dodged the woman's blows one after another and tried to figure out what kind of guild leader it was that had succumbed to the mind control technique. Yuan delivered a powerful kick with her foot, but the young man was able to tilt his head in time to avoid a collision that could have been fatal. After he dodged, Taehyung wasn't going to sit on the defensive any longer. He began to create a giant energy copy of his hand. The young man delivered a powerful blow to his partner, who was under control. Ain did not have time to avoid the blow, and was pressed face down to the ground. Taehyung continued to restrain the woman for a while and tried to talk to her. He ordered her to come to her senses immediately. The young man was very worried about his situation when the woman suddenly stood up. He perfectly understood that it did not mean anything good, even more so after Ain began to concentrate a colossal amount of energy into hers, giving her the form of a bullet to attack. Taehyun had to make an incredibly quick decision to retreat because the energy blast was going to happen and hit him. Ain launched her giant ball of energy towards her partner. She destroyed literally everything on her way, leaving nothing behind. Phoenix, meanwhile, calmly continued to be in the air. He didn't even have to do anything, since the woman was already under control. He began to mock his opponents from on high. As the Phoenix assumed before this, people are stupid creatures, and he was convinced of this. The smoke screen on the battlefield began to dissipate, and Ain's figure could be seen. She looked ahead and wanted to make sure of her victory. Her eyes continued to glow with a blue glow that spoke of Phoenix's control. He did not stop controlling her for a moment. Suddenly, the woman felt something strange under the ground and immediately looked there. Taehyung decided to attack the enemy from the most unexpected place. Just from under the ground, the young man launched his chain covered in energy. He managed to trap the woman and wrap her left leg. Han put a large amount of energy into these chains to restrain the girl's movements. Lightning energy continued to fill the iron weapon. The young man was not going to stop there. He used another chain to extend the range of his technique and prevent the enemy from escaping. Another chain followed. Taehyung tried to act as quickly as possible so that the woman did not have time to react to his attack. In the end, Ain could not withstand the onslaught of her partner. Her body was completely bound by the chains that Taehyung launched from underground. Yu-eng tried her best to get out of the trap, but it was all in vain. Taehyung held her down with chains. Suddenly, just in front of her in the smoke screen, the woman could hear a voice. Taehyung approached her and said that now he knows who destroyed the raid squad. He came out of the smoke screen and began to suspect the Vagrant Guild in this, since only Ain could commit such a mutiny. Taehyung continued to hold the woman hostage and restrained her movements even more. He needed the target to stay put. Having made sure that the woman was not moving, the young man decided to attack her with the stone skin skill. He warned his partner that it would hurt a little, but it was necessary for a reason. The young man wanted to dispel the enemy's equipment, so Ain had to be patient for the plan to come true. After a powerful blow to the chest, Ain began to spit blood. Taehyung had to do this so that the woman would not stand in his way. Ain was overpowered by her partner and fell powerlessly to the floor. She passed out, but Taehyung didn't remove her chains. The young man was forced to paralyze his partner with the last attack, because he understood that the paralysis of the chains would not be able to hold the woman for a long time. He raised his eyes and looked at the enemy. Now he needed to think how to save his partner, and at the same time continue the fight with the Phoenix. He hoped that Ain wouldn't be offended if he could defeat this monster before she regained consciousness. There was no other way out. Phoenix continued to taunt his enemies. He asked the young man if he enjoyed the entertainment, and if he wanted to play some more. Han wasn't going to tolerate being mocked by an unknown chicken. He told the rooster to close its beak immediately, or the young man would close it with his own hand. For safety, Taehyung decided to chain his partner to his back. Ain everything that was unconscious. In this way, Taehyung was forced to face the Phoenix. Now he was running away from the monster and trying to save himself and his partner. Taehyung knew very well that he would not be able to run away from the rooster forever. He sensed something was wrong and turned his head to ascertain the danger. The blue phoenix struck a powerful blow with its wings, emitting a colossal amount of energy. His attack destroyed everything in its path. The monster asked the man why he was running away from him if he had just threatened. He offered him to leave the woman and enter into a serious battle. Phoenix did not foresee that the young man would be able to quickly find himself behind his back. Tahun finally chose the right moment to attack. The rooster was a little shocked by this turn of events. He couldn't believe that one of the people was able to surpass him and avoid his gaze. Tahun was determined to finish off the enemy as seriously as possible right now. He swung his sharp dagger to attack. With his chains, Tahun increased the attack area of his dagger and literally cut the blue phoenix in two. However, his ability to regenerate was truly impressive. Phoenix noted that Tahun has good fighting skills, but this was not enough to overcome him. He informed his enemy that he cannot be killed because his body is solid fire. The Phoenix warned the man that his attacks were completely ineffective as each one would be incinerated. Now Phoenix decided to counterattack. He radiated a colossal amount of energy and easily destroyed the chains Tahun used to cover himself and his partner. The young man was simply shocked at this turn of events. He was very much concerned about his situation, as he was perfectly aware of the danger. Now he and his partner were literally in free fall, and their fate was in the hands of Phoenix, who was about to attack. The blue rooster began to gather a colossal amount of energy in his mouth. He concentrated it into a ball to increase its range. Blue Phoenix spat out a huge amount of blue energy towards the opponents. Such an attack simply could not be dodged with normal skills. The blue wave destroyed literally everything in its path. The stone pieces were forced from their previous location by the attack. They suddenly began to melt after a few seconds. The attack had devastating power, covering a large area and destroying everything with fire. By some miracle, Tahun was able to escape from imminent death. With the help of chains, he chained his body to a rock that was out of range. He understood perfectly well that his enemy was a phoenix, but he still marveled at its ability to regenerate as well as its devastating attack. What's more, this monster could understand human language and talk himself. The young man understood that this could not be an ordinary phoenix. Tahun, realizing the fact that he had met a great phoenix, was very frightened. He was not ready to face such a powerful being. Great phoenixes differed from ordinary monsters in that they had exceptional power. Their abilities were several times stronger than ordinary ones. In order to somehow distinguish these monsters from ordinary ones, a separate title was invented for them: Grand. Then the C+ mark was simply added to their rank. Tahun was well aware that with his current skills, he would not be able to overcome the phoenix's regeneration ability. It was literally impossible, but Tahun remembered that he had another trick up his sleeve. He had literally a slim chance if he used the hunting technique. But last time, he was unable to control this power, which caused his body to be destroyed. Now he could only use this skill for the final blow. This fact greatly constrained his actions. However, Tahun knew very well that if he did not use the hunting technique, he would surely die. The young man could not make a final decision and was very stressed. At that moment, he felt the woman behind him begin to stir. Ain was finally able to regain consciousness, and was very scared when she opened her eyes. She was tied to something and looked directly into the eyes of the abyss. The woman realized that she was chained and wondered why. Moreover, her body hurt incredibly, but she did not remember anything. Ain was also very alarmed by the fact that the phoenix had become so large. She also dared to suggest that this was an unusual phoenix. Ain immediately became angry with her partner and demanded to untie her. Taehyun asked the woman not to move as the two of them would fall now. Taehyung reminded his partner that she had succumbed to enemy manipulation, so now he would be in command. Ain resented this decision. She promised that such a situation would not happen again. Ain continued to demand that her body be freed from the chains. Suddenly, the partners noticed a huge energy wave approaching in their direction. They were in mortal danger from which they had to flee. Phoenix spotted his target and immediately struck in that direction. The column that the young man and the woman were holding on to was destroyed in an instant. The great Phoenix asked the people how they dared to be distracted in his presence. He promised to punish them. The blue bird began to gather a large amount of energy for its next attack. He was going to show people where their place in this world really was, but the players had their own plans for this account. Taehyung used the cover of the smoke screen to surprise attack Phoenix with the dagger. Ain wasn't going to sit back either, so she supported the young man. Her energy fist was ready to meet the enemy. Thanks to her partner regaining consciousness, Taehyun didn't need to use hunting. He could wait a bit with that. Dashing towards the blue bird, Tahun once again warned his partner not to be affected by the enemy's attack. Ain reiterated that she would not do this again. She added that she already knows how the technology works, so she will be able to avoid it. Phoenix didn't expect the enemies to be alive at all. And now, they also decided to attack him with a double blow. He looked at his target in the form of two people with a sinister look and said that he would not leave them alive for anything after this situation. The Great Phoenix began to rage even more at its opponents and release more energy. The battlefield smelled of roasting. Monsters have already managed to recover from the last attack of the players. His wings regenerated at a tremendous rate due to the increased regeneration. He asked his enemies if they had not yet realized that all their attacks were futile. Instead, his attacks were accurate and devastating. Taehyung decided to take the initiative into his own hands and use the Monarch Heart technique. This skill made it possible to increase the abilities of group members, but Ain was not going to give up the initiative. She concentrated the flow of energy in her hand and began to give it the right shape. She grasped the shaft she had formed from energy with both hands. The woman said that she had been unconscious for so long, so now it was her turn. A colossal flow of turquoise energy began to form around her. She held in her hands a deadly weapon in the form of an energy spear. Ain delivered a powerful blow with her spear that Phoenix did not expect. His ability to regenerate was not enough to restore the body. Taehyung was simply shocked by his partner's abilities. He couldn't believe that she managed to hit the bird without it recovering. Yu-ing said that all the work can be entrusted to her. She felt tremendous strength in her hands, thanks to her technique. The woman used the power of her technique called Amazon. In this mode, she was able to reach the peak of her power. Having activated all her skills, Ain was able to achieve the concept of such a force as a splash. Vaughn concentrated all her strength in one point. Most of the inhabitants tried to use this method, and the splinters of wine brought colossal harm to the body. However, Ain still Yogo Vicaristala. This rule did not apply to her, even though the woman could control this power for many hours, which allowed her to protect herself from harm. Having reached the maximum of her energy, the head of the Guild of Vagabonds simply launched her team at the Great Phoenix, which was above her. Ain achieved strength as she went beyond human boundaries. The Great Phoenix could not stand in front of her without falling in love. Therefore, the woman did not hesitate and stood tall in the wind in order to deliver several precise blows, ending the battle. Its energy effectively went beyond the boundaries of human understanding. He could not produce anything from this and would suffer energetic blows. Ain stood on her feet. The flurry of blows continued for an hour. The Great Phoenix was still trying to repair the structure. At that moment, the head of the Guild of Vagabonds decided to deliver their final blow, and carried out the remaining attack, pushing their enemy to the ground. Seeing this, the ground began to crack. Just then a huge burst of energy was created, and it was beginning to burst forth from the colossal fluidity. Stones were flying literally in all directions. It lit up in the wind and burned through the chambers for an hour with colors of different energy. Yu-Ain emerged victorious from this battle. Dima's curtain began to bloom. Ain could be clearly seen on the battlefield. She was already tired after her previous attacks and could now find a few things to eat. The woman was breathing heavily. Their skin was cracked in parts due to advanced technology, and their eyes began to close completely. Ain had expended a lot of strength and wasted her pride. Vona helplessly fell into the trap without any desire to give in. This is the energy of leaving the woman. Now she appeared absolutely dry. Tim and Hour, the Great Phoenix will not be in poverty. You managed to see after the last attack, although your body didn't look any better. Piven was starting to get really angry with her super, when she dared to do the same with him. He decided that he could just finish off the woman right away. Immediately after these words, the Great Phoenix attacked the indestructible superwoman, who was lying on the underside. Ain was without you at that moment. However, this death was not destined to happen. By the way, she was not alone on the battlefield, and at that moment she withdrew her support from Taehina. Yunak, not daring to stand aside, set aside his slimy cadence to bite down the Great Phoenix. Piven did not experience this. He could not turn around after this and was even very angry with the cotton boy, who had been standing and on guard all the time, but now he was about to turn around. Tahun chuckled and said that it was hard for him to keep an eye on the regeneration of the bird, as well as the colossal resources of the Amazon. Yunak, taking his partner in his arms and telling him that his little bit was sealed, the remaining blow from this battle was still lost to him. About an hour later, members of the Vagabonds Guild appeared on the portal. They smelled the stench with impatience until their leader turned to them. The people were already overcrowded, and even the Mislivets had been gone for an hour. One of the graves of Calm and others that of the Mandravniki with rank. However, there were many members of the Guild of Tramps. They knew that their leader was literally uncontrollable if he felt the full relish of battle. The two men quarreled with each other and changed their minds, and from the portal Rapto began to appear, ready to stand up. Tahun will find himself turning away from the woman. Members of the Guild of Vagabonds immediately rushed to catch up with their leader. Having learned nothing, the Stinks began to ask everyone about everything from Ain. However, everything was not entirely perfect. One of the men groaned loudly, realizing that Ain was not in the best condition and could not walk. The members of the guild saw in front of them a young man who carried their leader in his arms. It turned out that Ain could not see the colossal advantage. Tahun calmed the ears of those present, and said that everything was fine with the woman. He also told us that the two of them managed to rob and set the temple on fire. The next day, rumors began to spread about the romantic affairs of the two graves and about their secret marriage in the dungeon. Yuan was in the doctor's office and was simply shocked, watching videos on YouTube. She couldn't understand how the rumors could spread so wildly. The head of the Guild of Tramps turned their head to their charges, who had come to see them, and screamed loudly, asking that they were dying. The men felt their troubles uncontrollably if the woman called them because they had a problem, even if this information was not known to them. One of the graves said that the passage of the underground dungeon is even more important on the right, so it is important for those in charge of the environment to take in the information. Another said that he told about this idea only to his closest friends. The best thing about them is that they can pull their tongues behind their teeth. The third man swore his allegiance to the guild. We decided that we would not have shared this information with anyone, otherwise we are sure Ain. The woman laughed pleasantly and nodded to her wards for their confirmation. However, she added that it was time for her to start returning to her bonds. At this moment, before this chamber of the Yuvishav Go took, Vian already strongly caught hold of the woman. The fragments reached a new level about the Vicarist and Splash. As only people want to ask about their self-esteem in Ain, they immediately lock it. You simply marveled at yourself, and realized that everything was not so bad. The head of the Guild of Vagabonds decided to teach their charges a little about the flow of information. Go took earn money so that Ain Maze recovers. Representatives of the Association of Gravists of New Korea decided to take a short walk outside the medicine shop. Go took guided the illness through the medical park. Yu Ain told people about controlling their abilities. Vona said that there is no need to wail for her, even if she can make a splash on her prosthesis. Go took pleased his wife and asked that she could get information about Taeheng's capabilities, and also the main tasks. Ain was ruined a little after all this nourishment. She didn't remember anything, and she actually carried out all her self-exertion. At the end of the day, she lost her knowledge. She knew more than the words of the young man about those who had managed to heal the great phoenix, which would be weakened. Moreover, the woman said that after that day, Taehun was likely to go to the depths of the abyss, regardless of the lack of knowledge in the abyss. Go took Vazev is simply the colossal growth of a young man. The man also thought that from the point of view of the New Korea, his possibilities were unknown. Yuin didn't know how to react to these words. She told the man that Tahina, who was constantly in an incredible hurry, did not understand. Go Tuk did not realize his spurtration and asked what she deserves in respect, and even Taehun was once again treated differently by a lad who knows everything. The woman explained that the skin rash needs to rise. Taehun's ale is so great. He did not hesitate in front of his every strong enemy. Yunak continued to grow steadily in his chambers. Make sure you don't put too much pressure on those to stop, so as to stop most of the enemies when reaching the goal. Taehun has learned all possible methods to rise higher. Then didn't want to complain about anything at all. Yuan tried to understand what the young man was doing with his actions. Vaughn asked her partner about this. Why Taehun continues to become strong. Silence fell between the Spivrazmovniks. They turned their eyes to the mountain and marveled at the tops of the trees, whose leaves were falling in abundance, landing every hour. Raptom, go took hum that he has a testimony on this power supply. Ain was already angry after this moment, and asked what kind of testimony it was. The woman was simply shocked, seeing the enthusiasm of her companion. Vaughn didn't realize that they were getting drunk, even if they were just saying their words. About an hour, Go Tuk clenched his fist and shouted loudly. This young man is incomparable to patriotism, which is steadily falling forward. He explained that Tahun is fighting monsters in this difficult time in order to bring his loyalty to the land, as well as to help all its inhabitants. However, Ain valued the little things differently. She rapidly interrupted the man's conversation and told him to sue him, even though he was committing absolutely infidels. The depths of the abyss, which were behind the words of Ain Mav to be directed by Tahun, looked impressively motor-like. There was no problem, there were monsters on the skin. In the middle of the central spore there was a vigorous motor movement. At the top of the gatherings there was a throne, and below lay dozens of human corpses. The sight was no better, the fragments of the corpse were still fresh. The blood flowed freely from the body and gave an incredible smorgasm to the whole room. Mostly the victims were women's bodies that could not survive after the death of the singer. Now their souls were forever bound in the depths of the abyss. A guest arrived at the ruler's castle, who immediately showed his loyalty. He took the gentleman's right hand and kissed it. The man felt quite uncomfortable in this situation. He tried to trim himself in his hands, but with impatience he felt the pressure of the offensive. Find a man who sits on the throne and proceeds to the offensive stage. She was about to look at the blood oath that bound them. This man was the Prince of the Abyss, who was known as the Lord of the Vampires in the name of Imgen. His rank is unknown, but definitely not low. Yunak, having continued to stand on the knee and accosted the princes at the reception. I will also thank you for the remaining decision, calling him a volcano of blood. Imgen laughed ominously, looking at his ward. He asked the young man how he felt that he had taken away the power of his clan. The young man from below raised his hands to his hood, getting ready to take it off. Having said that there are too many people who can be led by the same power as Vin. After these words, the young man stammered and blurred them. He removed his hood, revealing his appearance as a prince in front of himself. He said that now he has become the strongest of these people. Simunak, former Chinese Mislivets, Yak Nosiv Imya Zhang Lifong. 2 men guarded the portal to a place where no one could touch it. Tahun died about this whole place from these feasts, as soon as he turned around. It was not so easy to reach the depths of the abyss. Only those who were ready to face the danger were allowed in here. Tahun turned out to be a suitable candidate for him to be let through. He has fallen asleep in the depths of the abyss under the sign of the new month. A small tabor stood in front of him, and people were constantly moving about. They protected their lives, and also gave one another help. I am glad that you decided to sink to the depths of the abyss. He will be the first to come here after he awakens. Tahun did not manage to look around the territory when he sensed a human voice. It's nice to know one person who greeted the young man from his arrival. He bowed low before the guest and introduced himself as a member of the Worldwide Association of Mislivians, a Mislivet of rank named Paul Becker. The man is pleased with his specific appearance, respecting his left eyebrow. He is also responsible for the excavation of the 22 zones between the depths of the abyss. Paul Becker asked the savvy guest whether he would be in the depths of the abyss for the first time. Tahun Pav, that's how it is. The man has fed himself in order to drink, and he needs help. You will please the young men to hire a dozen Mislivians who will bury him. The Worldwide Association of Mislists created bases as a safe place for people who had reached the abyss. However, this place was not completely safe. Paul Becker revealed that in the abyss you can find all sorts of monsters. This will encourage the young people to hire guides, regardless of their rank, which will be much safer and also easier. However, Tahun informed that he would not require assistance with the funeral. Having watched these words thoroughly, the earth began to crack behind him. Literally a second later, a majestic goose appeared behind the young man's back, looking even more angry. Tahun behaved as calmly as possible. What can't you say about Paul Becker? She immediately started screaming and squeezing the guest about the problem when she suddenly appeared behind him. The man simply could not believe that the young man would die so easily, without ever having experienced the depths of the dungeon. It was just a shock. However, Tahun was not about to die. He was already able to quickly turn the tables on the battlefield and overcome the monster that died in his life. Once again, he informed us that he would not require any kind of security, as long as he just wanted to take a walk. After all, you could trust him. By the way, Paul Becker waited for this to let the young man himself go. Tahun Ishiv, go ahead and catch the monsters on your way, having gotten lost for a little while among all these corpses. After Paul Becker went back to the 22nd base, Tahun is unlikely to catch up with anyone. Before this, the young man lost the power of the Great Phoenix in the Temples of the Fire, which allowed him to become victorious and activate the contract with the devil. Now he holds 2 crystals in his hand and watches over them. You managed to collect the required 200 units of money for the technology. Yunak could not understand why the newbie had changed so quickly. You can now sign this contract only once, which was not really possible. Tahun continued to marvel at the crystals in his hand and think about his actions. He doesn't even want to drag a bunch of monsters around with him. Zresta, having ventured to grind the bar and vicarize the stone of Mani's power. Having worked at this hour, it was also necessary for me. After this, a skeleton appeared to stand in front of the young man, like a mountain to the violet half. This person seemed to be experiencing unbearable pain at this moment. The hands of a skeleton appeared on the horizon, growing uncontrollably from his body. Everything was happening so quickly that it was impossible to follow. Also, after the disappearance of this property, the skeleton appeared to have great claws, like those without bodies. The stench kept pointing straight to the center of my stomach. Tahun still activated the contract with the devil and opened the gate. In the center of the skeleton's belly is a crooked portal for the young man. Therefore, we are impatient to know which exhibit is likely to be damaged. The coin was lost for a short time, and the fragments were all that was needed to enter the portal. Tahun, not daring to stand on the spot for long, plucked up courage and walked to the portal. You felt as full of yourself as possible, without showing any emotion. However, it was impossible to fully embrace my emotions. Those who looked at the young man in front of him were simply shocked. It was even more wonderful. In front of him, Tahun could see a majestic castle, which was supposed to be in the Gothic style. They were simply gigantic in size. Against the backdrop of the gathering to the castle, Tahun was simply getting goosebumps. I realized that I had already tried it in this world. Yunak immediately began to look around the area. The Bashti looked very active. Their tops were vibrating under the monthly harvest. There were simply too many such Bashtas, Tahun could not count them all. The stench wafted throughout the entire territory of the castle, giving it a unique look. Tahun looked around the territory with some caution. It seemed amazing to him that he held the castle in front of him. I definitely didn't experience anything. Not many young people have ever felt that they were in a void like a place. After standing in the place for a few minutes, they still began to climb uphill. Tahun has thus far maximized his skills behind the help of Mani stones, but never allowed his body to teleport to such a place. Everything that you lost, you can find out for yourself. About an hour later, behind the young man's back, there appeared some suspicious girls who looked like devils. Tahun is immediately aware of the presence behind me. Not daring to simply check, he immediately began to turn his head back. Yunak carried out a vigorous attack, for a moment thinking that he would be threatened by insecurity. At the gatherings of the castle, a loud vibik came through, like a worm in the mustache. Tahun was not willing to give his body to any monsters who wanted him to rot. He pulled out his sharp sword and took a fighting stance. By this time, Dima's veil had begun to bloom and the youngsters began to look at the faces of the monsters. The stench was cleared up and relaxed. In front of him, Tahun could spot 3 girls who looked like Kazans. The stench came from the unsound guest, apparently because he is so careless. The girls were going to punish the young man for his previous actions. It's been a long time since they treated people to their world, and they were lucky. This creature was called succubus. Those hen did not realize what they were doing in their way, even though they miraculously knew about their insecure habits. A succubus has little ability to extract power from people with its mental attacks. The stench covered people's brains before panic attacks and could kill them, but the situation seemed bad, to be sure. Tahun knows that such monsters are expected to have rank B, but definitely no more. These monsters were at least of rank with. The girls were going to have a little fun with the young man who had gotten lost. The stench was already showing off his skin with relish. However, Tahun was not willing to donate her body. You have accidentally destroyed your place and found yourself in need of attacking first. Yunak believes that behind the minds of the contract, he can read a little about these monsters. Once completely at the top of their game, the girls attacked. One of the succubus I didn't realize that the young man would rush into the attack. However, even though there was no turbulence, people were too friendly for them. The girls' skins were easily able to withstand the skin attack of Tahun. Then unsuccessfully waved his knife, trying to strike at least one. However, all of their Zacilas were marred, and even the succubus had colossal speed, as well as maneuverability, which gave them plenty of chances. Undeterred, Tahun continued to attack his own people and attack monsters. He rushed up the hill, where there were girls at once. One of them appreciated that the boy was trying really hard for this fight. It was just as it should be. After these words, she clicked her fingers. Tahun spontaneously rushed forward, already noticing the majestic blaze of light in front of him, which began to stepfully cover his body. It was too light on the battlefield. The succubus developed their unique technique and created a light heart between them and the enemy. The girls told the young man, on the contrary, that this would be the end. Tahun stood immovably on the spot and could not move after this technique. Yunak was under the influx of washing the pulps, which gave him a desperate chance. Succubus loved men more, and even succumbed to the stench more easily. One of the girls said that the youngsters would no longer be able to return to their camp, and even then Tahun would counterattack. Yunak was able to block the action of the advanced techniques, and just pretend that he had come to him in order to strike a hard blow at the succubus branch. The other two girls were simply shocked by this turn of events. Her sister suffered in battle with a very young man, which was very worrying. Tahun didn't dare to hesitate until the decision was made. He raised his right hand up, and at the same time killed his demon. The young man's face revealed an evil grin. He ordered the girls to stand on their knees, as they did not want to say goodbye to their lives. The succubus did not dare to bother anyone, so he crushed them with his power. Tahun unleashes an incredible amount of energy to strangle the two girls. The succubus fell asleep on the ground. They felt the strong pressure from the young man's side and could not turn around. The stench could not understand how they might have started to burn. An hour, Tahun approaching his opponents at a rapid pace. One of the girls asked how to use the technology for washing pulps. Yunak told the girls that they didn't have to know. He covered his right hand with a stream of energy and completely approached the indestructible bodies. Having responded to the need, you got up, turned to the succubus and asked if you don't mind the stench, as they will sign a contract with him on your mind. The contract could have been signed with only one mind. The first of these was that monsters could be given to those whom you liked, and the other reason was to root the monster by force. The succubus lay unbroken on the ground and tried to repair the structure, but everything was smooth. Tahun defeated his friend's mind and subdued the girls by force. Now, after signing the contract, you can summon a monster of rank C. When Tahun raised his hand to expose the girl, he was simply shocked. He was informed that this was not the subject of the contract. Tahun cannot understand what is going on. He could not show mercy, even though the succubus were definitely monsters who were attacking him immediately. Raptom, behind his back the young man heard a voice and turned around. He brought before him a whole army of succubus, which was similar to his sisters. Among these girls was the great succubus. The girl is small, rank C+. She told the young man that he would be a great gift for her queen. Queen Succubus was presently in her chambers. At the entrance, before them, there was an arch of towers, the branches of which hung down to the bottom. The stench enveloped human bodies, which were otherwise present in life. An unknown calm flowed out of them, unsettling the bodies of the pit. Human and female bodies were separated from each other in rows. The women succumbed to the same catastrophe. A lot of people were starting to freak out. One of her wards came to the queen and told her that she had found information about those who dared to intrude on the castle. At this hour, the queen was lying on her throne, covered with a tent. The vines stretched out from the stars, as if they had enveloped the bodies of the beast. The queen was happy when she sensed the proof from her daughter. She began to wonder about food, not knowing that long-awaited moment had come again. Judging by the reaction of the woman, she was about to estrange herself from the men. Vaughn laughed, and said that she was okay with all this hellish trouble. A loud explosion was heard on the territory of the big castle, which was caused by the attack of an uninvited guest. Taehyung used his unknown power. A real panic began on the territory of the castle after that. The young man understood that he would not be able to face many opponents. High-ranking succubus flew at the speed of light along one of the corridors of the castle. They chased their target and tried to capture it. Taehyun had no choice but to run away from them. He just ran forward holding a knife in front of him just in case. The monsters ordered the young man to stop and called him a coward. They wanted to capture him alive to give as a gift for the queen. Taehyung was well aware of his precarious situation and kept looking back to make sure the monsters were far away from him. However, the danger was already too close. The succubus caught up with the young man and surrounded him from different sides, intending to use force. Taehyung looked back and forth and realized that he was trapped. The young man did not stop being surprised by how strong these succubi are. The hunter noticed a strange aura around him that began to envelop him. He could not do anything, because he was surrounded. Taehyung was simply shocked at how many rivals he had. The succubus began to close in on him, restricting his movements. At this moment, the young man realized that it was time to act. He was going to use his secret power to get out of this trap. The succubus were simply shocked to see such power from a human. They couldn't even expect anyone to get out of it. However, Taehyung was quite an unusual person. Using his colossal strength, the young man created a huge explosion at the exit of the castle. A huge hole formed above his head, left by the energy wave. Taehyung had defeated his opponents, and could now catch his breath. He still wanted to subdue the demon, but he still couldn't sign the contract. The young man realized that there was only one thing left for him to look like. Taehyung went to the monster standing on the mountain in front of all the succubus. He went to the door where the queen was waiting for him. The monster's assistant immediately met the young man and bowed before him. She informed him that the queen was looking forward to meeting him. Taehyun was advised to just pass and enjoy, but he wasn't even going to relax as he knew perfectly well what was going to happen. When the young man entered the room, the lighting changed dramatically. He could see a bright red light coming through the windows. In front of him was some incomprehensible structure with vines oozing from it, and the middle of it was hidden behind a curtain. Taehyung began to look around and noticed that the vines coming from the center spread very quickly throughout the room. In addition, they served as hangars for people. He could observe many corpses around him that were being drained of energy by Lien. Despite this, Taehyung wasn't even going to turn around and run away from here. He stood confidently, waiting for a reaction from the queen. Succubus queen didn't make herself wait long. She immediately welcomed her guest into the room and said that she was very glad to see him. Also, the woman did not forget to introduce herself as the queen of all succubus named Rosaria. She spoke slowly and confidently, opening her mouth. At that moment, the young man was warned that he could make a contract with the devil. All his guesses turned out to be correct. Taehyung decided not to drag it out for long and immediately got down to business. He addressed the monster, to which the woman answered him in human language. The young man was simply shocked and did not believe that this was possible. A monster that speaks human language has never been encountered by a hunter. The queen laughed and asked why the young man was so surprised. Because he himself is a person who can understand the language of monsters. Rosaria spoke very confidently in human language. This very much alarmed the young man. For a monster, she spoke too well. The queen dismissed all the minor points and asked the young man why he came to her kingdom. Did he want to get wealth and fame? Also, the woman did not forget to ask, maybe the guy just got lost, or maybe he came to her to quench his lust. However, Taehyung disappointed Queen Rosaria and revealed that he didn't come over to her because of what she just voiced. The young man confidently said that he had come to the chambers of the queen herself to complete the oath of challenge, for which he had descended into the dungeons. Rosaria had never met such interesting people before. She wondered for a second if he really thought that was possible. Succubus Queen laughed aloud after thinking. She scoffed at her guest, who didn't seem to understand where he was. Rosaria called the young man too confident. That's exactly how Taehyung behaved at this moment, and he had full faith in his own strength. However, the The queen had a completely different opinion on this account. She began to raise her ugly limbs, about to voice her terms. Rosaria pointed her hand at the young man and informed him that he had miscalculated, because no demon would want to enter into a contract with someone like him. The queen asked why she should sign the contract at all, because she has absolutely everything, and now another toy in the arsenal will appear. Immediately after these words, Rosaria decided to attack her guest. She sent many vines in his direction, trying to catch him. Taehyung was completely unsurprised by this turn of events. He immediately summoned his unknown power to confront the succubus queen. He began to cover his body with a powerful flow of energy that could be seen with the naked eye. The young man was very serious. Taehyung warned his rival that if she didn't want to sign the contract with him voluntarily, he would force her to do so. Rosaria just laughed back and continued to attack. The energetic vines continued to move towards the young man with great speed. Taehyung was forced to jump into the air to avoid an unnecessary collision. He managed to dodge the first wave of vines, however, there were too many plants. The young man barely dodged one of them. Liana came literally centimeters from his face. After that, Taehyung realized that he needed to make the most of his abilities and decided to combine all of his skills into one. Using stone skin, iron shackles, as well as his sharp dagger, the young man was able to cut all the vines in his path to pieces. After that, Taehyung landed on the plant that was under his feet and was going to use it as a springboard for his next attack. The young man pushed away from the creeper with all his might and soared into the air, aiming for the woman who was still on her throne. Taehyung had a premonition of his victory. He swung his sharp dagger, but this did not limit his attack ability. He began to cover his hand with the stone skin of the godfather, including the dagger. This was supposed to provide additional strength to defeat the demon. Taehyung put his full strength into the next attack and was about to destroy his opponent with a single blow. The queen sat motionless opposite. She was not even going to do anything, because she knew everything very well. As soon as the young man approached the queen, his attack was immediately repelled. Taehyung didn't understand what had happened. His stone skin cracked sharply, and all his strength literally dissipated into the air. Rosaria continued to sit still and warned the young man to learn some manners. She slowly raised her hand up. After that, the queen prepared to attack her opponent and snapped her fingers. It was part of her strongest and secret technique. At this moment, the young man was still in the air with the dagger in his hand. He suddenly stopped in place and did not understand what was happening. Taehyung seemed to be falling into an abyss. The guy absolutely did not feel the floor under him, which was a very strange phenomenon. The hunter was simply shocked by this turn of events. It was as if he had suddenly fallen into a pit, and now he could not control himself. After some time, the young man could observe a huge city below him. Literally in a fraction of a second, the queen was able to create such a colossal illusion. Taehyung tried to understand what happened at the very last moment. He stared at his hand and wondered why his skill hadn't worked. The hunter looked at the place below his head. He wondered if the queen could change the space around her so drastically. However, as he continued to fall, Taehyung abandoned this theory. With each meter down, he became more confident in his next guess. Almost landing, the young man realized that he was now in a normal illusion, but he could still feel emotions and pain. Taehyung landed in the sea water with his mouth open. Despite the illusion, the young man could not breathe, which made his position very difficult. He looked at the queen's throne above him, and wondered at what moment he had become delusional, because he didn't even notice anything suspicious. Rosaria continued to sit on her throne and laughed at the young man. She completely controlled the course of events on the battlefield. The queen asked the young man if he was so stupid that he could not understand that there was no need to come to her for such a favor. She informed her opponent that he had fallen for her illusion from the start. Now, Taehyung's body was trapped by the queen. The young man was completely unconscious and was completely enveloped by the limbs of the succubus queen. At this moment, he was struggling with the illusion of his consciousness. Taehyung found himself lying on the succubus queen's bed after falling under her illusion and unable to move. Rosaria was very pleased that the young man's body was now lying under her. Now she could control him however she wanted. While the hunter was lying on the bed, his thoughts were in a completely different city. Taehyung was in the deep sea. He tried to resist, but it was all in vain. The young man understood that this was just an ordinary illusion, but he could not do anything to oppose it. Suddenly, he had a strange feeling inside him. Everything around began to change color, and the vestibular apparatus went into full swing. Taehyun suddenly found himself in the car and was simply shocked. He did not understand how he ended up in this location. The young man began to look around and realized that he was in his parents' car. The last time he saw her was before her parents died. He looked at the boy standing right in front of him and recognized his young self. Taehyung was a very nice guy. After listening to the radio, he got fired up with the idea of becoming a high-ranking hunter because they get a lot of money and are also famous. Then he promised himself that he would become one of them and be able to buy mom and dad absolutely anything they wanted for any money. The parents laughed at their son and said that Taehyung is a very capable boy and will definitely achieve all the goals he set for himself. However, the mother did not want her son to become a hunter, as it is too dangerous. The main thing for her was that the boy was happy. At that moment, Taehyung was very upset because his parents did not support his dreams. They constantly told him that it was dangerous. Only after the death of his parents, the young man realized that money was not the most important thing in life. The most important thing in this life was happiness. Taehyung was very happy to see how happy his family was. He really wanted to go back to his deep childhood. However, the succubus queen wasn't going to just show the boy his happy childhood. Suddenly, right in front of his face, there was an explosion, and the boy's father could not cope with driving and got into a car accident. Everything around started to burn. The boy looked at his dad, who could not survive the car accident. His whole face was covered in blood and started to burn. Mom's body was also completely motionless after the accident, which indicated her death. The parents sitting in front had to say goodbye to their lives. Taehyung wasn't too happy to see and feel those emotions again. It was the same day of the car accident that his parents died. After that, my young man watched the people who took the little guy away. They wept bitterly, mourning the death of the little boy's parents. Taehyung was still in the back seat of the car and was experiencing the illusion from before. He did not understand why things were happening so quickly. It was the young man's uncle and aunt, who were forced to take care of the boy who survived a car accident, but was left without parents. Taehyung now clearly remembered how everything happened that day. He was absolutely not happy, but he had no choice. Suddenly, the location began to change sharply again, and the young man heard in his head how he was called an unawakened freak who was trying to wring something out of himself. Turning his head to the left, the hunter saw the young student being bullied, unable to do anything about the situation. It was again the memories of the young man, when he was bullied by high school students, and even his friends because he was never able to awaken his abilities. Taehyun got out of the car that continued to drive and watched the events in front of him. He couldn't do anything with himself. At this moment, opposite him was a copy of him from the past, which was very weak. The student was barely able to stand up after the beatings. Turning his head again, the young man saw in front of him hunters who were about to go hunting. He was also among them. Despite his age, young Taehyung looked completely different. On his face there was a stubble, which the young man had never worn before. When the unranked young man gathered for the campaign, his companions began to laugh at him, because they understood that he might not even survive in the dungeon. Suddenly, the location changed dramatically. Now the young man heard the screams of his aunt, who did not want to let go of his nephew and even tried to manipulate him. Taehyung wanted to go his own way and become a high-ranking hunter, but his relatives were against it, as it was too dangerous. The aunt begged the young man to come to his senses, because in this way he is harming not only himself, but also them. However, Taehyung had already made a firm decision. He thanked his relatives for helping him, but he couldn't stay here any longer. He understood that he was only causing inconvenience to people. Taehyung had no choice but to leave his uncle and aunt's house. After saying goodbye to his relatives, the young man turned his back and went his own way. At that moment, the young man thought about his parents, who wanted happiness for him. However, he did not feel any happiness in this house, so he made this decision, passed Taehyung and headed to meet the adventurers. At that moment, the young man thought only about how to become stronger. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the hunter's face that he was under the influence of a skill called royal hypnosis. Taehyung was completely under the control of the succubus queen, who could control his thoughts and emotions, constantly changing locations. All these situations from the young man's life were created thanks to his memory. But the queen was able to get in there and arrange everything at her own discretion. When Taehyung tried to resist this technique, he realized that it was completely useless. Moreover, all of his skills were blocked. However, at some point the young man saw a notification in front of him that one skill was available to him. He immediately realized that there was no hunting skill among the previous list. Taehyung was only able to use this skill, but it was enough for him. He was able to easily destroy his unpleasant emotions. The young man even managed to say goodbye to his relatives, who did everything possible for his future. He apologized to them for his behavior. After that, the hunter used his powerful hunting technique and removed absolutely all of his thoughts that had turned into dead people. He seemed to be on a battlefield that was covered with corpses. There was not even a living place on earth, which spoke of a lot of bad emotions. Queen Rosalia watched the young man's thoughts all this time. After the last event, she was surprised that the boy was able to survive at all. She tried to transport the boy back to his past, where he met a huge monster in one of the dungeons on his way. She tried to understand what was happening with the young man's memory, because she noticed several moments that did not match at all. First, the queen noticed that Taehyung was much older in the past than he is now. It was purely physiologically impossible. Second, all his memories were related to one group. The suffering he experienced happened almost every day with him. They did not belong to the same period, but the queen felt that they all went in sequence, which was very strange. Rosalia continued to observe the young man's memories and wondered if he could be hiding something from her, if he really is something special. The queen decided that the young man needed to be awakened a little in his subconscious, so she decided to change reality a little and told the monster to attack. At this moment, Rosalia just stood aside and mocked the performance. She wanted to test how strong the young man was in his subconscious. However, everything turned out to be completely different from what the succubus queen wanted. She suddenly saw a light in front of her that fell on her eyes. Raising her eyes upwards, the queen could observe a shining void of a man, who seemed to be slowly descending towards her from the sky. Rosalia stood motionless and looked at the sky. She did not know what was happening at all, because the light did not allow her to see. This man was the same king who periodically appeared in Taehyung's thoughts. It was he who gave him incredible power. When the man went down, Rosalia simply could not believe her eyes. She could already see this man somewhere before. A pleasant smile appeared on the king's face. He gave that smile, as if hinting that the woman was about to end. The queen was shocked to see the king himself in front of her. She could not understand why this was happening in the young man's memories at all. While Rosalia stood still and watched the figure of the king, an unknown force began to threaten her back. Taehyung used a hunting technique to defeat the fleeting memories in his mind. In doing so, he destroyed the queen in his head. Rosalia seemed to fall into small pieces after this technique. She felt very strange and did not understand what was happening. The succubus queen was suddenly on her knees and looking up as she watched the broken glass slowly fall on her face. Suddenly, Rosalia realized that she could no longer control the young man's memories. The queen found herself back in the real world. She looked at her bed, where she had just held the young man in her chains. Now, there was absolutely no one in front of her. Suddenly, the woman felt a dagger behind her back. A male voice asked her if the queen allowed herself to look into the memories of other people. Taehyung was able to get out of the difficult trap and turn the events on the battlefield. He now had the queen under control with a knife at her throat. The young man had a very difficult time, but he was able to survive everything. The hunter again repeated to his opponent that he wanted to receive the oath of challenge. However, the queen had a completely different opinion on this account. Of course, she noted that the young man was the strongest she had ever fought, but she called him stupid. She asked if he really thought he could beat her with this toy. Taehyun replied that he wasn't sure, but it was worth a try. Rosalia smiled back and again called the young man self-confident. She also added that she feels that the young man is bluffing now. After distracting the young man, the queen again used her limbs to attack the target that is as close as possible to her. Literally in a split second, Rosalia captured him. Taehyung couldn't do anything at this speed and was trapped. Despite the winning clause, the queen said she agreed to accept the contract. Immediately after her words, she bit the young man's neck. Taehyung didn't understand what was happening at all and screamed loudly from the unbearable pain. He didn't know that was part of signing their contract. After the succubus queen bit the boy, his devil contract skill was replaced with the queen's skill. The oath was taken. Taehyung lost consciousness again, and found himself lying on the ground. Now he possessed the skill of perfect hypnosis. His attractiveness rating has increased. These were the last notifications that the young man saw in front of him. After that, he fell into a deep sleep without opening his eyes. Rosalia let the young man go and wished him sweet dreams, calling him the chosen one of the king. She understood this after seeing the boy's memories. Taehyun suddenly opened his eyes as someone's voice called out to him. The young man began to come to his senses after long adventures. He found himself in a completely different location in front of the portal where he had entered before. He was also met by the manager of the 22nd zone of the abyss. Paul Baker could breathe easy when he saw the young man rise. He was very glad to see that the hunter was back alive. The man explained that he found the young man just near the portal of the hunter zone, where he was completely unconscious after the patrol. Paul Baker wanted to know what had happened. However, Taehyun was not in the mood for that right now. He tried to understand why Rosalia had brought him here. When the young man looked at the system notification, he realized that the previous memories were not a dream and he had indeed mastered the devil contract. Now, given his level of strength and the challenge of Rosalia, he will be able to cope with all the opponents that await him at the Asian tournament. However, the young man had one more question. He wanted to understand why Rosalia still agreed to sign a contract with him. Taehyung had a lot of questions for the succubus queen, especially considering the words she spoke before the young man fell asleep. Before disconnecting the young man, she called him the king's favorite, and Taehyung could believe that Rosalia might actually be familiar with the king. Paul Baker was still waiting for an answer from the young man. He saw that the boy was thinking about something and asked if everything was okay with him. The man still advised the hunter to hire a security team, as it can be a little dangerous here or you can get lost. However, despite the previous situation, Taehyung still declined the offer and said that he was done with things anyway. After that, the young man went home to his hometown, where the sun was just rising. High-rise buildings began to catch the sun's rays on themselves. Meanwhile, the head of the Night Wanderer Guild, Yu Eng, was still in the hospital after visiting the dungeon with the young man. It was on this day that the woman was to be discharged from the hospital. She was tired of lying on the bed, so she was extremely happy to be free. Ain did not expect that one of her charges would meet her. She stopped when she heard men shouting in front of her. The guild leader could observe 3 of her charges, one of whom was a man with a scar on his face that accentuated his image. This man was the vice leader of the Night Wanderer Guild, A-rank hunter John Hansu. He asked the woman how she was feeling. Yu Ain replied that she could beat up a few more opponents so that everyone around her would realize that she could indeed be discharged from the hospital. The woman did not expect that important news would appear for her right away, as reported by her deputy Young Hansu. During the time that the guild leader was in the hospital, Kim Taehyun returned from the depths of the dungeon where he was going. Yu Eng was just shocked to hear this information. She asked how long it had been since the young man had returned from this dangerous place. The woman thought it was very strange that the young man returned so quickly. Even a talented young man like him could not explore the wilderness alone. Young Hansu said that the leader seemed to underestimate the young man since he was in the city with Rangdu. However, the main news was not this at all. The man said that the young man had returned from the dungeons and would meet someone on his way. Yu Eng asked who exactly he met. Young Hansu replied that Taehyung was forced to meet with the leader of the Onsamiro Guild, which was one of the 4 largest guilds in the city. Hunter Kwon Kong-hyuk blocked the young man's path, and was not going to let him pass any further. He had some important business for the talented hunter. Taehyung couldn't understand what was going on. He had recently returned from the dungeon and wanted some rest, but he was not allowed. Kwon Kong-hyuk was waiting for what was going to happen. A sinister smile appeared on his face before he explained the reason for his behavior. Covering his body with a stream of energy, Guild leader Onsamiro invited the young man in front of him to join the battle and test his capabilities. Immediately after that, the C-rank hunter rose from his seat and headed in the direction of the potential enemy that was opposite. Kwon Kong-haek was a very strong opponent who was nicknamed the Tank of South Korea. Of course, he was the strongest person in his guild. There were many rumors about the man that he could fight monsters for several hours in a row. He could also deal with hundreds of monsters on his own. However, there was one most famous rumor. Kwon Kong-haek liked to test his potential guild members by force and force them to join. This is exactly what the man wanted to do with Taehyung. Continuing to move forward, the man advised the young man to prepare for an attack. However, this was not destined to happen at this moment. Suddenly, a woman's voice interrupted the man and immediately asked him to stop. As soon as Kwon Kong-hyuk was ready to attack the young man, a woman who had been behind him all this time got in his way. Guild leader An Samiro was simply shocked at this turn of events. He asked his secretary what she was doing anyway. Kim Hung was a B-rank hunter. She stopped her bus and asked, "Does he want to receive a complaint from the Human Rights Commission again?" Taehyung was able to relax after that and tried to understand what prohibitions and bans the people in front of him were talking about. Kim Hen decided to take all the responsibility on herself. She introduced herself to the young man and was going to continue the conversation on her own. She wanted to invite the young man to their place in a completely normal way. Kwon Han-haek was not used to doing this, so he was unhappy. Taehyung listened intently to the guild leader, and the secretary then asked if he didn't agree to just join the guild if they would force him to do so. Kim Han, considering the character of her boss, was forced to answer positively. However, the woman thought that this was a pretty good offer for the young man. She already knew that the promising hunter Kim Taehyun was going to participate in the Asian-friendly tournament, so he needed training. Taehyung was shocked at how quickly rumors spread in general. He told almost no one about his intentions, but everyone found out. Kim Han spoke about their Ansamiro guild, which was the most advanced in abyss research among the 4 guilds, so it would be a good option for a young man. The secretary believed that if Taehyung joined their guild, all of his weaknesses would be overshadowed by the experience he would gain in the dungeons. Taehyung listened carefully to the secretary and did not interrupt her. He admitted that it was a pretty good offer, but he didn't want to join the guild. Immediately after the words of his ward, Kwon Kong-hyuk put his hand on her shoulder and told her that her mission was over, because it would not be interesting from now on. The man assumed that if the young man wanted to join their guild, he would have agreed to do so a long time ago. But he turned out to be not so simple. At that moment, Taehyung interrupted the guild head on Samiro and informed him that he had suddenly changed his mind and wanted to try his hand at the guild. Kwon Kong-hyuk just couldn't believe his ears. The secretary was pleased that they had finally managed to attract a participant through peaceful negotiations. The guild leader asked the would-be newcomer if he really wanted to join their India and change his mind so quickly. However, Taehyung had completely different things in mind. He responded by asking the man if he had just said those words. Kwon Kong-hyuk didn't understand what the young man was getting at. He was not very pleased to see how the worthless boy contradicted him. Taehyung slowly and confidently approached Ansamiro's guild leader and said that he wished to try their method by engaging in a duel. The young man was absolutely confident in his abilities. He asked if the man agreed that the winning side gets what it wants. Kwon Kong-hyuk couldn't help but agree to this offer. Immediately after that, he had a burning desire to accept a young man who looked like him into the guild. On the same day, an event was organized at the stadium of the Ansamiro guild base, which was attended by a lot of people from this guild. Taehyun had just arrived at the stadium and was already attacked by reporters. They tried to ask him for information about his past guild. The young man was very unhappy, because he was literally not allowed to pass. The crowd kept asking questions about the Vagrant Guild and Yuang. The boy had a very strong desire to destroy all the journalists around him, as they were very ill-mannered and continued to insist on their own. Suddenly, the young man heard a very familiar voice from the crowd and saw a raised hand. Someone from the audience tried to push through the crowd of journalists. It was reporter Kim, who also wanted to interview the main character of today's event. She was even ready to jostle with competitors. The girl stretched her hand forward, which was already shaking from fatigue. Despite this, Kim continued to move through the crowd. At some point, the girl felt a powerful touch of a man's hand on her. Someone from those present grabbed her hand and pulled her to him. It turned out to be Taehyun, who recognized his old acquaintance and took her to him. The girl was simply shocked to see the boy in front of her. Taehyung greeted the reporter and remembered that the last time they saw each other was during the hunter qualification. It was a very pleasant meeting. Reporter Kim felt very uncomfortable in this situation. She greeted the young man and said that she was also very happy to see him. All the journalists present immediately began to wonder who this girl with glasses was. They wanted to know how she knew Taehyung. The reporter was pleasantly surprised that the young man remembered her at all, because they had been seeing each other for 5 minutes. Despite his status, he remained normal. Taehyung told the reporters that he was going to give an interview to reporter Kim after the test, because the guild head was probably already waiting for him. After the young man managed to avoid the journalists' cameras, reporter Kim became the main character of the scene. She began to be asked a lot of questions by Taehyung's friends. Leaving this unbearable crowd of journalists, the young man could finally go to the arena, where a serious opponent was waiting for him. Taehyung confidently strode forward and climbed the stairs to the stadium, where the lighting was very good and the spectators were already eagerly waiting for the fight. The hunter was not worried at all, because he was completely confident in his abilities. Especially since he got new skills during the last raid. Upon entering the stadium, Taehyung could see a green fence around him, behind which the fans were sitting. They were very happy to see the young man. However, all these people came here to support a completely different person. It was Kwon Kang-hyuk, who was standing in front of the young man. The man was finally able to wait for his opponent. He was infinitely glad to see the young man in front of him, because he was not afraid and still came. Taehyung, covering his body with stone skin, said that he was not even going to hide in the bushes, but on the contrary, he wanted to meet a strong opponent. The commentator of the match finally took the microphone in his hands and started broadcasting the match that all the spectators were looking forward to. Commentator Choi announced that the match would continue until one of the contestants decided to give up or fall to their knees. For Kwon Kang-hyuk, this was already 120 recruitments during his leadership in the guild. He did not lose a single duel in his life. Despite this, Kim Taehyung was completely unconcerned about his situation and was in full combat readiness. As soon as the battle was declared to have begun, the young man immediately used the power of his Night King to attack his opponent. He decided to use it in combination with stone skin and direct a stream of energy of colossal strength towards his enemy. Taehyung felt that his Night King's skill had become much better since the last raid. Now that was enough to suppress the rank monster. The young man perfectly understood that his opponent would not be able to oppose him, since now his abilities have increased many times. Kwon Kang-hyuk stood motionless on the city and took the impact of the energy wave. Despite all his strength, he remained standing. He really appreciated the young man's skills, but did not even move from his place. His energy aura turned out to be stronger than the young man expected. The man asked his opponent, did he really think that such a primitive attack could catch him, or even knock him off his feet? Taehyung did not expect this turn of events. He was very surprised that guild leader Ansamiro was able to withstand such an onslaught with ease. Moreover, Kwon Kang-hyuk immediately decided to counterattack his opponent. Using the ability of the cheetah, he very quickly found himself behind the back of the enemy. Taehyung was able to sense the presence of his opponent at the last moment behind him and began to turn his head back to block. However, the young man could not surpass the speed of the cheetah. The man understood this perfectly, so he used his advantage to win. He put maximum energy into his right fist and clenched it with all his might to deliver the most powerful blow in his arsenal. The power of the man was that he could use the power of animals. Now he decided to use the power of a wild bear. Kwon Kang-hyuk swung his arm with all his might and delivered a powerful blow to the opponent, who was unable to react to his attack. Taehyung had to cover his face with his hand to lessen the damage. After the attack, he flew back a few meters. The young man was not going to retreat so easily and used the metal chain to stay on his feet. At the same time, he was preparing for the next attack. Seeing that his opponent was already closing in on him, Taehyung aimed his metal chains at him to slow the man down. However, Kwon Kang-hyuk wasn't even going to stop there. He understood that such a skill would not harm him, so he did not even waste time on defense. Before the attack, he said that the young man indeed has many different abilities, but they are all absolutely nothing against the strength of animals. Guild leader Ansamiro used the power of a wild bull to launch his next attack. Along the way, he destroyed all the metal chains in his path. Taehyung was simply amazed at what abilities the man possessed. He admitted that he is currently fighting the strongest opponent in his life. As Kwon Kang-hek had guessed, his attack was able to break through the enemy's defense with ease and his bull continued to move on. The man now decided to use the elephant's strength to kick his opponent, who was now directly below him. Taehyung did not expect such a turn of events, and wondered what he should do next. It was necessary to immediately remove the legs from here. However, the young man perfectly understood that he had almost no time left for this. He began to worry, because the man's attacks were truly incredible. Using the power of the animal, Kwon Kang-hyuk delivered a powerful kick to the nose with his foot, trying to literally crush his enemy. A huge smoke screen formed on the battlefield, behind which nothing could be seen. Taehyung seems to have remained standing still. Kwon Kang-hek landed on a rock after his last attack and was able to rest for a while. So far he has not observed his opponent. As the smoke began to dissipate, the man could see that the young man was still in place. This made him smile sinisterly. Taehyun was not feeling well after the last attack. He could barely stand on his feet and was not in the best condition. Kwon Kang-hyuk told the young man that he was really good at running away, but he couldn't do it forever because he had to attack. Taehyung wasn't even going to sit on the defensive. Coming to the right form, the young man said that this is just the beginning. He informed the man that if these were absolutely all his talents, then with this development of events, he would definitely not be able to bring him to his knees. Kwon Kang-hyuk completely ignored his opponent's words. He began to approach him and said that he was already cornered. A sinister smile appeared on the man's face and he offered to finally end this match, since it was already dragging on. Immediately after his words, guild leader Ansamiro decided to proceed with his final attack, using the power of the dinosaur itself. It was the man's final attack form and his most powerful weapon, one that none of his previous opponents could stand against. The audience was simply shocked to see the final form of their leader. They understood that it would be hot now and began to support the man. The leader's fans had already begun to bury his rival, as they believed that Taehyung would be no match for their leader. Yueng, along with her deputy, also came to watch the battle. She was very glad that she would be able to see such a clash with her own eyes. Young Hansu asked the leader of the Vagrant Guild why she was so happy. Because if he loses this fight, he will be forced to leave their guild. The man asked if it was not worth avoiding this match to preserve a valuable asset. Yuan thought for a second, maybe her assistant was right. Young Hansu said that Kwon Kang-hyun can literally borrow strength from animals, giving him an incredible advantage in battle. In the man's opinion, despite all his strength, Taehyung would not be able to compete with such an opponent, let alone one-on-one. Yuan, after listening to her assistant, told him to calm down a bit, and just listen to what she was going to tell him about the young man. The head of the Guild of Night Wanderers watched one of his wards for quite a long time and learned one very interesting thing. She informed her partner that no matter what situation the young man was in, he always had a trump card up his sleeve, so there was no reason to worry. Taehyung was completely unfazed by the fact that his opponent was about to use his final and strongest form. He just waited for him in place. Absolutely everyone present in the stands held their breath before the last clash. Only Yueng sat calmly and already knew the winner of this battle. Young Hansu watched the young man closely, and couldn't believe that he would really find a way out of this situation. It was simply impossible for an ordinary person, however, he still managed to do it. Everyone present just jumped to their feet after the collision, including reporter Kim, who was capturing everything on camera. Commentator Choi was just shocked at how this fight ended. He couldn't believe that his guild leader would allow himself to do this. Just into the microphone, the commentator was forced to report that the leader of the Ansamiro Guild voluntarily knelt down, leaving the opponent behind. The man himself could not understand what had just happened. He wasn't going to kneel down, but something unknown made him do it. Taehyung turned his head in the direction of the victorious opponent, and asked in a sarcastic voice if this was the end of the battle. During this time, Secretary Kim Han-ah spoke to the Human Rights Commission and tried to justify her boss's actions. However, these excuses, it seems, were no longer needed. Kwon Kang-hyun lost this fight, so Taehyung definitely has a lot of questions to ask. Ansamiro Guild simply could not believe their eyes. They could not even imagine that their leader could lose to anyone at all. Those present could not believe that a man who had gone through thousands of dungeons voluntarily knelt down. They decided that the young man was lying. Disgruntled shouts began to be heard in the stands, booing the winners. They demanded that the result of this fight be annulled. Taehyung expected such a reaction from his side, but he didn't really like that the audience was demanding to repeat the fight. Despite the reaction of the stands, the young man perfectly understood that the decision would now depend on the man kneeling behind him. Kwon Kang-hyun felt as worthless as possible in this situation. The South Korean tank lost in close combat. It was a real shame. Taehyung used the perfect hypnosis skill that he received after signing the contract with Rosaria. It was certainly risky, but the young man stood still until the very end, waiting for the right moment to use the skill. Sensing that now was the right moment, Taehyung used the technique of perfect hypnosis and ordered his opponent to kneel down. The result of the battle was on the face. Kwon Kang-hyun was indeed on his knees now, which meant his defeat according to the rules of the match. The man was very angry for allowing himself to be defeated. It was the first defeat in his life, and also before all his wards. He tried to understand how this happened in the first place. At the very last moment he knelt down, and now realized that the young man was controlling his mind. Guild leader Ansamiro had never heard of such a technique in his life and did not know how to counter it, but he still blamed himself for the defeat. Suddenly, a man shouted loudly to the entire stadium, ordering the stands to shut up because they were not acting in a gentlemanly manner. All viewers were simply shocked by this turn of events. Yuang still continued to eat her popcorn with a smile on her face. Reporter Kim jumped up after guild head Ansamiro shouted. She didn't understand what he was trying to say. Commentator Choi was forced to shut up after being ordered by the boss. The man tried to understand why he did it in the first place. Kwon Kang-hyun took the floor and said that he did not know what skill the young man had used against him, but admitted that he himself was to blame for his defeat. He asked the stands not to boo the winner anymore and to accept the defeat with dignity, because such moments happen in everyone's life. The chairman promised to tear off the heads of all those who were dissatisfied with his own hands. Jung Han-soo couldn't believe that Taehyun really won. The head of the Night Wanderer Guild watched her counterpart from the rival guild with a smile on her face. It brought her great pleasure. All attention was focused on Ansamiro, the head of the guild. It would be difficult for those present to believe that a man accepts defeat. Absolutely no one expected that Taehyung would force the man to his knees. As Ain said, the young man has an ace up his sleeve again. She continued to pop the popcorn into her mouth, watching the young man who surprised her more and more each time. Jung Han-soo watched the guild leader voraciously devouring popcorn and asked what happened to her expression.